I died from overwork, only to wake up as the sole heir of the wealthiest family in the Magic City. I thought I could achieve great things, only to be forcibly bound by the most powerful Prodigal system, forcing me to become a wastrel. The rookie mission turned out to be seducing my mom's best friend. After completing the task, the system mall was fully activated. I'm dumbfounded. Here you can not only buy luxury cars and famous watches, it can also be exchanged for divine martial arts manuals and longevity-enhancing elixirs. You can even buy catgirls and slime girls. As long as I keep behaving in a domineering and reckless spendthrift manner, I can exchange the Prodigal points for anything. At the start, I used money to silence a scammer posing as an injured elderly woman, easily earning my first bucket of gold. The entire internet calls me the mad young master of Shanghai, gazing at those legendary alien creatures and mysterious cultivation techniques in the mall. My path of reckless spending has only just begun. Chapter 1: The Young Mother's Friend. Good baby, I want to hear you call me daddy. Chuan gently nibbled Yun Xiaoji's earlobe with a mischievous grin. Yun Xiaoji's body trembled with indignation as she scolded, "You little rascal. Keep dreaming. I'm old enough to be your mother. That's exactly what makes it so exhilarating," Chuan declared with righteous confidence. Yun Xiaoji frowned slightly, unable to withstand his insistence, and reluctantly murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "Daddy." "Hey! What a good kid." Chuan became even more excited. "Good girl, actually you could try to relax a bit. Sweetheart, how about we try a different move? Little one. Look, isn't the window a bit dirty? Shall we go wipe it?" Yun Xiaoji. "Get the hell out." 20 minutes later. Chuan sat by the floor-to-ceiling window with his legs crossed like a boss, nodding in satisfaction. In his arms was the cat like Yun Xiaoji. After resting in this petite man's embrace for a few minutes, she grabbed her clothes and dashed into the bathroom. The glass door faintly reflected her graceful figure, while the splashing water sounds sparked endless imagination. What a charming little temptress. Ding! The novice mission has been completed. Rewards being calculated. It was bound to happen eventually. Chuan's lips curled slightly downward as helplessness crept between his brows. It felt like being haunted by something sinister, yet unable to break free. He was a transmigrator. 3 days ago, after dying from overwork, I arrived in this parallel world. After inheriting the predecessor's memories, he was utterly stunned. Shidian Mao, the biggest invisible tycoon in the Magic City, built a billion-dollar fortune from scratch over 30 years, with industries spanning dining, real estate, film and television, and countless others. No one knows exactly how wealthy he is, but one thing is certain. Shidian Mao's personal assets surpassed the combined wealth of everyone on the Dragon Country rich list. His wife, Yang Fun, was born into a military political family. He's undoubtedly a privileged child of a political family. Yet Yang Fun refused to comply with her family's arrangements, abandoning a promising political career to pursue stardom. And surprisingly, she actually made a name for herself. Today, Yang Fun is the brightest star in the entire Dragon Nation, rightfully crowned as its diva. And he, Chuan, is the only son of this celestial couple. Even if he indulges day and night, spending recklessly with all his might, he could never squander even a tenth of his family's wealth in his lifetime. When Chuan first learned about his background, it took him an entire day to fully digest the news. He was practically over the moon with excitement. In his past life, as an ordinary office worker, he had to unconditionally accept all kinds of tedious tasks and grovel to his superiors' whims. To say one has no desire for status is nothing but a damn lie. In this lifetime, he wants to be the boss. He wants to achieve greatness. He wants to build his own business empire. He also wants to sleep with famous actresses. Chuan had set ambitious goals for himself. Then, the system appeared. The ultimate prodigal system. Every time the host performs an outrageously prodigal and spendthrift behavior, they can receive rewards from the system. Ignoring Chuan's refusal and disregarding his wails, it forcefully bound itself to him. Chuan was utterly speechless. He was a man with grand ambitions. How could he possibly stoop to becoming the second Wang Duoyu? Fortunately, there is no penalty from the system, so Chuan could just treat it as non-existent. Over the next 2 days, the system remained utterly silent and didn't bother Chuan again. Until tonight. My mom's best friend came to visit us at home. Yun Xiaoji, this woman whose beauty defies description. Although she's already a 35-year-old leftover woman, her skin remains as tender as a college freshman's. She may appear girlish, yet possesses the allure and charm of a mature woman. She is both a sweet youthful maiden and an intellectual girl next door. At the first sight of her, Chuan proudly raised his head. Unwholesome thoughts resonated strongly with the equally unwholesome system. Detected host's mental state fluctuation. Newbie mission, young mother's friend. Mission reward, lucky wheel spin once. Tip, after completing the novice mission, all system functions will be fully activated and the system mall will be unlocked. Chuan froze on the spot. He really wanted to confront the system. How the hell do you know me so well? So he took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility of sending the slightly tipsy Yun Xiuji home. Thus, the scene of the two of them working together to clean the windows unfolded. I just wanted to give the damn system a chance, absolutely no other thoughts. Chuan muttered silently, seeing a phantom like Big Wheel appear in front of him, covered with all kinds of prizes. Prize draw. At the command, the large wheel spun rapidly, then gradually came to a halt half a minute later. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Porsche 911. Porsche 911. Chuan stared at the reward, his lips twitching uncontrollably. My precious first time was traded for this shitty car worth less than 3 million? System. You owe me my chastity. Gathering his thoughts, he entered the interface of the system's shopping mall. In an instant, a list of product menus appeared before Chuan's eyes, stretching as long as a serial novel that had been running for 10 years. Chuan was momentarily stunned. He initially thought the system's mall was just a comprehensive warehouse of luxury goods. However, while top-tier luxury items like famous watches and cars were indeed available, they occupied only a tiny corner of the entire mall section. The rest were skills, such as singing, mimicry, and martial arts techniques. There were also miraculous medicines, some that could extend life, others that could cure diseases, and even those capable of bringing the dead back to life. Chuan glanced at the prices. The cheapest ones still cost tens of thousands of Prodigal points to exchange. And Prodigal points can only be obtained by engaging in Prodigal behavior. So I'm still just a poor loser, huh? No longer short of money, so now it's time to act like a spoiled brat? Next were the physical sections: fox spirit's tails, spider demon's legs. What the hell is this? He stared at that fluffy pink tail for a few seconds before continuing downward. Alien creatures. Chuan's eyes lit up. He skipped right past the demons, monsters, and cute but dim-witted pets, and sure enough, found exactly what he wanted at the very bottom. Catgirls, dog girls, bunny girls. Every type of alien creature imaginable was here. At this moment, he had to admit his own imagination had failed him. TSK. Do slimes really exist in this world? And to think it's actually quite beautiful. His gaze softened. Kind-hearted as he was, an overwhelming sense of compassion instantly welled up in his heart. How pitiful homeless little creatures are. And my home is so warm and spacious. Chuan happily thought to himself. Just as he was about to study it carefully, Yun Xiuji emerged from the bathroom. She leaned against the bathroom doorframe, wearing a thin nightgown. Her wet hair cascaded down, exuding a charming laziness. Her long legs casually crossed, half visible through the misty steam of the bathroom, adding to her allure. Chuan suddenly realized that he wasn't quite as curious about small animals anymore. Chapter 2, Got any buns? Make them bigger. Aunt Yun. Chuan walked over with a smile and embraced her warmly. This woman seemed to possess a magical charm. Every time she appears before you, your heart and mind can no longer hold anything else. Don't. Yun Xiuji pushed him away, tiptoeing on her tiny feet before darting into the blankets like a fleeing rabbit. How adorably shy. Chuan gently sat by the bed, gazing at Yun Xiuji, who had wrapped herself up tightly, only half of her small head peeking out, and softly asked, "Should I stay and keep you company?" "No, I don't want you to." Yun Xiuji shook her head vigorously, like a spinning rattledrum. "Then get some rest early, I'll head back first." Chuan stood up and put on his clothes. He knew Yun Xiuji needed some time to ease the awkwardness. Click. Wait. Just as he pushed open the door to leave, Yun Xiuji called out to stop him. Her gaze was gentle, and she stammered, "In the future, could you not call me Auntie Yun?" Chuan walked back to the bedside with a smile, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, "Sister, I'll come to see you again tomorrow." Gently stroking Yun Xiuji's silky hair, he flashed a mischievous grin. "The way I call you isn't fixed, sister. Sometimes it might change to good girl." He poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the nightstand before leaving in high spirits. In the lingering air of intertwined intimacy, only Yun Xiuji remained. Her big, beautiful eyes darted repeatedly toward the door. After confirming that Chuan had truly left, Yun Xiuji lifted the blanket furtively, like a thief, and peered underneath. It was too dark to see anything clearly. But Yun Xiuji knew that beneath the covers lay something she had desperately tried to hide, something she didn't want Chuan to see. "You little rascal, you little rascal, you little rascal. Ah! How embarrassing. How am I supposed to face Sister Yangfen from now on?" She pulled the blanket over her head and squirmed awkwardly on the bed. Chuan sat in the taxi, the corners of his lips unable to suppress their upward curve. Although Yun Xiuji tried her best to hide it, how could Chuan, as her close comrade in arms who worked side by side with her, possibly fail to notice? "I never would have guessed this was actually your first time." Chuan couldn't help but murmur in amazement. Like her mother Yangfen, Yun Xiuji was also in the entertainment industry, and given her age, this outcome truly surprised him. Damn! Who isn't doing this for the first time? At that thought, Chuan's face immediately fell. Her precious chastity was exchanged for a lousy car. 3 million can't even cover a month's allowance. Lost in wild thoughts, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. Caught off guard, Chuan's head slammed hard into the roof. His first reaction was, "What happened?" His second reaction was, "I'm a spoiled brat now." Whatever the reason, just let loose with the scolding. Saving poor animals is our unshirkable responsibility. Fuck. How the hell are you driving? Ding. Host's frivolousness value +5. Good, at least it means the direction is right. The driver didn't say a word and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt to run down. Chuan also hurriedly chased after and saw a little old lady around 60 years old lying on the ground. He froze for a moment before rushing forward to check on her. After confirming her breathing was steady and there were no signs of being hit by the car, he sighed in relief. The driver was terrified, his voice trembling as he said, I didn't hit her. I swear. And besides, she suddenly rushed out to run the red light. I didn't break any rules. Either fainted from shock or trying to stage an accident. Chuan nodded in agreement. The little old lady wasn't hurt, and the car had a dashcam. No matter how scared the driver was, he couldn't possibly lie about this matter. Passers-by also noticed the accident, gathering in small groups and whispering among themselves. Chuan said with a serious expression, "Call the police." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt someone grab his arm firmly. The little old lady woke up at some point and said weakly, "Young man, no need to call the police." Her eyes were bright and alert, clearly deep in thought and expectation. Chuan almost laughed and asked, "There's been an accident, how can we not call the police?" "No need, no need." She shakily sat up, pointing at the driver and saying, "If you call the police, what will happen to this young man?" The driver was immediately moved to tears. "Auntie, you're truly a kind person. Don't move around. Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup." "No need for the trouble, no need." The aunt waved her hand and said, "You go ahead with your business. Just compensate me 40 or 50,000, and I'll get myself checked." The driver was instantly dumbfounded. He knew perfectly well he hadn't hit anyone, suggesting going to the hospital was just for peace of mind. But the old woman demanded 40 or 50,000 outright? He worked from dawn to dusk without a single day off all month, barely earning enough to cover the loans and his child's schooling. Where on earth was he supposed to come up with 40 or 50,000 to compensate her? "Young man, this old woman has a merciful heart, let's settle this privately. Making a scene won't do you any good." Medical treatment in the Magic City is expensive to begin with. 40 or 50,000 might not even be enough. Even if it's more, giving Auntie a bit extra for emotional distress is only fair. What are you hesitating for? If Auntie changes her mind in a bit, you won't even have a place to cry about it. Passers-by, unaware of the truth, thought there had indeed been a car accident and found the old woman's request quite reasonable. Moreover, people always instinctively side with the underdog. In this situation, the old woman was the one they perceived as being at a disadvantage. The driver grew anxious. Being an honest man with a clumsy tongue, he could only keep repeating, "I really didn't hit her." Meanwhile, Chuan was thinking. The best way to earn prodigal points is by showing off and squandering wealth. 40 or 50,000 might be tough for a taxi driver, but for him. Not only does it allow me to gain the capital of saving animals, but it also helps the driver out of a tight spot, while ruthlessly slapping the face of this disrespectful old man. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why wouldn't you do it? He grinned and patted the driver's shoulder, asking, "Do you have a bag in your car?" "What?" The driver was taken aback. The elderly woman sitting stubbornly on the ground was also stunned. The onlookers were even more stunned. "Then go get it." Chuan snapped, giving the driver a sharp rap on the head. "Oh, okay." The driver hurried back to the car and handed Chuan a small backpack. "Too small. Do you have a bigger one?" The driver was momentarily dazed before handing him a large travel bag. "Perfect." Chuan nodded with satisfaction, pointing at the driver and the elderly woman as he said, "You, and you, wait right here." After saying this, he shouldered his bag and walked toward the nearby ATM. The onlookers immediately became excited, sensing that things seemed to be heading in a wondrous direction. Many people even took out their phones and started filming Chuan's actions. As for Chuan, he kept switching bank cards and ATMs. Due to the daily withdrawal limit, he had no choice but to resort to this clumsy method. Damn! What a hassle! Chapter 3, Moral Blackmail Me? After much effort, Chuan emptied every ATM he could find, barely scraping together 200,000 yuan. "From now on, I'll carry a few 100,000 in cash with me. Otherwise, even pretending to be rich won't feel satisfying," he thought resentfully as he slung his bag over his shoulder and returned to the scene of the incident. He pulled out 50,000 yuan, waving it above the old woman's head with a broad smile. "Here. 50,000. I'll pay for it." The driver froze, gratitude welling up until tears nearly spilled. The onlookers froze, their gazes toward Chuan filled with complex emotions. Their expressions held both contempt for his reckless spending and a kind of envy reserved for the foolish son of a wealthy family. The woman, who had been sitting on the ground throwing a tantrum, suddenly went wide-eyed. Her voice cracked with urgency. Give it to me. Quick, give it to me. She had thought she could extort 10 or 20,000 at most. Never did she expect this sucker, Chuan, would not only cover the driver's damages but hand over 50,000 without even haggling. In that moment, she even hesitated. 50,000. Was that too little? Of course it's yours. But you'll have to get up and take it yourself. Chuan dangled the wads of cash in front of her like he was fishing, refusing to hand it over. The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore and began to criticize him. Young man, if you're willing to pay, just pay. How can you humiliate someone like this? You hit her with your car, yet you make it seem like she's being unreasonable. Damn it! Does having money make you so great? Does it give you the right to toy with others? I can't stand bullies like you the most in this life. How can you be like this? The old lady got hit by your car, and instead of letting her rest, you make her get up to collect money? Old lady! Please don't push yourself and get hurt. We're recording this, we'll expose this scumbag. The driver was so anxious inside. Chuan was trying to help him, yet he was still getting yelled at. His conscience was killing him, and he desperately wanted to say something, but the more anxious he got, the less he could speak. Chuan paid no heed to the verbal barrage, merely chuckling cheerfully. With such a tempting bait, why worry about the fish not taking the hook? Sure enough, the old lady snapped. With a whoosh, she leaped up from the ground and snatched the bills away. She even had the leisure to count it. Silence. Everyone was stunned by the old woman's nimble reflexes, gaping speechless. But the camera lenses on their phones all instinctively focused on her. At this point, if they still couldn't grasp the truth, they'd be downright dense. The old woman slipped the money into her pocket, sensing something was amiss, and turned to leave. Before she could take a step, Chuan called out to her. Auntie! Hold on a moment. As he spoke, he pulled out another 50,000 yuan and asked with a smile, why did you just lie on the ground and refuse to get up? The old woman couldn't move. Her eyes followed the swing of that tempting red bill. She let out a weak humph. You hit me, and now you're blaming me for not getting up? Oh, so it was our fault. Chuan slowly tucked the bills back into his bag, his movements deliberate, as if in slow motion. The old woman was seething with anger, but she forced a smile and said, No, it's my fault for not watching where I was going. I'm partly to blame too. Oh, so it's both our fault. Chuan didn't pause his movements. As the bills were about to disappear back into his bag, the old woman couldn't hold back any longer. She lunged forward to stop him. It's my fault. My fault. My feet slipped, it had nothing to do with you too. Ma'am. You're truly an honest person. Chuan praised her, handing her the second 50,000 yuan note. The old woman snatched the money and started to leave. This time, before she even turned away, Chuan produced a third 50,000 yuan note. He found himself with the thick stack of bills and asked casually, why did you climb over the fence and run the red light just now? Driver. He stood frozen in place, watching, his shock gradually giving way to numbness. If he hadn't grasped Chuan's intentions the first or second time, he understood now. Chuan was forcing the old woman to spill the truth herself. This was a blatant, open, and shut scheme. His feelings were complex at that moment. Chuan was undoubtedly helping him, and he felt immense gratitude. Yet alongside that gratitude, he couldn't help but think Chuan's actions were utterly despicable. So what if he's rich? Does having money give him free rein to do whatever he wants? If it were me, I'd want to be this arrogant too. The onlookers were buzzing with excitement, the crowd swelling by the minute. Nearly everyone had pulled out their phones to film. Chuan was truly entertaining. Though calling the police and reviewing surveillance footage would achieve the same effect of clearing up the truth, it wouldn't have been nearly as satisfying. At the same time, they were filled with contempt for the old woman's actions. The sympathy they'd felt for her moments ago vanished, replaced by utter contempt. Greed knows no bounds. The driver didn't even touch you. Why are you acting like such a scoundrel? Demanding 50 grand out of nowhere? What's more, you broke the rules yourself. Jumping the fence and running the red light caused the accident. Even if you were actually hit, you'd deserve it. The old woman's face flushed alternately red and white. Reason told her she should turn and walk away, ignoring that bastard Chuan. But those bright, shiny bills were right there in front of her. All she had to do was say, I ran the red light, and that 50,000 would be hers. 50,000 yuan. Even in Shanghai, that was enough to support a family for 2 or 3 months. She didn't try to deny it anymore, because she understood if she didn't tell the truth, Chuan wouldn't give her the money. As for relying on the people around her, just look at their expressions. They were clearly here for the show. No one would speak up for her. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I'm old and can barely walk. What's wrong with climbing a fence? Wow. Talk about bold. Chuan whistled in mock admiration, promptly stuffing the money back into his bag. The old woman instantly lost her temper, roaring furiously, I climbed the fence. I ran the red light. I'm sorry. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied, satisfied. Chuan roared with laughter, pulling out the bills and slapping them hard against the old woman's face. Take your money and get lost. You stupid fool. You break the rules and still think you're in the right? Don't act like nothing happened. If I'd run you over just now, you'd have deserved it. You disrespectful old fool. People are supposed to gain wisdom with age, but you just get more like a thug. Have you lived your whole damn life like a dog? Chuan spat out the insults without mercy. The old woman's chest heaved violently with rage. Even now, she hurriedly gathered the scattered bills into her arms before glaring at Chuan. You! How dare you insult me? Have you no manners? So what if I have money? Does that give me license to speak without restraint? Didn't your parents teach you to respect elders and care for the young? Chuan laughed, his face twisted with scorn. Trying to morally blackmail me? Chapter 4, The Spoiled Rich Kid. Respecting elders and caring for the young is a virtue. But there are always dimwits who twist this concept into unconditional indulgence and surrender. Seeing the old woman's eyes bulging with rage, Chuan couldn't help but recall his past life. Racing to meet a company deadline, he skipped meals and sleep, grinding away at the office for 2 full days and nights until the project was finally complete. After boarding the subway, he collapsed into a seat and fell asleep. But barely one stop in, someone shook him awake. A burly old man with jet black hair, who looked even more robust than him, glared at him with a look of resentment and said, "Young man, you're young. Give me your seat." That instantly made Chuan furious. Respecting the elderly is the right thing to do, but what was with that tone, like you were carrying out an order? You're asking for a favor, can't you at least speak politely? Besides, who doesn't struggle in life? Who doesn't have their own hardships? Chuan had pulled 2 all-nighters, burning through his physical and mental energy almost non-stop for 24 hours straight. His vision was blurred with multiple overlapping images, and his legs felt so weak they might collapse at the slightest breeze. Is yours the only hardship? You're the only one who needs understanding and sympathy? Do you think the whole world should make way for you under the banner of respecting elders? Am I your father? Do I have to indulge you unconditionally? But Chuan stood up anyway, rising under the unkind stares of those around him. He was young, saying "I'm too tired" would only earn him accusations of being overly sensitive. No one cares how hard it is for you. They'd rather believe what they see, hear, and imagine. It's okay. Heaven hadn't been unkind to him, granting him a second chance at life. This time around, he would be an arrogant young master. He sneered coldly at the old woman. The elders I know are refined and wise. When conversing with them, I sense the clarity and detachment left behind by the years. But you? Your eyes lack decency, your heart lacks integrity. Selfish, foolish, and snobbish. My dog is better than you. How dare you call yourself an elder? Trying to morally blackmail me? Off. Chuan flipped her off, patted the driver on the shoulder, and climbed back into the taxi. Vroom. The car started up again and sped away. The old woman stood frozen in place, clutching the 150,000 yuan cash, as if struck by a boulder. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, each person excitedly waving their hands and stomping their feet. Though Chuan's words were arrogant and domineering, they struck a chord deep within people's hearts. Finally, someone had voiced the thoughts they'd long dared not speak aloud. Overnight, the video of Chuan lambasting the unscrupulous old woman went viral online. Overnight, Chuan transformed from a top-tier rich kid into a household name among the elite. But did it really make any difference? In the car, the driver's face flushed crimson with excitement as he kept thanking Chuan profusely. Annoyed by his persistence, Chuan punched him playfully on the shoulder, finally silencing him. Ding! Host's Playboy points plus 10,000. Whoa! Receiving the system notification, Chuan happily opened them all, exchanging 150,000 cash for 10,000 Playboy points. This deal was incredibly profitable. Receiving his first large Playboy value reward, he couldn't help but wonder, where's my Porsche? Though he felt a bit disdainful, it was, after all, earned with his precious first time. Cheap, but deeply meaningful. Reply to host, the vehicle is temporarily stored in the system mall's warehouse. Host may verify the location and retrieve it via mental command. Got it. Chuan stopped worrying about the car. He was eager to see what 10,000 Playboy points could buy. Before he could examine it further, however, the driver interrupted him. First, young master, we've arrived. Chuan's earlier behavior had thrown him off balance, leaving him momentarily unsure how to address him. With a blank expression, Chuan tossed his travel bag along with the last 50,000 yuan inside to the driver. Go fix your piece of junk car properly, he said coldly. It's embarrassing for a gentleman like me to ride in it. Without waiting for a response, he slammed the door shut and stepped out. Ding! Host's Playboy points plus 5. Great, what a waste of trying to act cool. Same wad of cash, yet why does yours pale in comparison to those 350,000 notes earlier? Chuan thought bitterly. The driver's hands trembled slightly as he opened the travel bag. Staring at the bright red stack of bills inside, he gazed at Chuan's retreating figure and said gratefully, Thank you. Thank you, young master. Though Chuan had a foul mouth and domineering ways, his generosity was undeniably lavish. The driver didn't see anything wrong with it, he felt it was only right. He'd been driving for a full decade, what kind of people hadn't he seen? Those with a little money bragged endlessly about how great and wealthy they were, their words dripping with contempt for him. But come time to pay, they'd haggle over the fare, even accusing him of taking the long way. If you're cheap, just don't try to act all high and mighty. If you're going to act like a big shot, then go all the way. Just moments ago, the driver couldn't help but think Chuan's act of slapping the old lady with money was a bit cheap. But now, please slap me to death. No need to spare my feelings. He happily counted the bills one by one and drove home in high spirits. He could leave work early today. Tomorrow, he could buy his wife 2 new dresses and his child 2 new toys. The image of Chuan lingered stubbornly in his mind. Rich people tend to be domineering. And besides, Chuan wasn't the type to bully others, his domineering nature was principled. Who could that young master be? If only I could meet him again. Yang Fen sat on the sofa watching TV. Seeing her son return, she asked with a puzzled look, "Did you take Xiaoji back? Why so late?" Chuan grabbed a glass of water, gulped it down, and casually replied, "Not only did I take her back, I even slept with her." "Put. You're just bragging. Xiaoji is red hot right now, her suitors could line up all the way to London. Like she'd ever look at a greenhorn like you? If you really had that kind of charm, I wouldn't stop you." "Really?" Chuan laughed heartily, adopting a pensive expression. "So then, will she call you mom? Or will I call you sis? Oh my, this is so hard. You little brat." Yang Fen laughed so hard she couldn't close her mouth, grabbing a slipper and hurling it at Chuan. Chuan laughed as he ran away, ducking into his room. Both Dianmo and Yang Fen were forward-thinking individuals who held high-level positions, so their household wasn't bound by rigid conventions. The family had grown accustomed to a relaxed dynamic. They were kin, yet bonded like buddies. "Good night," Chuan texted Yun Xiuji before drifting off into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, online, short videos were popping up like mushrooms after rain, quickly taking over major platforms. Their star? Chuan. Chapter 5, Viral Sensation. Hashtag shocking. Scandalous rich kid caught verbally abusing elderly man in Shanghai. Hashtag. Hashtag not only did the perpetrator refuse to apologize, he slapped the victim with 100 yuan bills. Is this a twist of human nature or moral decay? Hashtag. Hashtag twist after twist. The hit and run victim reveals the truth. Does money make the world go round? Hashtag. Hashtag hashtag. Upon waking, Chuan opened his phone to find countless similar push notifications. Clicking through, he discovered it was precisely the scene from last night that had earned him his Playboy points. Across major short video platforms, under all sorts of headlines, it was the same story everywhere. It even made it to the trending topics? Chuan was utterly speechless. Just how bored are people these days? How could a street brawl possibly attract such intense attention? Little did they know that every word he uttered had struck a deep chord within the hearts of today's youth, sparking such intense resonance among netizens. Glancing through the comments, only 1 out of 10 was actually criticizing him? This outcome surprised Chuan. He'd expected to be torn apart by netizens. Reading on with interest, he found netizens even more worked up than he was. A deluge of insults poured forth, mercilessly condemning the scam artist's despicable tactics. Amidst it all, praise for him emerged. "Damn! This kid nailed it. He said everything I've wanted to say for over a decade but never dared to. That feels great. People like this should be thrown in jail. She broke traffic rules, the driver didn't even hit her, and she has the nerve to shamelessly extort money? If you cut her open, I bet even her blood would be black. The world is full of all kinds of people. I'm truly amazed." And the driver was so considerate, offering to call the police and take her to the hospital. He should have called the cops right then to teach this kind of person a lesson. Similar comments flooded in, each receiving numerous likes from netizens. Some extreme netizens even dug up the woman's identity and posted it online. Clearly, netizens have long harbored resentment, having encountered such greedy, shameless individuals to varying degrees. Yet faced with such incidents, most people choose to endure. And their endurance only emboldens these already shameless individuals to become even more brazen. Everyone had a pent-up rage inside. Chuan's actions unleashed this long-suppressed fury with a vengeance. Chuan smiled as he closed the video, feeling not a shred of sympathy for the woman. Adults should take responsibility for their actions and consider the consequences before acting. Some people repeatedly test the limits of others' patience, relying on their kindness. If that old woman was doing this for the first time, Chuan wouldn't believe it for a second. It's like those lawbreakers, they never realize their mistakes until they're handcuffed and thrown into a cell. Regret only hits when karma comes knocking? Where the hell were you then? After washing up and eating breakfast, Chuan happily headed out to pick up his Porsche. Yunxiao's beautiful eyes fluttered open as she awoke from her slumber, feeling each second of the new day so vividly. Throughout the night, she had dreamt of Chuan again and again, yet slept soundly nonetheless. That young man, more than a decade her junior, possessed an inexplicable, comforting charm. She wiggled her hips, shifting into a more comfortable position. Feeling a lingering discomfort in her body, she decided to indulge in another day of rest. She opened her phone and instantly widened her eyes, her face etched with shock. After binge-watching the trending videos, she finally understood that after Chuan left last night, something else had happened. "You little rascal. You sure have a sharp tongue." Yun Xiaoji muttered with a mix of pride and teasing, her eyes filling with admiration as she watched Chuan's righteous and commanding figure in the video. She couldn't help but recall the moment she first met Chuan last night. Gentle, confident, and radiant. That was her first impression of Chuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to let him walk her home while she was tipsy. Then came the shamelessness. He whispered seductive sweet nothings while carefully and steadily peeling off her clothes. And finally, pure smooth talking. Not just because he called her sister, you can fill in the rest yourself. And now, Yun Xiaoji understood this little man even better. Clever, adept at leveraging his strengths, skilled at manipulating hearts. Had Chuan defended himself sternly last night, even if the truth came out, he would have garnered at most mixed reviews or worse, been branded merciless when justified by righteous keyboard warriors. Unbeknownst to herself, Yun Xiaoji's heart had already flown away with Chuan. Ring ring ring. The sudden call startled her. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Yang Fen calling. Yun Xiaoji's face flushed instantly, overcome by a guilty conscience. "Xiaoji, you lazybones, still sleeping?" Yang Fen's smiling face appeared on the screen, teasing her playfully. "Sis Yangfen, I'm not feeling well. I think I'll take another day off," Yun Xiaoji said in a seemingly whiny tone. Alright. Your health comes first." Yangfen laughed. "That little brat came home yesterday and actually claimed he slept with you. I didn't believe him, so I came to ask you myself." Xiaoji's face flushed even redder, but thankfully the dim room hid her blush. She silently cursed, "That little rascal. He'll say anything." "Sis Yangfen, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, getting shy now?" Yangfen laughed even harder, half joking, half worried. "Come on, you're not exactly young anymore. You get embarrassed over a joke? When are you ever going to find a man? 35. How much longer do you plan to put it off?" "I don't want to find one, I'm still young." Yun Xiaoji replied awkwardly. "You." Yangfen sighed helplessly. Seeing Yun Xiaoji clearly didn't want to talk about it, she dropped the subject. "Come hang out this afternoon. Shanshan's in Shanghai." "Really? Great." Yun Xiaoji agreed happily. Shanshan's arrival meant the long-separated trio of best friends could finally reunite. Meanwhile, Chuan drove his Porsche 911 out of a shopping mall. His first stop was the bank, where he withdrew $1,000,000 in cash and stuffed it into his bag ready to show off at any moment. "It might be a bit tacky, but at least it's money I worked hard for." Chuan patted the steering wheel and muttered to himself with solemnity, "From now on, your name is Chastity." His phone rang. Chuan pressed the answer button with a look of disgust. A deep, booming voice bellowed from the other end, "Holy! Brother Chuan, you're ing famous. Like I need you to tell me? Spit it out if you got something to say, or crawl back into your hole." Got it. The voice chuckled lewdly. "Brother Chuan, I've got my eye on a girl from another department. Can you hook me up?" "No. Go to hell." The moment he heard it was about a girl, Chuan grew even more disgusted. "Brother Chuan. No, Dad. I really like her. You can't refuse to help me." Chapter 6. Oil Thief? The call was from Li Ming. He was Chuan's roommate and a total suck-up. Having just turned 20, Chuan wasn't only a top-tier rich kid but also a sophomore in the engineering college at Magic City University. As for Li Ming, Chuan had every reason to despise him. This guy couldn't walk past a woman without hitting on her. Every single girl he knew, regardless of looks, height, weight, or anything else, was subjected to his advances. In Li Ming's words, he called it casting a wide net. But Chuan and his two other roommates always mocked him, "Bull, casting a wide net. It's just because you can't get anyone. Your net's full of holes, it doesn't matter how wide you cast it." Now that he'd set his sights on yet another girl, Chuan was at a loss for words. But since she called him daddy, he couldn't just ignore this dim-witted son. After hanging up, Chuan turned his car around and picked up Li Ming outside a small restaurant. "Holy! Brother Chuan! A Porsche 911? When did you get such a luxury car?" The moment they met, Li Ming excitedly pounced on him, firing off questions left and right before whipping out his phone and snapping away like crazy. Chuan kicked him squarely in the butt and snapped, "Get lost! Stay away from my manhood! Brother Chuan! Brother Chuan! Let me take a proper selfie!" Li Ming clung to the hood, refusing to let go. After snapping another selfie, he excitedly posted it to his social feed. #low-key luxury youth. Chuan couldn't help but laugh at this goofball's antics. "Where are Xingzi and Yanzi? Why aren't they with you?" Wang Anqing and Tong Yan were Chuan's other two roommates. Like Li Ming, they weren't locals of Shanghai either, unlike Chuan who could go home on weekends. On holidays, the three were usually inseparable, like conjoined twins. So why was he suddenly an orphan today? Li Ming flicked his bangs and gave a haughty snort. "This young master is on a mission to pick up girls. Why would I drag those two deadweights along?" Chuan gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome. That's my boy Li. Don't worry. I won't be like those two jerks secretly filming your lovey-dovey moments and posting them on the school forum. Hey. What do you know? Li Ming wore his pride like a badge, smirking, "This is what I call iron-blooded tenderness." He even flexed his massive pig's hoof to show it off. Ha 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 ha. Chuan was utterly impressed, shouting, "That's so you." Once in the car, Li Ming acted like a hyperactive kid, peering left and right, touching everything, his face radiating excitement. It made Chuan so mad he wanted to kick him out. After the initial excitement, Li Ming's face turned worried. "Brother Chuan, this car, isn't it a bit inappropriate to drive to school?" Chuan pondered seriously for a few seconds before nodding solemnly. "It is a bit too shabby. Doesn't quite fit my status." Li Ming. This demotion level blow was truly a perfect 10. As they chatted along the way, Chuan was utterly stunned to learn Li Ming's new target was the campus beauty of the foreign languages college. Staring at the 180-plus-pound, dark-skinned chubby guy, he asked in utter disbelief, "Mingzi, where did you get the audacity to be so flashy?" Li Ming replied with a sly grin, "A truly mature man never flaunts his charm lightly." Chuan's mouth twitched as his gaze drifted downward involuntarily. 3-centimeter charm? Feeling insulted, Li Ming shouted, "Brother Chuan. Are you looking down on me? No bragging rights here, I've already booked the restaurant for our date." Chuan gasped, "She actually agreed to meet you?" Li Ming licked his lips and grinned crookedly, "Of course. After all, I used your photos when chatting with her." Chuan? He immediately spun the car around and headed back to campus. Li Ming panicked instantly, lunging forward to grab his arm. With a voice so cloying it could make anyone sick, he pleaded, "Brother Chuan. Dad. I really like that girl. Please let me meet her. Please, Brother Chuan. I'll buy you late-night snacks for the next 2 years." Chuan stopped the car, veins throbbing on his temples. "Damn brat, trying to pull a fast one on Dad? No wonder he insisted on dragging me along on dates. Turns out without me, he couldn't even get a chance to sit at the same table with her. Brother Chuan. Trust me. She's seriously gorgeous. And she's here for you. She might actually be into you. For Brother Chuan's happiness, I'll step aside willingly. Just let me see her one last time." Li Ming shouted urgently, pulling out his phone to show Chuan a photo. "Go to hell." Chuan's face trembled with rage. He glanced up and saw the girl's selfie on Li Ming's phone screen. She was tall, easily over 5 feet 7 inches. Wearing no makeup, she sported a creamy white spaghetti strap tank top. Her long black hair, still damp, fell casually over her shoulders, the very picture of a beauty fresh from the bath. Her large, watery eyes fluttered open and closed as she bit her tongue and flashed a yeah gesture at the camera. Chuan's expression remained cold. "Since you're so earnest about it, I suppose I could accompany you." Li Ming's face lit up instantly. He. "Brother Chuan, I knew you wouldn't refuse. Let me tell you, this girl." Whenever the topic turned to women, this guy never stopped babbling. But before he could finish, Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he slammed his foot on the gas pedal. A violent collision followed. Li Ming was stunned, the force of the impact nearly sending him flying. Fortunately, the seatbelt caught him, preventing serious injury. Chuan's hood was dented in, but he wasn't done yet. Seeing the other car begin to back up, he rammed into it again without hesitation. "Brother Chuan. What are you doing?" Li Ming was terrified, his voice trembling as he shouted in alarm. "Damn it! Thief!" Chuan snarled, slamming the gas pedal again. He rammed the front of the car hard, shoving it into a blind spot. Li Ming froze for a moment, glancing at the wrecked car before him, then turning to look at the parked truck by the roadside, its fuel tank still connected to a hose. It finally clicked. He rolled down his window and shouted to the nearby crowd, "Gas thieves! Someone's stealing gas!" Bystanders gradually gathered around. The people in the car realized something was wrong and abandoned it, bolting out the doors and running away. "Damn it! You ruined my virginity and think you can just run?" Chuan unbuckled his seatbelt and gave chase. Li Ming was terrified. Witnessing such a scene for the first time, he froze, unable to think clearly. But seeing Chuan dash out, he instinctively followed. Chapter 7, I Can't Afford This. The man ran, Chuan chased. After chasing for several hundred meters, Chuan began to feel his stamina waning. Having been pampered his entire life, he'd never done any heavy labor. His strength was below average for someone his age. Even during freshman year's physical fitness test, he'd paid someone to take it for him. Yesterday's 20-minute battle with Yun Xiuji had already pushed his physical limits to the absolute limit. "Damn it! You think I'll just let you get away?" Chuan was furious. It wasn't about some grand sense of justice, he just couldn't stand seeing someone commit robbery in broad daylight. In broad daylight, on the main street, you're more brazen than me? And what's more, he'd sacrificed his own dignity to stop this little thief. How could he possibly let him get away so easily? No choice. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the system store. Yesterday, while exploring the system store, he'd spotted a pill called Strength Enhancer that boosted the user's physical stamina. Its price was exactly 10,000 Playboy points. At the time, Chuan had dismissed it as useless and was eager to adopt a pet, so he hadn't redeemed it. But now, it seemed he had no choice but to redeem it. Ding! Host has spent 10,000 Playboy points to exchange for one strength pill. A jet black pill materialized in his hand, emitting a faint fragrance. Chuan swallowed it in one gulp, feeling a warm current surge rapidly from his lower abdomen, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. Awesome! He instantly felt his energy surge to the brim. His entire body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. If he ever encountered Yun Xiaoji again, he wouldn't settle for just 20 minutes of discipline before letting this little vixen off the hook. Think you can run from me? Chuan planted his feet and shot forward like a spring-loaded missile. The man was utterly horrified. Is this even human or some kind of flea? How the hell can he jump that far? Before he could process it, Chuan plummeted from the sky and landed squarely on top of him. Run! Keep running, you bastard! Chuan wore a cold grin as he lifted his hips and slammed down hard again. The man wailed at the top of his lungs, "Assault! Assault!" His cries for help drew a crowd. Witnessing Chuan's violent outburst, several men rolled up their sleeves and closed in. "You oil-stealing thief! You still have the nerve to scream?" Chuan slapped him hard across the face, then stood up and addressed the crowd. "Everyone! This is a little thief who stole oil. I caught him red-handed." The crowd paused in surprise. After a moment, an older man stepped forward hesitantly. "How can we believe you? If he was a thief, they wouldn't feel sympathy for the man, they'd cheer Chuan's actions instead." The man wailed, "Don't believe him. Don't believe him. He was having an affair with my wife. I caught him red-handed. Not only does he feel no shame, but he tried to kill me." Chuan burst out laughing and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Damn, bro, you sure can spin a yarn. Your mind works so fast? You should be telling jokes under the overpass, what a waste." With that, he grabbed the man by the collar and addressed the others. "You don't have to take my word for it. I'll take you to where he stole the oil. You'll see for yourselves." With that, the crowd was mostly convinced. They followed Chuan toward the scene of the crime. Along the way, they pulled out their phones to record the scene. A young man who looked barely 20 was carrying a burly middle-aged man like he was a little chicken. No dramatic setup needed, this scene alone was thrilling enough. The man, held aloft by Chuan, looked utterly helpless, tears welling in his eyes. What the hell kind of person was this? Crashing his 3 million yuan Porsche into my used Passat? No amount of money justifies such a ridiculous act. So what if he hit me? I'd already run this far away, and he still chased me relentlessly? Anyone watching would think it was a bloody vendetta. Not only chasing me, but actually hitting me? Dude! I just stole some gas, did it really have to be this brutal? Li Ming sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He stood up, ready to chase after Chuan again, when he saw Chuan returning with something in his hands. And behind him? A whole damn mob of people. Holy! Is that even a person? As he got closer, he realized Chuan was carrying a middle-aged man in his arms. The sight made him curse out loud. Then, Li Ming was overcome with emotion. His entire body began to tremble violently, as if electrified. The association's leader strode at the front, carrying the traitor's corpse. Behind him trailed a swarm of underlings, all intent on avenging their beloved woman. Li Ming instantly imagined a melodramatic Hong Kong-style plot unfolding, instinctively casting himself in Chuan's role. How incredibly badass was that? "Kill!" he roared involuntarily, startling everyone around him. Chuan kicked him in the shins with a scowl. "Why the hell did you crawl out of the car? What the hell are you doing?" The kick snapped Li Ming back to reality. Scratching his head, he chuckled awkwardly. "Chuan. Brother Chuan, I was worried you couldn't handle this alone." The moment Chuan charged down, he was terrified, but his first instinct was still to help Chuan. But it was hopeless. He was simply too overweight. His athleticism lagged far behind Chuan, that pampered rich kid. After barely 2 steps, his calves trembled, and he could barely stand steady. Chuan shot him a disdainful look before abandoning him in front of the 2 crashed cars. "We were passing by earlier and happened to see him stealing fuel, so we drove him into a corner. He abandoned his car when he realized he couldn't escape by driving. That's why I chased him. There's still a tube stuck in that truck's fuel tank, and my car has a dashcam. We have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. What else could you possibly say for yourself?" Chuan explained the situation to everyone, then fixed the little thief who'd stolen the fuel with a cold stare. The man immediately dropped to his knees and began banging his head on the ground. "Brother! I was wrong, brother. I'll never steal fuel again. Please spare me this time." At that moment, the truth was undeniable. What a righteous act. This guy is so badass. It gave me goosebumps. What's positive energy? This is what positive energy looks like. A tank of gas might not cost much, but you absolutely can't turn a blind eye to something like this. Way to go, kid. That's exactly the kind of tough approach these people deserve. The crowd erupted into applause, loudly cheering Chuan's actions. Even Li Ming, who had been accompanying him, couldn't help but lift his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Chuan sneered coldly, "You don't need to apologize to me. You should apologize to the truck's owner." The man shook his head repeatedly, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "It's not about the gas, bro. I can't afford to pay for your Porsche." Chapter 8, Can You Count? Caw, caw, caw. If there were animation effects at this moment, one could surely see crows flying overhead. The man's words plunged the entire scene into an eerie silence. "Don't even bring it up. Just thinking about it makes me furious." Chuan rolled up his sleeves and yanked the man's collar viciously. "My virginity lasted barely a day before you ruined it. I'd love to beat the crap out of you." Chuan felt a pang of heartache. It wasn't about the money, it was because this Porsche held immense sentimental value. "Once it's fixed, I'll never drive it again. Vehicle, don't worry. This is the first and last time. From now on, I'll protect you with my life. Not a single scratch will touch you," he silently vowed to himself. Li Ming's expression was blank. He had just posted a series of photos with the Porsche on his social media, thinking about begging Chuan to lend him the car to show off. He never imagined this would happen. Li Ming's heart ached no less than Chuan's. Only then did the onlookers realize that Chuan had actually used his 3 million yuan luxury car to violently stop the fuel thief. What the hell? Everyone was stunned. The looks they gave the fuel thief shifted from disgust to pure sympathy. Judging by the damage to the car, a full repair would likely cost at least 100,000 yuan. Stealing some fuel just cost him a decade's worth of hard work. It was truly pitiful. Some gawkers, relishing the drama, even rushed to take photos beside Chuan's car, posting on social media. Hashtag 3 million yuan luxury car confronts gas thief. Material value has price, justice is priceless, hashtag. It made Chuan so furious he wanted to slap them across the face. Soon, sirens blared as police cars rapidly approached. A group of security officers got out of their vehicle. After hearing the details, they looked at the petty thief with pity. "Ahem, sir," an older security officer stepped forward, pointing at the thief and addressing Chuan, "He takes full responsibility for this incident. What compensation would you require?" Chuan fumed, "Compensation? Can he even afford it? It's not about the money. This bike was the first gift my girlfriend ever gave me. It holds immense sentimental value." The security guard was stunned. After a moment, he asked, as if confirming, "Sir, are you saying no need for him to pay? I'll fix it myself." Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Even if he had the money to fix it for me, I wouldn't trust him. How could he entrust his own integrity to another man?" Whoa! A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Though Chuan hadn't singled anyone out in that moment, they all felt profoundly insulted. His gaze, his tone, it was as if he were saying, Sorry, I'm not targeting you personally. I just want to say, everyone here is a broke ass." If their initial impression of Chuan had been one of righteousness and straightforwardness, now they had no choice but to add another label to him, arrogant and domineering. Only the little thief was overcome with gratitude, banging his head 3 times on the ground in a loud thud. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. I'll change my ways. I'll get a real job. I'll never steal or do anything shady again. Your life is your own. It's none of my business." Chuan couldn't be bothered to say more. He motioned for Li Ming to get in the car, and they drove off under the admiring yet envious stares of the crowd. "Brother Chuan, you're amazing," Li Ming exclaimed sincerely from the car. Chuan sighed, "Too bad I'm stuck with a useless son like you." Li Ming showed no shame whatsoever, grinning cheekily as he leaned in. "Dad, take me flying. Fly my ass." Chuan impatiently shoved him aside. Ding. Hosts Playboy points plus 15,000. Oh? A whopping 15,000 points of Playboy value? Chuan froze for a moment, his mood instantly brightening. Losing one's virtue wasn't terrifying, what was terrifying was that virtue failing to realize its worth. But how did I get 15,000 Playboy points? I didn't spend a single penny today. He froze, then burst out laughing at his own thought. Damn it. You crashed a 3 million yuan Porsche into a 100,000 yuan Passat and still have the nerve to say you didn't splurge? When he drove the car to the dealership, the staff were stunned speechless by its wrecked state. Did this thing go to a bumper car park? What kind of accident could possibly wreck it like this? Chuan ignored them and went straight to the after-sales manager. "I want this car restored to its original condition." The service manager froze, stammering, "Sir, with damage this extensive, it's going to be difficult." Thud. 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 Chuan slammed his fist on the table and repeated, "I said, I want it restored to its original condition." The man offered a wry smile. "Sir, even if the manufacturer could manage it, the repair costs alone would probably buy you a brand new car." "I don't want a new car. I want this one," Chuan declared firmly, flinging a bank card across the table. "Money isn't the issue. As long as it's restored to its original condition, you can charge whatever you want. This is an advance deposit." No pin required. If it's not enough, come back to me. Without another word, Chuan delivered his demands and stormed out. His sycophant Li Ming followed excitedly behind. He'd never experienced such extreme grandstanding before. What a rush! Money really does make you reckless. After his moment of awe, he couldn't help but ask Chuan, "Brother Chuan, how much was in that card just now?" Chuan chuckled but offered no reply. Inside the store, the man handling customer service clutched the bank card. It wasn't until long after Chuan and his group had left that he finally snapped back to reality. "What rich kid's son is so extravagant?" he muttered under his breath. After examining the car for ages, he couldn't find anything unusual about it. Is he just not thinking straight? I told him buying a new car would be better, but he wouldn't listen. Even if we fix this one, its performance will definitely be compromised. And what about that money is no object nonsense? I'll be damned if I don't see how much you're willing to shell out to fix this thing. He swiped his bank card and snorted in disdain. A measly $1 million in the account? Is this what you call money's no object? How laughable. Just then, the shop manager walked in and asked, "Shelly, why aren't you working? What are you laughing at?" Shelly pointed to the Porsche nearby, then to the computer screen. "Manager, I got stuck with a show-off today. He handed me $1 million and told me to fix his car." $1 million? That won't even cover the parts. And he wants it fixed? How ridiculous is that? The manager looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Shelly, can you count?" Chapter 9, almost hit the wall. Count? Boss, what the heck are you talking about? Shaoli was completely baffled, his excitement causing his dialect to slip out. The shop owner looked as if he wanted to say more but held back. Finally, he just sighed, patted his shoulder, and said, "Just fix it properly for him. Next time he comes, remember to notify me. I'll handle it personally." With that, the manager walked away. Shaoli scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Wait, a Porsche 911 isn't cheap, but it's not so outrageously expensive that the manager needs to personally handle it, right? And he didn't exactly spend lavishly either. $1 million yuan isn't exactly a fortune for most people in Shanghai, right? He looked back at the computer screen with confusion, carefully counting the zeros again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Whoa! Holy! That's 10 million? Spending 10 million to fix a 3 million yuan car? Little Li's eyes widened in horror, finally understanding why the manager had asked that question. "Xiao Li, can you count?" Ding! Hosts Playboy points plus 500. Chuan left the 4S store, his face blank with bewilderment. Without Chen Sao by his side, he felt hollow inside. Li Ming beside him grinned. "What's up, brother Chuan? Wanna grab a cab over there? But it's still a bit early. My date with the girl is at 6 in the evening, over 3 hours away." He tugged at Chuan's arm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "How about gaming online? My treat. My mom's a total pro. Skilled my ass." Chuan smacked him upside the head with a knuckle rap. "Since we've got time, let's go get a car." Yang Fun, Jin Xiuji, and Ling Xian sat in the private booth of the cafe, finally able to shed their coats and sunglasses. If 3 top-tier celebrities revealed their true appearances, it would inevitably cause a huge commotion. That was the last thing they wanted. The 3 best friends hadn't seen each other in ages and wanted to savor their reunion. They chatted about everyday matters, giggling and laughing, completely shedding their usual dignified celebrity personas. No matter how famous or successful they were still human. Maintaining that refined persona day in and day out was exhausting. Only at home, surrounded by their closest friends, could they feel truly free. Not long into their chat, Yun Xiuji's phone suddenly rang. All 3 eyes darted to the screen, where the contact name read, Chuan. "Who is it? Who is it?" Ling Xian, clueless but instantly excited, was the first to react. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if expecting some juicy gossip. Yang Fun was the second to react, pausing slightly before teasing with a smile. "Whoa. Xiaoxi, you're something else. You only met Chuan once, and he already got your number? Oh my. Could it be that what he said last night was true? You little minx, Xiaoxi. I trusted you as my bestie, and you're actually eyeing my son? Sis Yangfan. That's your son?" Ling Xian showed none of the panic or shock one might expect upon hearing such explosive news. Instead, she grew even more excited. Yes. He just turned 20 a few days ago." Yang Fan replied with a smile. Ling Xian leapt up from her chair, waving her hands excitedly as she urged, "Wow. Little sweet melon. Quick, pick up the phone. Let me hear little sweet melon's voice." Yun Xiuji stared blankly at the phone screen, finally snapping out of it. She never expected Chuan to call her at this moment. Hesitating, she grabbed the phone and started heading toward the bathroom. She was so flustered she even forgot to put on her sunglasses. Yang Fun immediately called out to her, "Answer it right here." Ling Xian quickly added, "Speakerphone." Yun Xiuji shot them a resentful glance, silently praying Chuan wouldn't say anything he shouldn't. But sometimes, the more you dread something, the more likely it is to happen. "Sis, are you home? I'll come over." Chuan opened with the ultimate bombshell. Ahem, ahem. Yun Xiaoji coughed urgently, hoping Chuan would immediately grasp the gravity of the situation. What's wrong, sis? Are you sick? Is it serious? Do you need me to bring medicine over? Mom said you always sleep naked? That's not good, you'll catch a chill easily. Chuan's voice was tinged with genuine concern. Yun Xiaoji froze, momentarily forgetting Yang Fun and Ling Qian were present. She shouted into the phone. You little rascal. You're the one who sleeps naked. Oh. Sounds like you're full of energy, must mean you're fine. I'm not even sure if I like sleeping naked. Maybe you can check next time? Chuan replied shamelessly. Slap. Yun Xiaoyi plopped back into her chair, looking utterly dejected. This loose-lipped little brat, he really says whatever comes to mind. She felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear, convinced she was about to be publicly executed. Of course, none of that mattered most. Yang Fun was still here. She was her beloved older sister, the little rascal's own mother. How am I supposed to face anyone after this? Yang Fun couldn't hold back any longer either. With a sour tone, she piped up, well, Chuan. How long have you known Xiaoji, and you're already so close? Calling her sister like that sounds awfully close. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, followed by Chuan's giggles. Oh. Sisfun's here too? Sisfun, you're not jealous, are you? Sisfun, I miss you so much. Go to hell, you little brat. Yang Fun scolded playfully. Chuan's voice sounded perfectly normal, which made her wonder. Was she overthinking this? But the genuine concern in Chuan's tone just now didn't sound fake. For a moment, Yang Fun couldn't quite figure out the relationship between her son and her best friend. Her son was always laughing and joking around, making it hard to read his true feelings. Perhaps he was just a smooth talker who enjoyed teasing Xiaoji, who could say? Ling Qian jumped up excitedly and shouted into the microphone, Little Melon. Do you know who this is? You must be my good sister too. Chuan replied swiftly. Ha ha ha. Yang Fun, your son is hilarious. Ling Qian burst into laughter, delighted. Have him come over for a visit. I've never even met Little Melon. Sure. Yang Fun smiled as she took the phone. Kid, we're at the coffee shop on 9th Avenue. Are you coming over? Instead of answering, Chuan asked, is Aunt Yun's car there? Ha? Yang Fun froze, instinctively glancing at Yun Xiaoji. Yun Xiaoji also froze before answering, it's here. I drove it over. Alright, I'll head over now, Chuan said. I'd like to borrow Aunt Yun's car. Oh, okay. Come pick it up then. Yun Xiaoji said, sending Chuan the location and booth number before hanging up. Meanwhile, Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. That was close. Chapter 10, the car drives smoothly. Why did Chuan call Yun Xiaoji? Borrowing the car was real, but more importantly, he missed this woman who had him hooked. Little did he know his mother was sitting right beside him, watching him all alone. Thank goodness he was quick-witted, otherwise, he would have really blown it today. As for hiding his relationship with Yun Xiaoji from his mom, Chuan hadn't even considered it. He just wasn't quite sure about Yun Xiaoji's feelings, whether she was acting on a momentary impulse or if she was serious. Likewise, some things needed to be approached gradually, allowing others to accept them bit by bit. Chuan never intended to lie to his mom, but he wasn't about to drop this bombshell on her right then and there either. Yesterday, when he half-jokingly mentioned sleeping with Yun Xiaoji, it was also a test to gauge his mother's reaction and see how receptive she'd be. If she was willing to acknowledge their relationship, that would be ideal. If not, at least Chuan and Yun Xiaoji would have time to figure out how to help her accept it together. In short, he wasn't some naive fool who'd hide behind sincerity, disregard others' feelings, and just bluntly state facts. Putting his phone away, he was pondering how to handle the situation when he suddenly caught Li Mingzheng staring at him with eyes aglow, looking like he was about to turn into a teddy bear any second. Brother Chuan, is your sister Fun pretty? He asked, wiping drool from his mouth. Off. Chuan kicked him without hesitation. That little brat actually dared to plot a coup, trying to take his place as father? Chuan couldn't tolerate it any longer. He hailed a taxi and told Li Ming, find somewhere to sit for a while. I'll come pick you up in an hour. With that, he strode off. Li Ming was left staring at the lingering exhaust fumes in the air with admiration. Brother Chuan is so awesome. When will I ever be as confident and witty as Brother Chuan? In the taxi, Chuan was recognized by the driver. The reason? The viral video of him confronting that unscrupulous old woman. As a taxi driver, he paid extra attention to such incidents within their circle. After hearing about some rich kid throwing 150,000 yuan to stand up for a taxi driver, using the cash to slap the unscrupulous old woman hard across the face, he was thrilled beyond belief, so excited he couldn't sleep all night. People like them, earning their hard-earned money day in and day out, were constantly looked down upon by others, treated as the lowest of the low. It's rare to find someone willing to speak up for this group. How could he not be thrilled? Just moments ago, he'd been wondering if he'd ever get the chance to meet this young master, and now Chuan was already getting into the car. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s chattered away excitedly like a sparrow, mostly exclaiming things like "what a legend," and that was thrilling, leaving Chuan feeling rather helpless. Of course, he didn't dislike the man. No one dislikes an enthusiastic person. Finally, they reached their destination. Chuan firmly paid the fare, threatening that if the driver refused, he'd immediately pull out 150,000 yuan to slap him in the face and make him go viral online too. Only then did he finally politely decline the driver's kindness. Damn it, I really don't want to be the good guy here. Chuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He arrived at the coffee shop on 9th Avenue, climbed the stairs, and found the private booth where his three best friends were gathered at the far end of the second floor. He knocked on the door and whispered, "Girls, it's me." Moments later, the door opened a crack. Before Chuan could even process what was happening, Yangfen yanked him inside and slammed the door shut. "What the hell?" Knocking on the door like we're meeting underground. Yangfen straightened his clothes while teasing him with a laugh. "Oh my god. Sneaking around with three big stars, you have no idea how nervous I was." Chuan hugged his arms, feigning shivers. "You're such a drama queen." Yangfen chuckled, playfully smacking him on the head. Ling Qian stared at her little sweetheart with starry eyes, waving at him. "Chuan, remember me? Hey, isn't this Sister Qian? Quick, give me an autograph." Chuan excitedly rushed over. Ling Qian was another huge star in the Dragon Kingdom entertainment scene, though she was primarily known as a singer, while Yun Xiuji was an actress. As for Mom Yangfen, well, she was simply a force to be reckoned with in everything she did. The queen of Longhua's entertainment industry was just that commanding. Ling Qian giggled at his antics, while Yangfen grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and yanked him right beside her. "Hey, kid. I'm the reigning queen of pop. Ignoring me is one thing, but praising Qian's stinky feet right in front of me?" Chuan retorted indignantly, "Does my sister Qian have stinky feet? No way. I have to smell them myself." He leaned in to investigate, only to be grabbed by the face and given a stern scolding by Yangfen before finally settling down. Throughout the entire scene, Ling Qian was laughing so hard she couldn't get a word out, while Yun Xiuji hid nearby, ducking her head and trying desperately to become invisible. Though she was significantly older than Chuan, when it came to clowning around, she couldn't hold a candle to him. Sure enough, after Chuan's antics, the earlier phone incident was quickly forgotten by everyone. After a bit of idle chatter, Yangfen asked curiously, "Hey, why did you suddenly decide to borrow Xiaoji's car? Isn't the family car good enough for you?" "Well," Chuan stuffed a piece of honeydew melon into his mouth and chewed as he spoke. "The other day when I drove Aunt Yun home, I realized her car was so easy to handle. Then I just got into an accident, and it reminded me of her." Yangfen immediately grew tense and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Xiao Zhiyun and Ling Qian also stopped laughing, staring at Chuan with serious expressions. Chuan shrugged indifferently. "Caught some punk siphoning gas by the roadside. Pissed me off, so I rammed him with my car." This answer stunned Yangfen and the others. After the initial shock, they all let out long sighs of relief. "Just glad he's okay. Next time something happens, your safety should always come first," Yangfen said sternly. Yun Xiuji and Ling Qian nodded in agreement. While Chuan's actions were heroic, one must also consider their own safety and that of their family before acting. Chuan, unusually composed, replied, "Mom, I understand." Yangfen reverted to her playful self, grinning, "Is Aunt Yun's car easy to drive? How exactly is it easy?" "Ah. It's an indescribably ethereal sensation. If I had to describe it, it feels light and airy, like walking on clouds." Chuan answered with a look of longing. "What the heck?" Yangfen retorted, utterly baffled. "You better be talking about driving." Yun Xiuji hurriedly grabbed the car keys and tossed them to him, desperate to cut off the conversation. "If you think it's easy to drive, then go ahead. Here. The keys are right here. Chapter 11, Are You Rich? Then I'll just keep driving forever, huh?" Chuan gave Yun Xiuji a sly wink before chatting idly with the three celebrities for a few more moments. Then he stood up and excused himself. Sliding into Yun Xiuji's Panamera, a faint fragrance wafted toward him. The interior was adorned with all sorts of decorations, including several photos of Yun Xiuji herself. Wow! A girl's car really is different. Chuan tucked away Yun Xiuji's photos, ensuring nothing revealing the owner's identity remained behind. He then floored the accelerator, heading to pick up his little brat. By the roadside, Li Ming grew restless waiting. After buying a cup of milk tea, he began wandering aimlessly through the nearby mall. Coming from a small city, Li Ming was both excited and nervous seeing such a dense cluster of luxury stores for the first time. He darted excitedly between the racks, convinced these clothes looked extraordinary. Each piece radiated an air of nobility. With his vivid imagination, Li Ming couldn't help picturing himself dressed head to toe in designer labels. Wow! Just standing there, his aura instantly stood out. The girls spotted him and swarmed over like bees to honey instinctively, madly drawn to him. What a rush! A lecherous grin spread across Li Ming's face. Then he shook his head vigorously, banishing those images to avoid making any more awkward moves. After circling the display, he finally spotted a pair of pure black dress pants that looked indistinguishable from ordinary brands. His hand trembled as he summoned the courage to flip over the price tag. Price, 188,888 yuan. Li Ming shuddered violently, muttering under his breath that this was way out of his league. He lowered his head and hurried toward the exit. In his haste, he collided head-on with a salesperson. Sorry. Li Ming apologized hastily, but before he could continue walking, the salesperson stopped him. The salesperson wore a mocking expression. Sir, you've been browsing our store for quite some time. Have you found anything you like? Li Ming stammered, No, I can't afford it. Can't afford it? Then why did you spend so much time browsing? Li Ming froze, then retorted angrily, What's the big deal? Can't I even browse? Of course you can. The salesperson snorted. I'll suggest to the manager that customers prove their purchasing power before entering the store. Otherwise, they're just wasting our time. What time have I wasted? Ha! Li Ming shouted, his neck red with anger. After all, he was a top student from a prestigious university. He'd never been looked down upon like this before. His outburst drew a crowd of passers-by who gathered in small groups, pointing and whispering at the two. What's going on? Why are they arguing? Not sure. Looks like this guy doesn't have the money, and the staff got annoyed after he browsed for a while? What kind of nonsense is this? He's just browsing in the store, how does that bother him? Are big brands this arrogant? Hearing these murmurs, Li Ming suddenly felt emboldened. He stood tall and declared, So what if I don't have money? I just want to browse. What's the big deal? Ha! Broke ass. The clerk sneered. That one line left Li Ming speechless, seething with frustration but unable to retort. So what if he was poor? Did he eat their rice or sleep on their floor? This scene was witnessed by Chuan, who had just arrived. Frowning, he approached and asked Li Ming, Mingzi, what's going on? Brother Chuan. They look down on me. They're bullying me. The moment he saw Chuan, Li Ming felt like he'd found his father. All his pent-up frustration erupted. So what if we look down on you? Poor bastard, the salesperson spat angrily. Nowadays, stores increasingly favored hiring young, attractive female salespeople, luxury shops especially. Veterans like him were no longer in demand. Every time he thought about how he had to grovel to attract customers, only to be rejected and have them choose the pretty salesgirls instead, he felt a wave of resentment wash over him. Over time, his mindset had become twisted. Chuan was shocked. He quickly patted Li Ming on the back and said, Hurry up and apologize to them. Li Ming felt a lump in his throat. Even Brother Chuan wasn't on his side? She was just a salesperson at a luxury store. What was so special about that? Bystanders frowned in disapproval, uncomfortable with Chuan's words. Clearly, Chuan was Li Ming's friend. Yet in this situation, he actually wanted Li Ming to apologize to the salesperson? Suddenly, everyone started pointing fingers. Young man, what kind of talk is that? Just because you run a luxury store, does that give you the right to look down on people? Exactly. Isn't this young man your friend? If you won't stand up for him, that's one thing, but why are you forcing him to apologize? We all heard it clearly. The clerk was the one who picked on this kid first. He did nothing wrong. The crowd was boiling with indignation, but then they heard Chuan say nervously, This guy bites anyone he sees. He must have rabies. If you don't apologize to him, watch out, he might come bite you next. Wolf scared yet? Ha ha ha. Chuan's imitation was spot on, and Li Ming burst out laughing so hard he blew a snot bubble. Ha 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 ha. That rabies bit? You've got to be kidding me, that's hilarious. Woof. Holy, that's too damn funny. But. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Damn it, I really don't want to laugh. Everyone froze for a second before bursting into laughter. Chuan's mouth was just too sharp. He even pulled off a rabies joke. The clerk's face turned pale, then flushed red, trembling with rage. The laughter echoed farther and farther, drawing curious passers-by who knew nothing of the situation. The crowd grew larger and larger. Even customers still browsing clothes stopped what they were doing and looked over with keen interest. Chuan stared coldly at the clerk. Don't think I won't mess with you just because you're sick. Apologize to my brother right now, or you'll lose your job soon enough. The clerk roared back furiously. You've been browsing forever without buying anything. What else would you call that but a broke ass? Ha? Did I say something wrong? Whoa. Talk about bold. Chuan suddenly laughed. Calling people broke ass left and right, are you exactly rolling in dough yourself? The clerk retorted angrily, at least richer than him. That single remark made many people frown. Many people, especially the younger crowd, angrily pulled out their phones, pointing cameras at the clerk. They were determined to capture this scene, expose the clerk's arrogant attitude, and rally netizens to boycott such businesses. Chuan, however, watched the clerk with an amused expression. So, in your eyes, money is the only standard for judging a person? Then what happens when you meet someone wealthier than you? Chapter 12, Can you even compare? Why was the clerk so agitated? Did he have some hardship? None of that was Chuan's concern. If you're in the service industry, you should demonstrate professional attitude and professionalism. The onlookers were all seething with indignation, unanimously agreeing that this clerk's attitude was utterly appalling. They all understood that service jobs were demanding like taxi drivers or construction workers. But hardship is no excuse for venting your emotions. Who doesn't work hard? Even Chuan, who started at the peak, had to work tirelessly to complete his studies, guard his virtue, earn Playboy points, and pamper Yun Xiao. Who dares claim they aren't working hard? Many people just don't grasp this point, as Chuan saw in a comment this morning. They mistake their own weakness for license to act recklessly. They take society's tolerance for granted as special privilege. Yet people dare not provoke them, only fueling their arrogance. What happens when you encounter someone wealthier than yourself? When Chuan uttered these words, everyone present froze in shock. A kind-hearted uncle hurried over and whispered in Chuan's ear, "Young man, just let it go. Sales commissions at these luxury stores are sky-high. One item they sell could equal an ordinary person's monthly salary. We're recording everything. We'll expose them once we get back. You don't need to fight them tooth and nail. Yeah. You guys look like students, right? Just leave already. No need to waste your energy on people like this. This gentleman is right. Your families work hard to send you to school, don't act impulsively." In an instant, many others chimed in, agreeing that Chuan shouldn't pursue the matter further. Chuan smiled and said, "Thanks, everyone, but don't worry. Last night, I bet 150,000 to slap that little old lady's face. Not for anything else, but because I couldn't stand how despicable these people are." Whoa! The crowd erupted in shock. Chuan's video had gone viral across the entire internet. Anyone who could use a smartphone regardless of age or gender had seen that video. So the man himself was right here. All at once, the voices urging restraint fell silent. Everyone grew excited, shouting, "Slap him hard." More and more people raised their phones to film. These days, many young people love sharing snippets of their daily lives on short video platforms. If they could record today's video and upload it to their profile, it would surely go viral. Li Ming trembled with excitement. Could it be that today, he would witness the legendary moment of a 150,000 yuan slap in the face? Amidst his excitement, he felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was the one who caused this trouble. While this money might not mean much to Chuan, he had spent it specifically for him. The shop assistant's face also paled. He'd seen Chuan's video, of course. Never mind how ruthless it was to slap someone in the face with money, just that smooth-talking mouth of his would be enough to give him a run for his money. Chuan stared at him and said with a smile, "Go ahead. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself." The clerk instantly backed down. "I'm sorry, I was just having a bad day." Chuan chuckled, "I understand. Everyone has off days. I forgive you." But, he shifted gears, continuing, "I still want to hear your explanation. What exactly was your mindset when you kept calling me a poor schmuck?" The clerk gritted his teeth but dared not erupt. "Many customers linger in the store for ages without buying anything. They waste our time." "Oh!" Chuan exclaimed in realization. "So customers have no right to browse? How else would they know if they want to buy? How do you know they can't afford it? Could it be they simply don't like your products? Or that your service and explanations aren't up to par? Your work hours are fixed every day. Does that mean if we don't bother you, if we let you sit in the corner playing with your phone, it doesn't count as wasting your time? Are you running a business, or just catering to a select few?" Chuan's tone grew colder and colder, ending with a hint of accusation. This matter didn't concern him much originally, but involving Li Ming was unacceptable. He might despise that good-for-nothing son, but others despising him? That was unacceptable. This was precisely why Chuan, despite his domineering ways, remained so popular among the dorm mates. The clerk was driven completely mad by this barrage of questions. He knew full well that many people were recording the incident, and he knew his best option was to back down. Yet he couldn't suppress the anger and injustice boiling inside him. Or rather, he felt he was in the right. This job was unfair to him. His eyes red, he bellowed, "Why should you look if you're not buying? Huh? What right do you have to look if you can't afford it? Do you think being a salesperson is easy? You're here to shop, so why do you only get happy when those show you stuff? Don't I have it hard? Don't I need to hit my sales targets? Those just slip on some stockings and you're happy to pull out your wallets? But me? No matter how I talk, how much I waste my breath, I can't convince you to buy a single pair of socks. Why treat me like this? Tell me, why?" His outburst instantly made the other salespeople in the store, especially the female ones, feel wronged. In the service industry, looks are a crucial talent. How did he turn us into those loose women who can't keep their legs together? Many passers-by unconsciously rubbed their noses, feeling a pang of guilt. Huh? Was it true that they tended to spend more recklessly when dealing with pretty young women? In that moment, many actually found his words somewhat convincing. But Chuan knew full well this was pure sophistry. Maybe statistically speaking, he had a point. But there was absolutely no logical connection whatsoever. Next, with just one sentence, he left the salesperson utterly speechless. You only know you can't compete with those young salespeople, but have you ever considered whether you can hold your own against others in the same industry, of the same gender and age as you? Boom! The words exploded like thunder in the clerk's ears. In an instant, he grasped exactly what Chuan was trying to convey. The onlookers, however, were utterly baffled, completely missing the point of Chuan's message. Amidst their confusion, they heard Chuan's explanation. As far as I know, most male salespeople gradually transition into management roles as they get older, right? Generally speaking, by the time you reach your age, you'd at least be a store manager. Chapter 13, Poaching My Own People. Chuan wasn't just talking out of his hat, he had solid evidence. His father, Dianmo, operated countless such shopping malls, and 90% of the stores were managed by male store managers. It wasn't that they were inherently more capable than women, but rather that they tended to recognize the crisis described by the clerk earlier on, prompting them to consciously seek out management training to pursue career transitions. Moreover, many business owners preferred hiring male store managers. They're more resilient and don't obsess over their appearance like women do. Working in this service-oriented industry is grueling. Moreover, for physically demanding roles like logistics management and warehouse operations, men are generally better suited than women. In short, there are countless paths for this clerk to advance, it's just that he hasn't recognized them or seized the opportunities. Is sales the only position available in the store? Didn't you realize you'd be replaced by these young, pretty girls before you got to this point? You just feel it's unfair, but why not consider this? You're the only man over 50 still standing here selling products in this entire store. Chuan's explanation suddenly made everything crystal clear to everyone present. Hearing his words was like gaining 10 years of wisdom. In that moment, many couldn't help but give Chuan a thumbs up. A young man who looked barely 20 had such profound insight into an entire industry. Truthfully, when they first came across Chuan's videos, they had subconsciously recognized him as a remarkably intelligent individual. But his tendency to prove people wrong with cold, hard cash had been so thrilling and satisfying that many had unconsciously overlooked his intellect. But today, no crude showboating or humiliating displays, only persuasion through reason. The clerk trembled all over. At over 50 years old, tears streamed down his face. But what should I do now? He knelt on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now, Chuan said calmly, flicking his wrist to toss a bank card onto the counter. Tell your manager no matter what this store is worth, I'm buying it for double the price. He fixed his gaze on the clerk. I am now the manager of this store. I'm giving you one more chance. Thank you. Thank you. The clerk wept tears of gratitude. The onlookers couldn't help but want to applaud Chuan. Amidst the applause, they couldn't resist muttering. Well, here comes the straightforward, brute force show of wealth. What the hell are you thinking? Buying this place for double the price? Please, just don't be so arrogant, okay? Is it really that hard to be human? The onlookers soon dispersed. On one hand, the incident had essentially concluded at this point. On the other hand, watching Chuan act like a jerk was just too painful. This guy's spending spree was downright outrageous. It was unbearable to watch. Before long, the store manager returned with his bank card and a mobile phone, handing them to Chuan. Sir, here's our boss's number. Chuan grabbed the phone and declared casually, I'm buying this place. Name your price. On the other end, Dianmo sounded utterly speechless, you little brat. What the hell are you doing snatching my shop? Oh. Old geezer, it's your shop? Well, no problem then. Chuan looked awkward and forced a change of subject. The service quality in your store is really terrible. You'd better put some effort into properly training your staff. Dianmo rolled his eyes. Why does everything fall on me? What's the point of having a manager? Didn't you want this shop? I'll give it to you. You take care of training them. No way, you old fart. I don't have time for that. Chuan instantly regretted his words. Dianmo didn't give him a chance to reconsider, hanging up the phone immediately. I'm so effed. Chuan cursed under his breath. The store manager bowed respectfully. Sir, you are now our boss. May I ask your honorable surname? My humble surname is Chi. My father was the previous owner. The manager looked utterly shocked. So his predecessor had been poached by his own son? Is this what a wealthy family looks like? Impressive. Li Ming was bursting with excitement. The chubby kid, weighing over 180 pounds, clung to Chuan's arm like a little girl, whining, Brother Chuan, can I pick out a shirt? I'll treat you to spicy hot pot when we get back. Go pick one yourself. Stop bothering me. Chuan kicked him away. Mu Zixuan was a recent graduate interning at the store. After hearing Chuan's speech and witnessing his domineering yet incredibly handsome actions, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She couldn't help but step forward and say, Hello, Mr. Chi. I'm Mu Zixuan, the new intern. I hope you'll guide me. Chuan glanced at her. Business attire, a pencil skirt, stocking-clad legs, long hair pulled high into a ponytail, fresh-faced and radiant, with a hint of youthful innocence lingering. "Come to my room tonight." "What?" Mu Zixuan froze, her eyes widening in horror, utterly at a loss. Just as she was flustered, Chuan added, "No sense of humor. Make her official. Train her properly." Li Ming, who had been happily selecting clothes, happened to witness the young beauty throwing herself at Chuan. The expensive outfit clattered to the floor, leaving him frozen in place. A $5,000 suit suddenly lost all its appeal. What was going on? Chuan led Li Ming away. Mu Zixuan stood frozen in place, her head still spinning for a long while. "Young Master Chi isn't just anyone. If he takes a liking to you, you'll never have to work again in your life." The store manager walked over to her, teasing with a smile. Mu Zixuan shook her head and returned to her post without a word. Her emotions were tangled, and even she couldn't quite untangle her own thoughts. After witnessing Chuan's domineering and overbearing demeanor, she'd momentarily lost her head, entertaining the notion that she could climb the social ladder. Handsome and wealthy, who wouldn't want a man like that? Especially after enduring society's harsh realities and experiencing the stark contrast between student life and the working world. Mu Zixuan's craving for wealth had only grown stronger. Yet when Chuan uttered those words, she truly panicked. She certainly hoped to find a boyfriend from a wealthy family who could provide security, but Chuan's demand was utterly unexpected. Mu Zixuan wasn't prepared to trade her body for money, nor did she believe she'd ever sink to such depths. Fortunately, Chuan was joking. He didn't seem to have truly taken a liking to her. Mu Zixuan propped her chin in her hand, torn between hope and fear. Chapter 14, The Mad Prince of the Magic City. Ding! Host's Playboy value plus 10,000. The moment Chuan stepped out of the mall entrance, the system notification popped up. With the experience gained from recent incidents, he had gradually figured out the dog system's nature. Splurging and extravagance were indeed the best ways to earn Playboy points. But the system's criteria for judging his extravagance didn't seem to be based on money, it was based on how many people perceived him as a playboy. Last night, Chuan had earned 10,000 Playboy points by spending just 150,000 yuan. Yet the subsequent 50,000 yuan he gave the driver only earned him 5 points. During the day today, he publicly confronted a petty thief stealing fuel, drawing a crowd of onlookers and earning him 15,000 Playboy points. But his subsequent million yuan car repair spree only earned him 500 points. Look at it this way, spending isn't the main thing. What matters most is spending in crowded places. Having reached this conclusion, Chuan suddenly felt his direction for effort had become clearer. He opened the system store, navigated straight to the exotic creatures section, and began browsing with delight. The cheapest animal is a tabby cat, requiring 200,000 Playboy points to redeem. The road ahead is long and arduous. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He asked the system, will the exchanged pets be obedient? Will we have communication barriers? Ding! Replied a host, creatures from the system store exhibit 100% loyalty and obedience to the host. All are imbued with human language capabilities by the system. Impressive! Chuan grinned, his smile stretching almost to his ears. Not just loyal, but obedient? Sounds like there's plenty of room to work with. Li Ming clutched his suit, his jaw nearly dropping at the sight of the gleaming Panamera before him. What kind of family is this? They wrecked a Porsche 911 this morning, and now they've pulled out a Panamera this afternoon? That was fast. He was about to take a photo with the car when Chuan grabbed his arm. This was Yun Xiuji's private vehicle. Few had seen it, but its existence was undeniable. He wouldn't dare cause trouble for his beloved sister. Once inside the car, Li Ming, who had been chattering nonstop moments ago, suddenly fell silent. He cowered in his seat like a frightened quail, stiff and tense, not daring to move an inch. Chuan was baffled. What's wrong with you? Chuan, brother, is this a girl's car? Staring at the delicate decorations inside and catching the faint, subtle scent, Li Ming's face flushed as he stammered out the question. Yeah. Chuan nodded, looking thoroughly puzzled. But seriously, why are you freaking out like this? You're nervous just riding in a car? You never acted like this when you were flirting with girls before, did you? Li Ming swallowed hard and managed to say, and no, it smells so nice. Bro Chuan, this girl must be super beautiful, right? She certainly is. Chuan thought, his head filled with black lines. Truly the king of the suck-up world, he could sniff out all these details just from a scent. As the car rolled along the road, Li Ming gradually settled in and asked, Brother Chuan, could you maybe? No way. She's my woman, damn it. Don't even think about it. Chuan snapped back irritably. The moment that stinker opened his mouth, Chuan knew exactly what nonsense was coming. Li Ming let out a disappointed "oh." After a moment, he asked again, so does she have? No. She's the only girl in the family. She does have an older brother. Want him? No. The faint glimmer of hope that had just flickered in Li Ming's eyes was ruthlessly extinguished. I could. You can't. With my pathetic state, I'm not worthy of seeing my wife's photo. Chuan's relentless triple blow shattered Li Ming's defenses completely. After that, Li Ming fell into an eerie silence, staring blankly ahead. A full 20 minutes passed before he snapped out of it, his voice filled with shock. Brother Chuan? When did you get a girlfriend? Chuan. You're unbelievable. In the restaurant, Li Ming clutched his phone, laughing like a pig. Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan. You're trending again. You're too awesome. He turned the screen toward Chuan, revealing the video playing on his phone, the footage from earlier that morning of Chuan confronting the gas thief. The video's title read, #Shanghai's wild young master strikes again. Porsche vs Passat, a clash of passion to uphold the light of justice. These bastards are brilliant. Chuan couldn't help but curse when he saw the title. Mad Prince of the Magic City? Seriously? How over the top is that? He quickly pulled out his phone to check. What he saw left him stunned. Not only did the video of him confronting the gas thief go viral, but the one from that afternoon where he fiercely confronted the store clerk, then splurged to buy the shop outright and gave the clerk a second chance went viral too. Every single one of these videos used the title, The Mad Young Master. Confronting the unscrupulous old lady Part 2. The Mad Prince of Shanghai takes down gas thieves in the street. Oil thieving brat regrets his actions, pleads after arrest. Young master. I can't afford to pay for your car. Please spare me. Shanghai's wild young master speaks with righteous indignation, splurges millions to stand by his brothers. Young guy mocked as broke by store clerk. Mad young master retorts, you call that money? Hashtag. Meanwhile, some clickbait headlines were even more exaggerated and misleading. Driving $1 million car like a bumper car, disrupting traffic and assaulting people in public? Does money really buy you free reign? Paying double the price for a store just to get revenge on a middle-aged clerk? Does having money mean you're always right? There are many more videos like these. While the entire internet was hyping up the wild young master, these controversial headlines were highly effective at grabbing netizens' attention. But, while the clicks were indeed generated, the comments sections descended into chaos. Chuan scrolled through and saw these clickbait headlines getting thoroughly slammed. The overwhelming majority of netizens still applauded Chuan's actions. Scrolling further down, he noticed last night's video remained trending. Though its attention lagged slightly behind today's new developments, it was still clearly visible just a bit further down. This terrifying level of buzz. But Chuan wasn't concerned with that now. He just wanted to know where the hell did this Mad Young Master nickname come from? He didn't dislike the title, he even rather liked it. He even felt the name Mad Young Master suited his current state perfectly. But when you give me a nickname, you could at least ask my opinion first, you know? Don't you fear this Mad Young Master slapping you in the face with cash? Chuan thought resentfully, his fingers swiping relentlessly. Finally, buried deep within the scroll, he spotted a video. The title read, #Should justice stay under the radar? Does good deeds need no name? Maybe going wild is the better path. Chapter 15, second-year graduate student Zhuang Xiaoyu. Should justice remain low-key? Does doing good require no recognition? Perhaps madness is the better path. Chuan silently repeated these two lines, momentarily stunned. Amidst the sea of flashy, dubious headlines, this video's title felt like a breath of fresh air. It felt like stumbling upon a thesis titled Exploring the Inevitable Connection Between Online Literature Development and Contemporary Socioeconomic Factors amidst a sea of trashy online novels. Why are you so serious? Chuan was momentarily speechless. Compared to other videos, this one had surprisingly low views. Yet he keenly sensed that this very video might be the origin of his moniker, Mad Young Master. He clicked on the video. The screen showed an exceptionally intelligent young woman dressed in a tailored suit, wearing black-rimmed glasses. Her cascading hair was simply pinned back with a hair clip, giving her an elegant and refined demeanor. Her voice was also lovely, clear as a lark's song. Though seemingly without any special technique, it easily drew listeners in. A description of her appeared on the right, Zhuang Xiaoyu, a second-year psychology graduate student at Magic City University. So she's actually a senior? Chuan stroked his chin, looking somewhat eager to hear what she would say next. Li Ming, sitting across from him, noticed Chuan's serious expression and leaned forward to peek. The sight nearly made his jaw drop. Bro! You're so mean. You swiped on such a gorgeous girl and didn't even share her with me. His indignant expression earned him nothing but a roll of the eyes from Chuan. Crazy guy. All he thinks about is women, nothing else fits in his head. With nothing else to do, the two sat at the dining table and watched together. With less than half an hour until their date with the girl from the other college, they needed something to occupy themselves. The senior student pushed her glasses up and spoke with a slight pout of her red lips. Last night in Shanghai, an incident sparked heated online discussions. An auntie disregarded traffic rules, climbed over a barrier, and ran a red light, nearly causing an accident. With just that one sentence, she laid out the entire incident clearly. No flashy gimmicks, no sensationalism, just a straightforward statement of facts. That single sentence instantly earned Chuan's admiration. Unlike other videos that first bait viewers with sensationalist labels like rich and reckless or moral decay to drive traffic before revealing the truth, she clearly identified right from wrong from the very start. As his admiration grew, Chuan found himself amused. This woman's earnestness struck him as comical after being bombarded with so much flashy nonsense. The video continued. After the incident, the woman collapsed on the ground and demanded compensation from the taxi driver. It was late at night, and many passers-by couldn't see the truth clearly. Faced with such a situation, I believe most people would choose to call the police to clarify the facts, and that is indeed the most effective approach. Zhuang Xiaoyu pushed her glasses up and continued, but today, I don't want to just discuss the issue at hand. Instead, I want to share my own understanding of the root causes behind this matter. As our moral standards continue to rise, a small minority sees this as shackling ourselves. Worse still, some exploit our very principles for personal gain. The woman in the video exemplifies this. The moment the incident occurred, her first instinct was to fall to the ground and demand compensation. For most people, the likely reaction would be to accept her demands, thinking it better to cut their losses and avoid trouble. Even if the police were called and the truth uncovered, this woman would suffer no real loss. She could simply brush it off with a casual remark like, "I'm old, I got scared, I didn't see clearly," and the matter would be dismissed. But what about the taxi driver? After a long day's work, he's forced to spend the night at the police station instead of resting. He'll likely struggle to work tomorrow, and may even be labeled petty or unreasonable for refusing to pay. This incident may seem trivial to outsiders, but for those involved, it's a deeply painful ordeal. Chuan listened and couldn't help but nod. As expected of a psychology major, her analysis was truly insightful. And so straightforward, even someone unfamiliar with psychological concepts could easily grasp her point. Chuan found himself impressed with Zhuang Xiaoyu all over again. Of course, it was because of her professional expertise, absolutely not because she was pretty. So how did our young master handle the situation? First, he spent a considerable amount of time withdrawing 150,000 yuan in cash from an ATM. Then, using money as bait, he gradually guided the aunt to reveal the truth step by step. At this point, some netizens might say, what a hassle. Why not just transfer the money directly? To that question, Xiaoyu can confidently assure everyone an online transfer would never achieve such an impactful result. Cash always carries more weight than mere numbers. Others might ask, if he was in the right, why not just demand the aunt tell the truth? Let me paint a picture. The young master argues his case passionately, producing dashcam footage as proof. Everyone suddenly realizes, oh, so that's what really happened. But once the truth is known, people quickly forget about it. But it was precisely because the aunt roared out the truth herself that this incident garnered such widespread attention, making us realize the hidden essence behind the event. Simultaneously, the young master cleverly used financial incentives to expose the auntie's true motive, her greed for money, allowing everyone to empathize more deeply with the driver's perspective and sparking a powerful emotional resonance. Li Ming looked at Chuan with admiration. Brother Chuan. So that's how you thought about it back then? That's so brilliant. Chuan scratched his nose. Oh. So that's how I thought about it back then. Damn, I'm awesome. At the end of the video, Xiaoyu wanted to say, we revere virtue, but we will never bow to greed. Our tolerance is not a license for their recklessness. This young master used his wealth to bully others, yet he boldly exposed the truth. I'd call that the best kind of reckless. Well said. Chuan couldn't help but want to applaud her. Suddenly, he felt this was exactly what a soulmate should be like. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Chuan assumed it was that good-for-nothing Li Ming causing trouble again. Without turning his head, he snapped, what? After a few seconds of silence, a clear, pleasant, and slightly puzzled sweet voice sounded by his ear. Is this Chuan? Chapter 16, I wanna hire a tutor. Is that you, Chuan? The voice was cool and crisp, yet refreshing like mint. Chuan and Li Ming, who had been buried in their phones, instantly perked up. With a swift jerk, they lifted their heads toward the source of the voice. Before them stood a youthful girl with cascading black hair. Though dressed in nothing more than an ordinary beige short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts, she possessed a beauty that left one breathless. Her large almond-shaped eyes were undeniably cute, yet her entire aura radiated an aloof, unapproachable chill. Li Ming jumped to his feet so abruptly he knocked over his chair. Wiping his mouth, he gushed like a total suck-up, hello, senior. Look at you, such a pathetic sight. Chuan shot him a disdainful glance before secretly swallowing hard and smiling. It's me. Sit down and let's talk. He still had no idea what excuse his little brother had used to get the campus beauty from another faculty to meet up. Could it really be just because he used my photo? TSK, that damn charm. Li Shuka sat down across from Chuan and glanced at Li Ming with some confusion. And who might this be? Oh, just a freeloader. Ignore him. Chuan replied decisively. Li Ming shot him a resentful look, silently sipping his fruit drink through a straw while stealing glances at Su Curson every 2 seconds. The campus beauty of the other college truly lives up to her reputation. Damn, she's gorgeous. After ordering, Chuan, with nothing else to do, fixed his gaze on Su Curson and smiled. You look quite different from your photos. Before meeting you, I imagined you as this innocent, cute little girl. Li Curson lifted the corners of her mouth slightly, countering without backing down. You look quite different from our chats too. Before meeting you, I thought you were one of those little men with otaku tendencies who can't walk past a girl without stopping. Your impression is correct. That wasn't me. Some jerk stole my photos and my name. Chuan's mouth twitched as he slumped lazily back into his chair. Maybe adding pretty before girl would be more accurate. Su Curson chuckled and dropped the subject. She turned serious. Where exactly is this part-time job you mentioned? Chuan froze. What part-time job? Li Curson frowned, explaining patiently, you know, the English tutoring gig you mentioned? The one with great pay? You insisted we meet in person before telling me about it? Chuan shot Li Ming a fierce glare, but Li Ming was too busy admiring the beauty to notice. How many traps has this son of a dug for me? After a moment's thought, Chuan's mouth twisted into a suggestive smirk. Actually, he said ambiguously, I'm the one looking for a tutor. You? Su Curson looked surprised. You're an engineering student. Why do you need English tutoring? Chuan shrugged his shoulders. I failed my English exam last semester. The food arrived at the table, yet no one touched their chopsticks. Li Curson stared at him silently for a few seconds before leaning back in her chair. A faint, ambiguous smile played on her lips as she asked, Are you trying to hit on me? Somehow, just that lean of her body made Chuan picture the confident, aloof female CEO archetype from TV dramas. Li Ming was stunned. Is this what the adult world is like? Is flirting this direct? Learn something new. Chuan smiled and said, to be precise, I want to hit on pretty and smart girls. I want to experience what it feels like to hold someone else's goddess in my arms. Su Curson shook her head with a smile. Sorry, I can't help you with that. Chuan burst out laughing. It's a transaction, each gets what they need. On the surface, I pay for your knowledge and time, while you ensure I never fail a class again. As for anything else, that's outside the scope of our deal. Whether it happens or not is my business, I don't need your help. Su Curson tilted her chin slightly, watching him with interest. You're confident and charming, but I'm afraid I'm just not in the mood. That's your prerogative. Chuan tossed the Panamera keys onto the table with a smile, catching the fleeting freeze in Su Curson's eyes but not giving her another chance to speak. Let's eat first. Can't have you coming all this way for nothing, at least fill your stomach. With that, he scooped a large bowl of rice for himself, ladled soup over it, and began eating heartily. Su Curson nodded, choosing not to press the matter. She picked up her chopsticks with grace and began eating in small bites. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, neither of them eager to break the silence. A guy had to maintain his dignity in public, acting too eager made it hard to be valued. Take Li Ming, for instance. Beyond wondering why he was here, Su Curson hadn't given him a second glance. Chuan's table was quiet, but the one next to them was noisy. It looked like a blind date, but the woman seemed unimpressed with the man's income and family background. No house, no car. You earn around $300,000 a year and still have the nerve to call yourself a mid-level manager? My best friend's boyfriend makes more in a month than you do in a year. And you actually want to split the bill? Is this how you treat women? Are you even a man? With your credentials, you have the nerve to go on blind dates? What a waste of my time. You're just a delusional loser, seriously pathetic. The woman's shrieking drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. The man's face flushed alternately red and white, his nails digging into his palms until they nearly drew blood, yet he was rendered speechless by her tirade. Chuan watched the scene unfold with keen interest, holding his rice bowl. He turned to Su Curson and remarked, Wow. Earning $300,000 a year is pretty solid in Shanghai. How can someone with that kind of potential get rejected? Li Curson couldn't help but roll her eyes. I think you're just showing off. Someone driving a Panamera has no right to say that. Chuan gave her a thumbs up. You're a smart woman, even I think so. Your words carry real insight. By the way, your eye rolls are pretty darn cute too. Su Curson covered her mouth and laughed. Chuan, I've realized you've reached a whole new level of shamelessness. Chuan lifted his chin proudly. Thanks for the compliment. I'll keep working on it. Meanwhile, the woman on the other side shouted a few indignant words, completely disregarding the other person's feelings, then grabbed her bag and stormed away from the table. Passing by Chuan's table, she caught sight of the handsome, sun-kissed man with his short, cropped haircut and paused in surprise. When she spotted the Panamera car keys resting beside him, the fervor in her eyes intensified even more. She glanced at Su Curson sitting across from Chuan, hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and walked over. Hey, young man, can I add you on WeChat? Chuan froze, then broke into a knowing smile. You came to me, so don't blame me, okay? He keenly sensed this was yet another prime opportunity to play the cool guy. Instead of pulling out his phone, he patted the empty chair beside him and said to the woman, "Actually, you can just sit right here." Chapter 17, Kindred Spirits? Chuan's bluntness momentarily stunned the woman. After a moment of bewilderment, she sat down on the chair with a smile. The diners all paused their chopsticks, casting curious glances at Chuan. The blind date had already captured most people's attention earlier, and everyone assumed the commotion would end once the woman left. But unexpectedly, she shifted the battlefield and seemed intent on giving everyone a sequel. At the next table, the blind date partner had already been seething with frustration, but had managed to hold back his anger. Now, not only was his blind date mocking him, but she had turned around and started flirting with another man. His dignity was severely wounded. Oomph. He slammed his hand on the table, burst through the door with a clang, and stormed out of the restaurant. The waiter froze, glanced at the woman, then hurried after him. "Sir. You haven't paid yet, sir." Ha ha ha. A wave of laughter filled the restaurant. Coercion paused her chopsticks, her eyes fixed on Chuan with pure curiosity. Though they hadn't known each other long, she could tell Chuan was a man with extremely high standards. The woman before him was certainly attractive, but she was nowhere near beautiful. And besides, she was sitting right across from him. Coercion refused to believe Chuan would stoop so low as to settle for anyone in front of her. Chuan handed the woman a bowl but didn't offer her chopsticks. The woman said with a flirtatious look, "Young man, would you mind getting me some chopsticks?" Chuan raised his voice in feigned shock. "What? Are you seriously here to freeload? I was just being polite." The woman froze, flushed with embarrassment and anger. "If you don't want me to eat, then don't. Why are you making such a fuss?" She instinctively glanced at Chuan's car keys, then forced a calm smile. No, actually, I'm already full." Chuan patted his chest, still shaken. "You scared me. I only invited you to sit down after seeing you were full. This isn't even enough for me. Do you have any idea how much it hurts my wallet to treat those two?" He gestured toward Li Ming and Coercion. Everyone burst into laughter, even Coercion couldn't help but chuckle. Chuan was such a cheapskate. Who only gives someone a bowl but no chopsticks? Moreover, it was obvious he wasn't actually worried about the food. Instead, his words were dripping with sarcasm toward the woman. "Is that how you behave on a blind date? You're just freeloading off the meal." Her lips twitched uncontrollably. Glancing at the table piled high with food enough to feed 10 people, she forced a smile and nodded. Right, you're absolutely right. You drive a Panamera, so whatever you say goes. To hook up with a rich guy, this lady can endure it." She joked with feigned sincerity. "Does my handsome guy even care about this little bit of money? Didn't you care when you bought that Panamera? That cost over 2 million, right?" With that, the onlookers instantly understood. Turns out it wasn't Chuan's looks that attracted the woman, it was the car keys on the table. Suddenly, everyone's curiosity faded, and they started feeling sorry for the guy who'd just been on the blind date. These days, many women on blind dates constantly harp on cars, houses, and annual income, making it more serious than a civil service exam. If even one criterion doesn't meet their standards, it's a deal breaker. Many men have experienced this firsthand, and even those who haven't often see related trending topics online. At first, they thought women were simply not interested in the men, but now it's clear they just despise men who lack money. She's a pure gold digger. Chuan shrugged indifferently. Something like that. I don't remember. Her eyes lit up instantly. He doesn't remember? He can just forget the price of a luxury car? Doesn't that mean over 2 million yuan is nothing to him? Though Chuan might be putting on airs, the woman still responded with admiration. "Young man, you're truly accomplished at such a young age. Not only are you handsome, but you're also successful in your career. You're the epitome of a modern-day ideal man." Chuan nodded smugly. "Keep going. I love it." The woman happily crossed her legs, her high heels and sheer stockings casually brushing against Chuan's calf. "Do you like listening to me talk, young man? How about I tell you everything from now on?" Chuan thought seriously for a moment before replying with a straight face. "I do like it, but your compliments are too cliché. They lose their charm after a while." The woman froze, then hurriedly added, "Actually, I think your good looks and wealth are just surface things. What's truly captivating is your inner self. Your confidence, your free spirit, they radiate an unmistakable glow, like fireflies shining bright in the night." Chuan gave her a thumbs up. "Not bad. You've made great progress." Her smile widened as her fingers, hidden beneath the table, lightly traced Chuan's thigh. "Hey, handsome, are you free tonight? My place has a spacious balcony. I'd love to invite you to stargaze." But a faint yet palpable wave of disdain rippled through the restaurant. Many found the woman utterly repulsive and turned away in disgust. Such a gold-digging, materialistic woman was enough to ruin anyone's appetite. Flirting so brazenly in public, spouting such sleazy, disgusting lines, she had absolutely no manners. Especially after how she treated that blind date guy. He makes 300K a year, that's practically a white-collar professional. And so young, with endless potential. In the eyes of most people, he's a prime catch, yet in her mouth he becomes just another average guy, a loser. Doesn't she even glance in the mirror before leaving the house? Throwing on 2 cheap, tacky silk scarves and pretending to be a socialite as if that makes her one. Fine, you think you're high and mighty and look down on him. But less than 2 minutes later, you're groveling like a dog at the luxury car owner's feet, even saying something like, "Let's go stargazing at your place?" What a ing shameless. Just as everyone was seething with indignation and unwilling to listen any longer, Chuan suddenly slapped his forehead and said regretfully, "No way, I have to go accompany my girlfriend today." The woman choked on her words, then shot him a seductive glance, refusing to give up. "You can see your girlfriend every day. Why can't you spend time with me today?" Chuan spread his hands, looking genuinely helpless. "No way. If I don't spend time with my girlfriend today, she'll dock my allowance. What if she's in a bad mood and takes away your car too? What then?" Everyone froze in shock upon hearing this. They just assumed Chuan was a spoiled rich kid, but now it seemed he was actually a kept man? A gold digger had set her sights on a kept man? Wow. You two really are meant for each other, huh? A guy nearby burst out laughing so hard he nearly choked, yelling at Chuan, "Bro. You two are kindred spirits. Why not just become sworn brothers?" Chapter 18, How much pocket money will you give me? As Chuan revealed his identity, the entire restaurant erupted in laughter. Talk about blind luck. This must be what they call birds of a feather flock together. Li Ming stared blankly at Jiqiu, utterly confused about what he was trying to prove. He's clearly the wild playboy of the Magic City, so why insist on calling himself a pretty boy? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Shaking his head, he pushed those jumbled thoughts aside and returned to admiring Su Curson across from him, his expression utterly smitten. Su Curson tilted her head slightly toward Chuan, her beautiful eyes blinking as she roughly guessed what he was up to. Even so, she was still eagerly anticipating the next act. She'd never met anyone as entertaining as Chuan. Faced with everyone's laughter, Chuan showed no annoyance. Instead, he gave the big brother a thumbs up and grinned, "Damn, bro. You've got some ideas." The gold digger froze, then shot to her feet, glaring at Chuan. "So the car isn't yours? You're just some sugar daddy's toy boy? Put. You're broke, so why are you acting like a big shot? And you have the nerve to ask me to compliment you? My ass. You shameless. What a waste of my time. If you have a girlfriend, don't come messing with me." She hurled insults, grabbed her bag, and stormed off. The crowd burst into laughter, teasing Chuan, "Hey, kid, got you good, huh? She was only after your fancy car. You actually thought she was into you? Whoa. Just a moment ago you said you didn't mind her having a boyfriend, and now you're flipping out so fast? At least keep up the act, don't be so obvious. Guys, this dude is so out of touch. He got a free meal of compliments, but didn't even offer her a single grain of rice. Hilarious." Chuan ignored the laughter, staring at the woman's retreating figure. With genuine regret, he said, "I'm sorry. I really wanted to say yes, but I genuinely have to go meet my girlfriend today. She's so clingy, it's no fun at all. Not like you willing to make me laugh and genuinely compliment me. But what can I do? She gives me 50 grand a month in spending money. If I upset her, I'd be broke. 500,000. The restaurant suddenly fell into an eerie silence, everyone stunned by the amount Chuan had blurted out. These days, is being a pretty boy really that lucrative? 50,000 a month, that's 6 million a year. And that was just pocket money, tax-free, no less. Almost simultaneously, many young men unconsciously pulled out their phones and stared at their pitch-black screens. Could I pull that off? If you know anyone, could you hook me up? The gold digger froze in her tracks, her neck turning like a rusty machine, jerking slowly to face Chuan. Her expression blank, she stammered, "How much?" Chuan propped his chin in his hand, a look of worry on his face. 50,000. She's been getting clingier lately, and she said if I behave myself, she'll double my allowance. The gold digger was dumbfounded, her mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a duck egg. The richest sugar daddy she'd ever hooked up with only gave her 100,000 a month. And whenever the topic of buying a house or a car came up, he'd shake his head faster than a 5-speed electric fan. But Chuan actually got to enjoy such extravagant treatment? Not only did he get to drive a Panamera, but he also had such a hefty allowance? Why is the gap between people so huge? We all have one nose and 2 eyes, what makes you so much better than me? She froze for a few seconds, forced a smile, and returned to her seat. Do you think I'm interesting, little brother? Do you like interesting girls? She asked, pursing her lips coquettishly. Chuan sighed deeply and replied, actually, the kind of girl I like most is one who is kind-hearted and never judges people with prejudice. I've met many girls. They see me handsome, confident, humorous, kind-hearted, pure as jade, and driving a sports car and swarm around me like bees to honey or flies to dung, all overly enthusiastic. But the moment they heard I had a girlfriend, they instantly changed their tune, looking at me with nothing but contempt. Is it my fault I have a girlfriend? Is it my fault I have a wealthy girlfriend who constantly cries and begs to buy me houses and cars? Who knows the immense pressure I carry every day? He said with a look of deep grievance. Hearing this, the crowd instantly grew restless. They'd never seen anyone so shamelessly hypocritical before. And Chuan was clearly just showing off. Could a freeloader really be this arrogant? If you can't handle it, why don't you hand her over to me? The gold digger's mouth twitched at the words, and she desperately wanted to stand up and slap him. But remembering that $500,000 and the possibility it could become $1 million, she forced a sympathetic smile and said, "Yeah. Everyone has their own struggles. I totally get it. Actually, I'm exactly the kind of girl you described, someone who never judges others based on appearances. To me, loving someone should be pure and simple, no matter what job they do or how they live their life. That's what I believe love should be." "Really?" Chuan stared at her, his eyes sparkling. "Absolutely." The woman nodded earnestly. Coercion took small bites of her food, smiling as she watched Chuan put on his act. As for what Chuan said, she wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. Oh, there was one thing she believed. He drives a sports car. Chuan was so touched he was nearly in tears, while the bystanders were so frustrated they could barely contain themselves. What the hell kind of burden is that? What the hell kind of love is this? A sarcastic pretty boy and a gold digger who spouts it without a second thought. Please, just stop flaunting it, okay? Seeing you two like this makes me feel like life isn't worth living. The gold digger gazed at Chuan with feigned sincerity, declaring with deep emotion, "I totally get you. Just like how people always think I'm greedy, that I'm some kind of materialistic girl. But really, I just want to find genuine love in this cold world, to find a reliable man. I suddenly realized you're just like me, enduring strange stares while silently moving forward." Chuan trembled with emotion, leaping to his feet with a sharp snap. "Let's go. To your place to watch the stars," he declared firmly. "All right," the gold digger beamed with delight. "Ha! Think I can't reel you in? Piece of cake." Just then, Chuan froze, his expression turning serious. "Wait, I have one more crucial question. If I become your boyfriend, how much allowance would you give me?" Chapter 19, You're the Wild Young Master? If I become your boyfriend, how much pocket money would you give me? The moment Chuan uttered those words, the entire restaurant fell silent in shock. What did he mean? Isn't $500,000 a month enough for pocket money? You want someone else to support you too? This, sharing a kept man? Life really is tough, huh? Even a kept man earning $6 million a year needs to take on a side gig? The women were utterly dumbfounded. Chuan's repeated shocking revelations left her completely numb. She forced a stiff smile, her lips twitching as she stammered, What did you just say? Me giving you pocket money? You're the one with all the money, shouldn't you be supporting me? Chuan turned pale with shock, leaping to his feet and pointing at the gold digger as he shouted, "What? You won't give me money, then why did you come bother me? You know I'm a freeloader, and you still want me to support you? Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how much risk I took agreeing to be your boyfriend? If my current girlfriend finds out, she'll dump me. If she dumps me, how am I supposed to afford food? You want me to get a job? Damn it! I've never seen a woman so shameless. You kept saying I was your true love, but now? You won't even give me pocket money. Put!" Chuan shouted indignantly, spitting fiercely on the ground. This dramatic outburst stunned the entire crowd. After about half a minute, everyone finally snapped back to reality, bursting into waves of laughter. Holy! So this guy was secretly hoping to get double-dipped all along? I'm speechless. Ha 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 ha. Bro, haven't you figured it out yet? This kid's putting on a show. Damn. That skill at turning the tables is cracking me up so hard my head's about to fall off. Holy crap. This kid must be drama school trained? That acting was insane. Did you guys catch it? When that girl said, "Shouldn't you be supporting me?" the poor guy looked like he was about to cry. So showy, so showy. Holy crap. Ha 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 ha. Bro, you've got me covered for laughs this whole year. Coercion covered her mouth lightly, unable to stop laughing either. Though she'd long seen through Chuan's intentions and anticipated the outcome. But when it actually happened, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yet amidst the laughter, she couldn't help but think Chuan was being downright despicable. So what if she's materialistic? What business is it of yours? Did you really have to make a spectacle of her like that in front of everyone? The moment money entered her thoughts, the smile faded from Coercion's brow, and she sighed silently within. She needed money too. If not for that, she wouldn't have agreed to dine with a complete stranger just for a part-time job with decent pay. But unlike that gold digger, she wouldn't chase money without any principles. That was precisely why, even though Chuan offered her a tutor position as an excuse, she refused to accept it. They were all adults here who knew what kind of tutoring he was really talking about. Her face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. Only now did she realize Chuan had been toying with her all along. Her voice trembled with fury as she retorted indignantly, "Are you out of your mind? What the hell did I ever do to you to deserve this humiliation? Don't you have a shred of conscience?" Chuan chuckled, dropping the act. With utter disdain, he retorted, "Did the guy you just went on a blind date with do something to you? That he deserved to be called a loser in front of everyone? You never once considered how your words might affect others, and now you have the nerve to demand I consider your feelings? You wanted to know why I'm showing you up? I'll tell you I can't stand the sight of you. Is that reason good enough for you? Yes. Well said. A young man leapt to his feet, clapping wildly for Chuan. Chuan grinned wickedly at him. Bro, looks like you've been through some rough stuff, huh? The guy froze instantly, bad memories flooding back, and his smile vanished. Ha 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 ha. But the laughter didn't fade, it simply shifted to the faces of the other patrons. The gold digger's chest heaved with fury as she gritted her teeth. Humph. What good is a sharp tongue? You're still just a freeloader. I may love money, but at least I have my own job. I don't depend entirely on a man. And you? You may drive a sports car and live off others' generosity, but none of this is something you earned with your own hands. Chuan picked up his phone and said with a smile, don't get so worked up. Let me take this call first. He pressed the speakerphone button as he spoke. On the other end, the voice of the luxury boutique manager from earlier that afternoon came through. Mr. Chi, according to the rules set by the previous boss, were required to report the daily closing status to him. Do you need that done here? Go ahead, I'm listening, Chuan replied indifferently. Mr. Chi, the store sold a total of 29 garments today, generating sales of 6,490,000 yuan. Both the quantity sold and the total sales amount significantly exceeded yesterday's figures. I reviewed today's detailed sales data and noticed a clear increase in sales volume during the afternoon and evening compared to the morning. After analysis, we believe it's because the video of you reprimanding the staff at the store entrance went viral this afternoon, generating considerable buzz for the shop. Chuan responded with some surprise, oh? Is that so? Excellent. The fact that you were able to analyze even this shows you've put in the effort. Well. The store manager hesitated before honestly admitting, Mr. Chi, I didn't come up with that conclusion, it was Mu Zixuan's analysis. That young lady who just started her internship here, the one you met this afternoon. Chuan chuckled. Oh, her. Fine. Working under me means rewards for good work and consequences for mistakes. Since she contributed, I'll personally add 5,000 yuan to her bonus. Yes, Mr. Chi. I'll convey my thanks to her. The manager hung up after speaking. Chuan toyed with his phone, smiling warmly at the gold digger without uttering a word. The other customers seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at Chuan. What had the person on the phone just said? 29 garments sold in a single day. Sales of 6,490,000 yuan? Of course, none of that was the most crucial part. The most crucial part was this: the video of you berating the staff outside the store this afternoon has gone viral. Whoa! Could it be? Could this person before them be? The gold digger's face went completely blank, and her purse clattered to the floor. You're young master Quang? Chapter 20, 300 an hour? Mad young master. This moniker, born just yesterday, had become known to everyone overnight. Especially in the Magic City. It could be said that regardless of age or gender, any smartphone user had surely heard of the mad young master's reputation. He berated the unscrupulous old woman and confronted the petty oil thief. Even this afternoon's incident where he berated a store clerk spread rapidly thanks to the name Mad Young Master. The reason this name has become so viral isn't just because of his domineering nature, but because every single one of his domineering acts has been deeply satisfying to the public. When everyone learned the young man before them was Mad Young Master, they could scarcely believe their ears. The gold digger, tonight's leading lady, felt it most keenly. She knew she was about to go viral. Though she'd often fantasized about driving luxury cars, living in mansions, flaunting her privilege online, and becoming wildly popular. But she certainly didn't want her fame to come from being associated with a mad young master. The gold digger was on the verge of tears. Not only did she fail to hook up with a rich guy, but now she'd be mocked and ridiculed across the entire internet. She burst into tears with a wail, snatched her purse, and dashed toward the exit, shouting as she ran, "Bully! I'm done playing with you!" Ha! Chuan couldn't help but laugh at her pouty expression. Suddenly, she seemed kind of cute, huh? Everyone else burst into laughter too, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. In their eyes, chasing money wasn't wrong, but that gold digger's tactics had been downright tacky. If she'd just been flirting with Chuan to get close to a rich guy, that would have been one thing. The real issue was this: you were just on a blind date with someone else, mercilessly mocking them for being poor, and then you turned around and started licking the rich guy's feet. The stark contrast between her actions was too glaring. It was hard not to find her utterly repulsive. Many young people rushed forward excitedly, clamoring to take photos with Chuan. Their frenzy was like those fanatics chasing celebrities in the news. That guy who just swore brotherhood with her was screaming with excitement, bowing deeply with clasped fists toward Chuan, his voice cracking as he yelled, "Greetings, mad young master." He pulled out the highest honor in the underworld. The entire scene had everyone in stitches. One middle-aged man couldn't even stay seated. He toppled right off his chair and landed flat on his butt. Chuan laughed heartily. "Brother, you've got potential. Brother Sworn grinned cheekily. Young Master Quan, with such promising prospects, do I qualify to be your kept man? Chuan gave him a thumbs up, slapped Li Ming's shoulder hard, and declared, no problem. Just take good care of my brother, and you name your price. Gu glanced at the 180-plus-pound, dark-skinned, chubby guy and immediately put on a terrified expression, exaggeratedly shivering as he said, Young Master Quang. Your humble servant is utterly incapable. As he spoke, he wiped the corner of his eye. Money's hard to earn, and as hard to swallow. Ha 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 ha. Brother, don't be so dramatic. I really can't take any more laughs today. Ouch. My sides hurt from laughing. These young folks nowadays, they're all geniuses. Holy cow. If this scene isn't used as teaching material at the Beijing Film Academy, I won't accept it. Li Ming forced his gaze away from Su Curson and scratched his head in confusion. What just happened? Everyone was in stitches. Chuan, feeling exceptionally cheerful today, waved his hand generously. Tonight's tab is on Young Master Chi. Eat your fill, and take home whatever you want. The entire restaurant erupted in cheers. The wild young master rocks. Chuan's announcement instantly sent the kitchen into a frenzy. The waitstaff were nearly frantic, wishing they could carry 10 plates at once down the aisles. The owner personally supervised in the kitchen, wiping sweat from his brow as he bellowed, how many dishes are still left? Boss. 42 dishes still need to be cooked. What? Didn't you just say there were only 15 left? It's impossible, boss. So many customers are asking for takeout. Just now, an old gentleman bought a week's worth of meals for his whole family. Boss. Seems like business shouldn't be too booming after all. Inside the restaurant, the commotion finally died down, and Chuan could finally sit down to eat properly. Su Curson stared at him in surprise. Chuan, is your family that wealthy? Chuan picked up a piece of braised pork and smiled back, asking, what? Is it bothering you that I'm so generous with my spending? Su Curson shook her head, replying honestly, not at all. Everyone has their own family background. If I were in your shoes, I might be even more extravagant than you. No, you wouldn't. I'm only like this because I'm burdened with the historic mission of saving poor animals. Chuan couldn't help but praise her. No wonder I chose you. Your depth of thought is truly extraordinary. Li Curson chuckled at his teasing and teased back. Chuan, could you be any more shameless? Chuan whistled and tossed her a flirtatious glance. Hey, beautiful, wanna hook up? Giggle giggle giggle. Su Curson laughed until she was shaking, her beautiful big eyes crinkling into 2 crescent moons. After the laughter subsided, she picked up a tissue to dab her lips and asked calmly, if I agree to be your tutor, how much would you pay me? Chuan raised an eyebrow. You're in? Li Curson replied coolly, I need money. I need it badly. Chuan set down his chopsticks, his gaze steady as he met hers. Honestly, with your looks, you don't need to go through all this trouble to get money. Su Curson shook her head, her voice quiet but firm. No. I don't want that. I admit, getting what you want always comes at a cost. But if possible, I still want to manage my life, my relationships, and my needs through my own efforts. This answer caught Chuan off guard. After a moment, he asked with a smile, how much do you want? Su Curson hesitated, pondering for a long moment before tentatively raising 3 slender white fingers. 300 yuan an hour. Is that okay? Her cautious manner amused Chuan, and he burst into laughter. Is that not acceptable? Li Curson's wide eyes fixed on him as she declared seriously, I get to choose the tutoring location. No problem. Chuan agreed readily. His promptness caught Su Curson off guard, causing her opinion of Chuan to rise a notch. Arrogant, but not bad. Lecherous, but not desperate. His emotions and thoughts were straightforward. He disliked beating around the bush. She let the corners of her mouth curve upward. Getting along with someone like this was genuinely effortless. The two happily finalized the tutoring arrangements. Having eaten their fill, they prepared to leave. Let's go. Stop spacing out. Chuan delivered a punch to Li Ming's forehead, finally snapping him out of his reverie. Just as the trio stood up, the owner awkwardly intercepted Chuan, excuse me, young master, here's tonight's bill. Chapter 21, Hoof. Clever women are so hard to fool. How much is the total? Chuan asked casually. Well. The owner replied awkwardly, customers have been spending quite generously tonight. The total for the entire venue tonight is 37,600. Whoa. Li Ming sucked in a sharp breath, doubtfully asking, that can't be right. When we come to your place, the average spend per person is barely over 100. How could the total be that high with so few customers today? Boss, you wouldn't be pulling a fast one on us, would you? Making up some crazy price? Quick-witted as he was, he instantly calculated tonight's normal spending should be around 100,000 yuan. Though he looked like a pig-headed guy, he was still a top student from Shanghai University after all. The owner hastily waved his hands, looking genuinely startled. No, no. How could I dare lie to young Master Quang? I'd never want to get fired. Here's the thing, many guests heard young Master Quang was picking up the tab, so after eating, they packed up tons of food to take home. If you don't believe me, come with me to the kitchen. We sold out the entire freezer today. Here, these are all the receipts from tonight's customers. If you don't believe me, you can verify them yourselves. The owner cautiously handed over a thick stack of receipts, terrified that Chuan might refuse to pay if he got upset. Chuan laughed heartily. I believe you. No reason not to. He pulled a bank card from his pocket and tossed it to the owner. There's $500,000 in this card. No pin. If you're worried, we can wait while you verify it. The owner caught it as if it were a treasure. After a moment's hesitation, he still looked apologetic as he said, then please excuse us for a moment. There's an ATM right next to the restaurant. After instructing the waitstaff to bring another pot of hot tea for the three, he dashed out. Li Ming looked indignant. Brother Chuan. He doesn't trust you. Chuan promptly smacked him on the back of the head. If you were the owner, you wouldn't trust it either. Over 30,000 yuan was enough to cover half a month's revenue for this small shop. Who wouldn't be cautious? Su Curson, however, remained expressionless throughout. Even when Chuan spent such a staggering amount on a single meal, her face showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. Chuan looked at her curiously. Don't you have anything to say? Like what? Su Curson calmly countered. Chuan spread his hands and laughed, like, Chuan. You're such a damn spendthrift. Su Curson giggled softly. Chuan, I'm starting to think you're actually hoping I'd scold you, aren't you? Chuan nodded earnestly. Yes. I really do. Why? Su Curson tilted her head, looking at him with genuine curiosity. Chuan grinned mischievously. Because when you get angry, it means my actions have genuinely affected you. Once you're affected, you'll subconsciously pay attention to me. Then I can steer your emotions and have a much better chance of winning you over. But you didn't react at all, and that really made me feel disappointed. Chuan said pitifully. Su Curson's eyes crinkled into crescent moons again as she replied, so you knew I didn't feel anything, yet you deliberately asked me just to make me curious. Why do you want me to scold you? Sigh. Chuan sighed, looking at her helplessly. Ugh. This woman is just too smart, so hard to fool. Meanwhile, Li Ming was utterly flustered. He stared blankly at the two masters sparring, desperate to learn, yet unable to grasp the essence of their techniques. When the boss confirmed his return and heard Chuan say, keep the change, he nearly dropped to his knees to kowtow 3 times on the spot. Chuan ignored him, ushering both Li Ming and the boss into the car. Ding! Host's Playboy points plus 5k. Oh? Chuan received the system notification, his eyes lighting up. He'd only squandered $500,000 just now, barely a fraction of what he'd spent that morning, yet the reward in Playboy points was surprisingly generous. After just one day, he'd already accumulated over 30,000 Playboy points. If he hadn't been forced to exchange for a stamina pill this morning, his Playboy points would have already completed 20% of the Tabby Cat quest. Chuan's mood soared. He drove Li Ming and Su Curson back to school, then after informing his mom, headed straight for Yin Xiuji's villa. He couldn't wait to test the effects of the strength pill. Click. Hearing the doorbell, Yin Xiuji trotted over and opened the door. Seeing Chuan leaning against the doorframe in a cool pose, fist pressed against his forehead and a rose tucked between his lips, she couldn't help but laugh and tease. You little rascal. Where do you pick up all these new tricks every day? Chuan swept her into his arms, chuckling, all my efforts are just to show you what a romantic guy I am. Romp and roll my foot. Yin Xiuji fumed, pinching his cheeks. Watch where you're calling next time. We almost blew our cover this afternoon. Chuan gazed at her with a look of pure mischief. Wouldn't that have been perfect? Then this handsome young man in the prime of his youth would have been all yours, auntie. Sis. Don't try to get away with it after getting what you wanted. Yin Xiuji playfully kicked him, demanding, who exactly got the better deal here? Explain yourself. Chuan feigned shock, crouching on the floor with a tearful expression. Sniffling, he declared, what a heartless, wicked woman. Yesterday you lured me home with sweet nothings, calling me sweetie nonstop, and today you turn it around and say I'm the one taking advantage. It's over. It's truly over. Sigh. Yin Xiuji's face flushed as she lunged at him, clawing at him and shouting, Chuan. I'll rip your mouth off. The two instantly began wrestling, tumbling onto the bed as they fought. While Chuan enjoyed his dream with a beauty in his arms, others were wide awake. Those who made a living editing short videos sat with coffee in one hand and mouse in the other, scratching their heads at the computer. They used to find life dull, racking their brains to collect all sorts of jokes just to scrape together a single video. But now, they had thought last night's move by Mad City Playboy was a fluke, a once-in-a-century gem of material. But today, the Mad Prince has struck again. And not just once, 3 times in a row. Each one had everyone clapping in admiration. They, who make their living from this, knew these were absolutely prime material. But here's the problem, there's no way to fit all this into a single video. No matter which incident they cut, it would break their hearts. Hair falling out by the handful, happy troubles, but troubles nonetheless. Meanwhile, Chuan had already woken up from his warm bed. After washing up, he drove to school. It's Monday already. Chapter 22, can I just take a break? Hey, you little rascals. Daddy's home. Chuan kicked open the dorm door, clutching a bag of steamed pork buns. Li Ming and Tong Yan pounced simultaneously, snatching the buns like starving dogs. Stuffing them into their mouths, they slurred, "Brother Chuan. You're ing huge right now. Keep it low-key, low-key. Hey, did any girls ask for my WeChat?" Chuan scanned the room as he spoke. "Where's Xingzi?" At his question, Li Ming and Tong Yan's faces immediately fell. One snorted coldly, the other spat contemptuously. Their reaction amused Chuan so much he kicked each of them once. "Damn it! What the hell are you two up to this early in the morning?" Li Ming retorted indignantly, "Don't mention him in front of me. I, Li Ming, don't have brothers like him." Tong Yan nodded in agreement. "From this moment on, I'll never forgive Wang Ansang." Holy! Chuan was stunned. Looks like Brother Shang really pissed everyone off this time? No way. If Li Ming was a sleazy jerk and Tong Yan a stinky shut-in, then Wang Ansang was absolutely the one person who brought Chuan the most comfort. An honest, well-behaved kid. The kind of down-to-earth young man who radiated an aura of sincerity from head to toe just by standing there. Chuan couldn't fathom what Wang Anqing could have done to offend these two so badly. Just as he was puzzling over it, Wang Ansang, the center of their conversation, returned. He entered the room with two huge dark circles under his eyes, yawning. Spotting Chuan, he greeted him enthusiastically, "Chuan, yawn. Brother Chuan, you're back." Chuan was utterly stunned, blurting out, "Holy! Xingzi, did you go stealing manhole covers?" "Nope." Wang Anqing, utterly devoid of humor, shook his head and replied earnestly, "I was tutoring Wang Tingting last night. Got a bit late." "Tutoring?" Chuan was completely confused. What kind of tutoring goes on late at night? Li Ming couldn't hold back any longer. He shot up from his chair and pointed at Wang Anqing, shouting he was tutoring at a hotel. Tong Yan chimed in indignantly, "All night long. Holy crap. Who knew the straight-laced type would play the private tutor game too?" Chuan grinned as he slung his arm around Wang Anqing's shoulder. "Ignore those two desperate singles. Come on, tell Daddy all about yesterday's tutoring session." Wang Anqing looked puzzled. "Details?" she asked. "I taught." Simple as that. He couldn't resist adding a complaint. "Wang Tingting's math foundation is so weak. She nearly drove me crazy." "What kind of math problem?" Chuan's smile widened. "How many seconds does it take for the little train to pass through the tunnel? And how long does it take for one round trip? Given a fixed total time of 3 seconds, how many round trips can the little train make?" Wang Anqing stared at him like he'd lost his mind and said, "Brother Chuan, that's elementary math, not calculus. And how could it take only 3 seconds to go through a mountain tunnel?" Chuan froze, feeling like he really had turned into a fool. Li Ming and Tong Yan laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Gasping for breath, they asked Wang Anqing, "Xingzi, you didn't actually spend the whole night teaching her math problems, did you? Did you cover physics and biology too?" Wang Anqing thought these guys were all nuts. With obvious disgust, he replied, "No way. She asked me to tutor her in advanced math." Ha 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 ha. Li Ming and Tong Yan shed their earlier gloom, slumping in their chairs and roaring with laughter, looking like two piles of sludge. Chuan opened his mouth, but in the end, all his words dissolved into a sigh. He gave Wang Anqing a heavy pat on the shoulder. Then, glaring at the two utterly arrogant piles of sludge, he snapped, "You've got some nerve laughing. If girls were actually asking you guys for tutoring, you wouldn't be such losers." The laughter abruptly stopped. Li Ming and Tong Yan glared at Chuan with resentful expressions, looking like two wronged victims. Chuan instantly felt much better. He pulled out the books he needed for the morning and said, "Stop dawdling. We're going to be late." In the vast lecture hall, Chuan immediately spotted Wang Tingting slumped over her desk and walked over with a smile. "Hey! My sister Ting, wake up!" Wang Tingting lifted her eyelids and glared at him, snapping, "Get lost. I don't want to see Wang Anqing or anyone around him right now." Chuan grinned even wider, plopping down beside Wang Tingting and shamelessly declared, "Come on. My brother Shang stayed up all night with you, if not for his efforts, at least for his endurance." Wang Tingting gritted her teeth in fury, snapping, "It was me who stayed up all night with him, damn it." Chuan gasped, "Didn't you trick my Xinga out of the house?" "Ugh." Wang Tingting wailed in despair, frantically tugging at her hair. "I didn't even manage to trick him. Ha 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 ha. It's my fault, my fault. I didn't teach him properly. Sis Ting, don't worry. I'll definitely train him properly when I get back," Chuan declared solemnly. Wang Tingting stared blankly, her eyes void of emotion. "I don't get it. I just don't understand. How can someone like that even exist in this world? I called him out for tutoring, and it was really just tutoring? Who the hell goes to a hotel late at night for tutoring? And I told him I was tired and really didn't want to study anymore. But he wouldn't let me sleep and kept dragging me through problems? I'm seriously cracking up." Listening nearby, Chuan felt like he was going to laugh himself silly. "So that's what happened last night. Chuan? What are you doing over here?" A puzzled voice sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw Ji Meng holding her textbooks, staring at him with curiosity. Hey! Isn't this our class beauty Ji Meng? Want to sit next to Wang Tingting? Come on, don't be shy, take a seat. Chuan casually patted his thigh. Ji Meng's cheeks flushed red. She stamped her foot and said with feigned anger, Chuan. What are you saying? Wang Tingting also turned and punched Chuan, snapping, get lost. Don't you dare flirt with our Meng Meng. Just as she turned, her peripheral vision caught sight of Wang Ansang and his two friends approaching. She shot up from her seat with a start. Tong Yan asked, Brother Chuan, are we sitting this close up front today? Li Ming scratched his head. Hee, Ji Meng, good morning. Wang Ansang, however, fixed Wang Tingting with a stern gaze and said earnestly, your foundational knowledge is seriously lacking. I only covered less than a third of it yesterday. How much of it did you actually absorb? Wang Tingting looked as if she'd seen a ghost. She grabbed Ji Meng and started running, shouting as she went, Wang Ansheng. Can you just let me rest for a bit? Chapter 23. This is exactly what I like. Give me a break, will you? It was clear Wang Tingting had developed a genuine psychological shadow toward Wang Ansheng. Chuan and the others were nearly laughing themselves silly. If Wang Tingting had shouted that under normal circumstances, they would have stripped Wang Ansheng's pants off right then and there to study him thoroughly. Honest folks really are this awesome? But now, just laugh it off. Li Ming slapped Wang Ansheng on the shoulder and said, Xingzi, you're still my good brother. Tong Yen chuckled lewdly, hey buddy, I've got some extra study materials too. I bet you could use them. Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling, I remember seeing a temple posting for an abbot the other day. They're offering over 30 grand a month. Xingzi, I think your job search is over. Wang Ansheng yawned. I'm so sleepy. Freshman year was easily the busiest stretch of college packed with classes and endless exams. The morning classes dragged on tediously. Chuan and his friends hunched in their seats, yawning constantly, barely making it through. In the entire dorm, only Wang Ansheng's grades were decent. The rest of them were, well, let's just say it was complicated. Just as they were laughing and joking their way out of the dorm building, Chuan received a call from the 4S shop. Mr. Chi, your Porsche is ready. Chuan exclaimed in surprise, that fast? Yes. The manager instructed us to prioritize you as a VIP customer and ensure your needs are met promptly. When would be a convenient time for you to pick up the car? All right. This afternoon. Chuan found a perfect excuse to skip class. Combined, his two lifetimes added up to nearly 50 years. Especially after enduring the grind of corporate life, listening to lectures felt like deciphering ancient texts utterly unbearable. Without hesitation, he declined his three stinky sons' invitation to eat at the cafeteria. Chuan sent a text to Yin Xiuji, then walked out the school gate, climbed into his Panamera, and drove off. He didn't drive the car onto campus, it was simply too flashy, and there was no need for that. Yeah, showing off a luxury car in front of a bunch of broke students? Not worth it. Wouldn't earn him any Playboy points. Not long after leaving the campus, he spotted a large crowd gathered outside a small restaurant, with someone in the middle apparently arguing loudly. Chuan pulled over and strode toward the commotion. He swore he only wanted to eat at this restaurant, absolutely not to gawk at the spectacle. But as he pushed through the crowd, he froze in his tracks. Because he recognized one of the people arguing. It was Su Curson, the girl who had eaten with him yesterday and agreed to tutor him in English. The other was a middle-aged man, thin as a skeleton, shouting something in a highly agitated state. Perhaps argument wasn't quite accurate, it was more like the man was yelling at her. TSK. Who'd have thought such a pretty girl was being kept? What's wrong with young people these days? Sacrificing their reputation for a little money. Sounds like this guy is her dad? Sigh. Having a daughter like that must be a real handful. This child is so rebellious. How could she betray her parents' good intentions like this? You don't know a parent's love until you have children of your own. The onlookers sighed with pity, but Chuan grew increasingly confused. He pushed his way through the crowd, frowning, and asked Su Curson, what's going on? Li Curson hadn't expected Chuan to appear here. She paused, then said helplessly, this is my father. The man, his eyes red, seemed not to notice Chuan at all. He continued ranting furiously, is this what I raised you for? Su Curson. Have you no sense of shame? You constantly demand money from home. Have you ever considered our situation? Have you ever thought about how hard it is for your mother and me? Your mom and I are getting old, and your little brother is still so young. Look at yourself now, how can we possibly rely on you? Chuan frowned and turned to Su Curson. What exactly happened? Su Curson shook her head, unwilling to speak. No matter how viciously the man hurled insults, she remained silent. Instead, several helpful passersby stepped in to explain things to Chuan. Young man, you're this girl's classmate, right? Oh dear. Her father found out she's being kept by someone and came straight to the school. Yeah, kid, we've been listening for ages. The girl hasn't denied a single word the whole time, it's obviously true. If you like her, I'd advise you to get away from her while you still can. Honestly, young people these days care too much about appearances. When you reach our age, you'll realize that honestly finding someone you can build a life with is what truly matters. Chuan stared blankly at Su Curson and asked, "You're being kept by someone?" Lee Curson looked at him helplessly. After a moment, she nodded. "Yes." Whoosh. Her admission only amplified the passersby's accusations, though most voices now expressed pity and indignation for her father. Her father, however, froze, his anger flaring even brighter as his curses grew louder and louder. Chuan looked at Su Curson with a hurt expression and roared, "Su Curson! Didn't you say I was the only one who could support you? What? Do you have other men on the side?" Lee Curson paused, shot Chuan a meaningful look, and replied calmly, "I was talking about you. Aren't you the one who keeps bragging about supporting me?" The words hung in the air, plunging the scene into sudden silence. Her father's words caught in his throat as he stared at Chuan in disbelief. Chuan exhaled a long breath, his expression still haunted by lingering fear. "Oh, so I'm the one keeping you financially? Well, that settles it then." With that, he turned to Li Shuxin's father with a smile. "Uncle, I'm the one supporting your daughter financially, and I'm also her boyfriend. If you have anything to say, let's sit down and talk about it." The man glared at him viciously. "Are you rich?" Chuan remained silent, pulling his car keys from his pocket and pressing the button. The sleek, elegant Panamera obediently honked twice. The man's eyes widened instantly, drool nearly dripping from his mouth as he stammered, all right. Let's sit down and talk." "We'll sit down and talk." Chuan nodded with satisfaction, sweeping his gaze around the crowd. "What the hell are you all staring at? Never seen a rich kid before? Get the hell out of here, all of you. Stop gawking like a bunch of spectators." Someone retorted angrily, "What are you so cocky about? Is finding a gold digger like that something to be proud of?" "Oomph." Chuan wrapped his arm around Su Curson's shoulder, grinning arrogantly. "This little master likes her just the way she is. What the hell is it to you? If you're so great, why don't you go find yourself a beauty like that?" Su Curson rolled her eyes. This bastard was such a cheapskate, never letting a chance slip by. Chapter 24, He's My Dad. Chuan's domineering attitude drew disapproving glances from passers-by. What's he so cocky about? Is keeping a schoolgirl mistress something to brag about? Chuan couldn't care less. Sniffing the faint scent on Su Curson's body, he declared arrogantly, "What's the matter? Got a problem with it? What business is it of yours if I pick up girls? Mind your own damn business. Besides, put it bluntly, I'm keeping her. Put it nicely, this young master is loaded and loves spending on his girl. Got a problem with that? Who the hell's spreading these rumors? Keeping a mistress? That's not happening. Ask my father-in-law if he minds." "Uncle, are you satisfied with your son-in-law?" Though he still hadn't figured out exactly what was going on, Chuan could tell that Su Curson's family might have some issues. Her father was seriously off. For most parents, even if their daughter was truly being kept, even if they were utterly disappointed in her, they wouldn't curse her out in front of so many people. Wouldn't they care about their daughter's reputation and feelings? She should be the person you cherish most. Hearing Chuan's question, the uncle hastily replied, "Satisfied." Satisfied. His nods came as fast as a pile driver. The onlookers instantly fell silent. With the man himself saying that, what else could they say? Having worked themselves up into a rage over the spectacle, they muttered things like, "No wonder she's a gold digger, look how greedy her dad is, and what's she bragging about with her measly fortune? Shanghai's full of rich tycoons," before storming off in indignation. Su Curson calmly looked at Chuan and asked, "Satisfied?" Chuan grinned. "Satisfied. Oomph. Little lady, you're mine now. We'll see if you dare get involved with other men now. Let's see if you can live up to the title of trashy woman." Su Curson tilted her chin slightly. "You're a man with strong convictions, completely unconcerned with others' opinions. What about me?" Chuan froze, his face twisted with resentment. "Woman. I shouldn't have saved your ass just now." Seeing the two of them laughing and joking, completely ignoring him, the uncle couldn't help but say, "Sweetheart, shall we go eat first? Dad can chat with this young man?" Chuan looked at Su Curson, who met his gaze calmly. After a few seconds, Chuan understood her meaning and snapped, "Get lost. Your daughter hasn't even let me sleep with her yet. And you expect me to treat you to dinner? No way." The uncle panicked, grabbing Chuan's arm. "Wait. You can sleep with her tonight. You're taking my daughter away, so pay me first." He then yelled at Su Curson, "How hard is it to find such a great guy? What the hell are you playing hard to get for? Hurry up and seize this chance." Chuan shook off his grip and slammed his hand down on the uncle's shoulder. He was a man enhanced by strength pills, incredibly powerful, and his grip made the man's shoulder ache. His face twisted with menace as he spat out each word, "It's not that she doesn't want me to sleep with her. It's that this young master isn't ready to sleep with her yet. Got it? This young master just enjoys the process of chasing girls, the outcome doesn't matter. No matter how hard your daughter tries, it won't make a damn thing. Get lost. When I'm done playing with her and tire of her, I'll give you a sum of money." With that, he shoved the man aside. Su Curson rummaged through her bag for a while before pulling out 2 red bills and handing them over. I'll try my best, she said helplessly. Go get yourself something to eat. With that, she followed Chuan away. Ding! Host's Playboy points plus 2k. In the car, Sue Curson sat in the passenger seat, her small hand propping her head as she stared silently out the window, not uttering a word. Chuan said, sorry, I have something to do this afternoon and can't stay with you. Sue Curson nodded. You didn't have to accompany me anyway. Just drop me off at the mall up ahead, I have a part-time job to get to. She paused, then said calmly, Chuan, thank you for today. But you really didn't have to go out of your way for me like this. Earlier in front of her father, although Chuan's words had been harsh, they conveyed only one message. Lee Curson has no money. Pushing her to the edge won't solve anything. If you want money, come find me. It was as if he'd shifted the conflict between father and daughter onto himself. Chuan chuckled. I'm trying to win you over, so naturally I'll find ways to make you like me. Sue Curson chuckled softly, you keep talking about sleeping with me, and you expect me to like you? Dream on. Chuan retorted with righteous indignation, you're so smart, how could you not understand what I'm implying? I don't need to explain myself, okay? Lee Curson nodded. Of course I get it. You want to sleep with me. You want it badly. Chuan whistled. Since you understand, will you agree to it? Lee Curson countered without a flicker of panic, if I agree, would you dare? She stared at Chuan with a sly smile. Give me 200,000, and tonight I'm yours. Chuan burst out laughing. I'll give you 200,000, but I won't sleep with you. Woman, stop daydreaming. Sue Curson snorted haughtily. Men. So greedy. Not only do you want my body, you want my heart too. Her expression darkened slightly. After a moment's thought, she decided to lay everything out for Chuan. He's my father, a gambling addict. Chuan froze for a moment before replying flatly, so he abandoned his own daughter? Even tried to force her into prostitution, to be kept by someone? Sue Curson shook her head. When I was 13, my mom died in a car accident picking me up from school. Dad got hooked on gambling around that time. Maybe in his eyes, I'm a curse that cost him his beloved wife, a despicable person with no value except to be sold for a good price. Chuan's expression remained calm. That's no excuse. He doesn't deserve to be called father. Sue Curson lifted her head and stared at him, her expression earnest. He is my father. Chuan shook his head, his tone cold. A proper father wouldn't harm his own child. He's nothing but a weak coward. Lee Curson's tone grew even calmer as she repeated slowly and firmly, he is my father. Chuan glanced at her with surprise. After a moment of silence, he said, I understand. I'll help you. Help me? How exactly? This time, it was Sue Curson's turn to be taken aback. She eyed Chuan suspiciously. My dad is a bottomless pit. Even if you're loaded, you'll never fill it. Besides, I don't intend to take your money. Chuan burst out laughing. I said I'd help you, not him. Chapter 25, I must apologize to you. Lee Curson froze for a full 30 seconds before a faint smile curved her lips. This Chuan was truly formidable. She'd never met someone so clever and entertaining. She clearly felt her interest in Chuan growing stronger by the moment. Yet upon reflection, she realized she didn't mind this change at all. She asked with keen interest, so how exactly do you plan to help me? Will you do everything possible to make me hate him? Cut off our father-daughter relationship and never speak to him again? Chuan nodded without hesitation, smiling. That's exactly what I had in mind. Besides helping your father quit gambling, this might be the most effective approach. Sue Curson shook her head with a smile, biting her lower lip. Gambling isn't that easy to quit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this desperate. Besides, I'm already deeply disappointed in him. I barely feel anything for him anymore. But my conscience tells me I should look after him, at least make sure he doesn't starve to death. Chuan cut straight to the heart of it, because you don't want to become a truly cold-blooded person? Yes, because I refuse to be cold-hearted. He's my anchor, this is what I must do. Sue Curson smiled warmly at him. Smart people, especially the rational kind, tend to be rather cold-hearted, don't they? Chuan, you're not just jealous of me, you're afraid of me. You're afraid you can't control me, and in the end, it'll only bring you more trouble. Chuan couldn't help but laugh. True, I do fear you. Until I'm certain of your feelings, I can't take things too seriously with you. Sue Curson tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and murmured softly, have you ever considered that I'm a girl too? That I can be moved by sincerity? Chuan replied, of course I have, but that's not a reason for me to take risks. He pulled the car over to the side of the road and continued, all right, my little beauty tutor, we've reached your destination. Don't rush. We have plenty of time. We can take our time getting to know each other. If you need help, call me. Well, thank you for today, no matter what. Sue Curson gave a sweet smile, unbuckled her seatbelt, and stepped out of the car. Through the window, Chuan watched her retreating figure in silence, his fingers tapping the steering wheel absent-mindedly. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled softly, sensing that life had gained another direction to strive for beyond saving pitiful animals. A girl like that is much more interesting, don't you think? Humming a tune, he started the car. Passing by a fancy restaurant, he stopped to buy a few dishes before driving straight to Yunjiao's home. Sis, sorry to keep you waiting. I got your favorite koshuei chicken. Dinner's ready. Chuan placed the dishes on the dining table and called out toward the bedroom. He no longer needed to knock. Yun Xiaoji had made him register his fingerprint on the smart lock the night before. Tap tap tap. Half a minute later, Yun Xiaoji emerged from the bedroom in her slippers, plopping down at the table and digging in heartily. Her pajamas were wrinkled, with several buttons crookedly fastened. Her face was unwashed, her teeth unbrushed, and her hair stood on end like a little lion's mane. Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Sis, you've got zero self-control at home. Where's that ethereal aura you have when you're filming? Yun Xiaoji puffed out her cheeks, mumbling, what's that supposed to mean? You little rascal starting to look down on me now? Chuan wrapped his arms around her from behind the chair, gently nuzzling her cheek with a smile. Of course not. Is there anyone in the world more gentle and beautiful than you? Before Yun Xiaoji could feel happy, Chuan continued, if there is, I'd really like to meet her. Yun Xiaoji froze for a moment, then stomped her foot in indignation. Chuan's smile grew even wider. His sister was simply too adorable. Teasing her every day was the happiest thing in his life. Yun Xiaoji swallowed a piece of chicken, glaring at Chuan coldly. So you went out to dinner with that pretty girl yesterday? Chuan answered with righteous indignation, what pretty girl? In my eyes, every woman except Yun's sister is a pile of. Yun Xiaoji smiled as she pulled out her phone and played the recording she secretly made, all women except Yun's sister are a pile of crap. She added, I'll be sure to pass that along to Sister Yang Fen. Ignoring Chuan's stunned expression, she instantly dropped her smile and demanded coldly, confess honestly, how many girls have you hooked up with? Chuan thought hard for a moment, then looked genuinely confused. None. Only you, sister? Oomph. Yun Xiaoji scoffed coldly, opening Douyin and tapping the first recommended short video on the homepage. Chuan leaned in curiously, only to freeze in shock. The video playing was none other than the scene from earlier that afternoon, him stepping in to help Su Kurson outside the small restaurant. What the hell? Someone recorded it? You guys are ing dogs? Wait, just acting cool like that could make me go viral? How did it end up on the homepage again? Chuan was speechless for a moment, his little brain spinning rapidly as he pondered a way out of this mess. Although Yun Xiaoji wasn't angry about this incident, she was definitely jealous. If he couldn't cheer her up today, their relationship would inevitably suffer some damage. Yun Xiaoji was an incredibly adorable woman to begin with, and as the first fish in Chuan's pond, he certainly wasn't going to let her slip away. At the same time, he remembered earning 2,000 points of Playboy status back then. Though he hadn't spent a single penny, his Playboy image had already taken root in people's minds. Seeing him silent, Yun Xiaoji's beautiful brows furrowed involuntarily. She felt a twinge of jealousy, but didn't dwell on it. She was approaching 36, while Chuan had just celebrated his 20th birthday. If she wanted to support Chuan financially, his family's wealth far exceeded what she could accumulate in 10 lifetimes. Neither emotionally nor logically did she ever entertain the notion of possessing this charming young man for herself. Originally, she'd only teased him playfully, partly to vent her petty jealousy, partly to test her standing in his heart. Even if Chuan had openly told her that the girl was his girlfriend, Yun Xiaoji would have merely teased him a bit without dwelling on it. But Chuan's sudden silence left her utterly at a loss. What's wrong? Say something. Yun Xiaoji herself began to panic, fearing she might have said too much. Was Chuan angry? Was he annoyed that she'd overstepped? Oh dear. Should she apologize to him first? Yun Xiaoji scratched her head in frustration, unsure what to do, when finally Chuan spoke. He sighed softly, his face filled with regret as he said, Sister, there's something I must apologize to you for. Chapter 26, I won't hold it against you. At those words, Yun Xiaoji froze instantly, her heart skipping a beat in panic. The little man. Could it be he's finally taking this relationship seriously? Although Chuan was her first man, and she cherished this relationship deeply, she knew it was nothing but wishful thinking. Just as Yangfen had joked that day, you're 35 already. How much longer do you plan to drag this out? Yun Xiaoji knew herself well. Before Chuan, she held no advantage neither in age nor family background. Beauty was useless, time was a woman's inescapable enemy. Especially after witnessing the dark underbelly of the entertainment industry, she had long come to terms with it. Unlike most girls, she didn't care much about titles or exclusivity. But she didn't want Chuan to take things seriously. That would make her feel guilty. Because Chuan was a young man in the prime of his life. Because he was the flesh and blood of her beloved older sister. Yun Xiaoji felt flustered, unsure what to say. Chuan watched her awkwardness and chuckled inwardly. How could Yun Xiaoji's little thoughts escape his notice? He offered an apologetic expression. Sis, here's the thing. The girl in the video is the campus beauty from our affiliated hospital. But she's not someone I'm keeping, I'm actually trying my hardest to win her over. Chuan's expression grew increasingly pained as he murmured, but I've tried so hard for so long, using every trick in the book, and I still haven't even managed to hold her hand once. As Yun Xiuji's man, I can't even handle a schoolgirl. I'm such a failure. I've brought shame upon Sister Yun. Yun Xiuji? She'd been frantically trying to convince Chuan not to worry about her, never expecting him to drop such a bombshell. You can't get a girl, and you're bringing shame to me, Yun Xiuji? At that moment, she was utterly flustered. Of course, she instantly realized Chuan was just messing with her. Chuan grinned slyly, shamelessly leaning in to hug Yun Xiuji. He nibbled her earlobe and whispered, "Sis, what's wrong? Are you really afraid I'll say something stupid?" Yun Xiuji was so furious she could bite her teeth off. She pushed him with all her might, hands and feet flailing, but couldn't break free from his embrace. In frustration, she delivered a hard punch to Chuan's chest. "You little rascal! You're so naughty! I'm never talking to you again." Yun Xiuji silently vowed to herself, "If I ever believe Chuan can be serious again, I'll eat my hat." Sure enough. Men only spit out lies when they're not thinking straight. Chuan held her tightly against him, resting his chin on her shoulder. Closing his eyes, he spoke softly, "Sis, I'm a very lustful person. I can't walk past a pretty girl without stopping. I'm also a greedy person. Whatever I like, I want to possess. But I'm not a little kid. I know who's good to me. You'll always be my Yun sister. Next time we meet, I hope you'll laugh with me too, so Mom can gradually accept it. My mom isn't some old fossil. If it's consensual, she won't interfere and she certainly won't judge you." Chuan opened his eyes, thought for a moment, then said with a serious expression, "Worst case, I'll just say I drugged you and forced you into it. Then you'll be furious and wronged, threatening to sue me in court. By then, my mom will be begging you to live with me." Put. Yun Xiuji had just sworn she'd never believe Chuan could be serious again, only to be instantly moved by his words. But her heartwarming moment lasted less than 10 seconds before Chuan's bizarre logic and weirdly twisted sense of humor shattered it completely. The sip of water she'd just taken shot out of her mouth without a single drop left. Choking on her drink until tears streamed down her face, she sobbed and laughed at the same time. "Chuan, can you ever be serious for even a minute? What kind of crazy idea is this? Who just lies through their teeth like that? Good grief. Now he's resorting to drugging and coercion? Is there anything he wouldn't think of? Besides, those were his own parents. Who would treat their parents like this?" Even Yun Xiuji, as the third wheel, couldn't stomach it. Chuan grinned wickedly. "Haha, doesn't this just prove how important you are to me?" He cleared his throat and continued with solemn earnestness, "Though the truth is, you lusted after my good looks, seduced me relentlessly, and threatened to tell my mom I defiled your purity if I didn't sleep with you. But you were my first woman. Even though you manipulated me and I endured immense injustice, as long as you're happy, I'm willing to take all the blame. Don't hesitate any longer. Sister, let's do this. Come on. Let's go tell mom right now." Yun Xiuji laughed until her whole body went limp. She couldn't even muster the strength to get up and walk, let alone open her mouth to curse him. "Don't let me laugh it out." She clung to the chair, refusing to rise, her voice hoarse and breathless as she pleaded. Chuan, of course, had no intention of actually pulling her up. He was just putting on a show to cheer her up. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful young aunt before him, trembling like a flower branch, he couldn't resist gently cupping her cheeks and pressing his lips firmly against hers. "Mm-mm-mm-mm." Chuan looked up. The sky had turned overcast, dark and murky, obscuring everything. Raindrops pelted down on him. Burying his head, he sprinted forward, stumbling through puddles and splashing water everywhere. Finally, exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. The fresh milk he'd just fetched spilled everywhere. He turned around and saw the sky had cleared. The clouds parted, revealing the sun, and his mood lifted with it. Yun Xiuji lay lazily in his arms, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest as she giggled incessantly. After resting for a while, she murmured softly, "Little brother, I have to go back to the set tonight. I might not see you for a long time." Chuan smiled as he ruffled her hair, whispering, "Can't I come see you?" Yun Xiuji shook her head. "It's a closed set. I'm afraid it'll be difficult." Chuan chuckled, "Then I'll bring my mom along. We can go under the pretense of visiting the set. Surely that's possible?" Yun Xiuji's eyes lit up briefly before she declined, "Better not. I'm not ready to face Sister Yangfeng yet." "All right." Chuan sighed helplessly. "If you miss me, just give me a call. If you really miss me, just grab a cucumber and make do. If you really can't stand it, forget about all that. I'll drag my mom to see you." Yun Xiuji playfully punched him. "You're hopeless." Chuan chuckled. "Don't worry. I won't hold it against the cucumber." He suddenly froze, slapping his forehead. "Damn it. I forgot to pick up the chastity belt." Chapter 27, Chuan, Love is Truly Bizarre. Time spent with a beauty always flew by, so much so that he completely forgot about retrieving his chastity. Yun Xiuji nestled beside him, clutching her phone and giggling nonstop. "What are you giggling about?" Chuan looked at her, utterly confused. But as he watched her laugh, he found himself laughing too uncontrollably, without any reason at all. Yun Xiaoji playfully slapped him and thrust her phone in front of him. Chuan glanced at it and was stunned. Someone had compiled a montage of everything he'd done over the past 2 days. It even included today's lunch scene where he'd arrogantly announced he was keeping a college girl as his mistress. Chuan pursed his lips and flicked her smooth forehead lightly. My reputation is about to be ruined, and you're still laughing. All you know how to do is laugh. He said helplessly. No way. Where's the ruin? Yun Xiaoji smiled as she opened the comments section, scrolling through them one by one for Chuan to see. Comments read. Holy crap. The mad young master proudly announces he's keeping a college girl as his mistress. He truly lives up to his title. Put. People who corrupt society like this deserve to die. I don't get why anyone would report on this trash. Those editors are all idiots. Always chasing attention, willing to lose all dignity for a bit of buzz. Ha! The person above has got some serious issues. If you were the mad young master, you'd be supporting at least 10. You can't walk anywhere without running into idiots spewing nonsense. I'm speechless. Crazy kid said it himself, she's his girlfriend. He's got money, what's wrong with him spending it on his girlfriend? I bet some jealous loser just made up rumors about crazy kid. Ha ha ha. Crazy kid's line about mind your own damn business had me cracking up. Seriously, it's consensual, what's it got to do with you? Just enjoy the show. Whoa. I recognize that restaurant. Is Crazy Kid from Shanghai University? I'm staking out the school entrance today. Ha 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 ha. Why stalk Crazy Kid? Planning to scam him out of another 150 grand? While some did indeed curse Chuan, the vast majority were just laughing and watching the spectacle unfold. Chuan thought about it and figured out why the comments were leaning this way. Because his mom and Yun Xiaoji were celebrities, Chuan had preconceived notions that similar incidents would cause a persona collapse, leading to a scandal. But upon further reflection, his persona was built on being arrogant in the first place. For an extremely cocky person to do something like this, wasn't it perfectly reasonable? After spending a few more moments cuddling with Yun Xiaoji, Chuan got up to get dressed when his loyal sidekick Li Ming called, Bro. Where are you? Got something to say? Spit it out. Chuan snapped irritably while dressing. Get to the point, why waste time with small talk? Li Ming chuckled twice. Brother Chuan. Yanzi's feeling down. He wants to get us all drunk. What? What happened? Spill it. Chuan perked up instantly. After kissing Yun Xiaoji goodbye, he left her villa. Heh, didn't you yell at him this morning? If you had just one girl willing to take extra lessons from you, he wouldn't be this desperate. Then my brother Yin went nuts. He started grabbing every girl he saw and asking if they needed one-on-one tutoring. He ended up asking Lin Guowei, who then gave him a proper scolding right to his face. The insults were brutal. Ha 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 ha. I was dying laughing. Ouch. What are you doing? I was just telling the truth. Ow. Stop hitting me. Ha 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 ha. Chuan hailed a taxi, bursting into laughter too. Amidst the laughter, he corrected, I wasn't cursing him, I was cursing you too. Heh, whatever. Brother Chuan, we'll wait for you at that barbecue place by the school gate. Li Ming chuckled slyly twice more before hanging up. Chuan got out at the 4S store entrance, where the manager was still waiting for him personally. Ignoring the manager's pleasantries, Chuan meticulously inspected his car, now as good as new and indistinguishable from its original condition. Satisfied, he left a 100,000 yuan bill on the counter and drove home. His dad was still out working, and his mom seemed to have landed some endorsement deal today, neither was home. Chuan parked his chastity belt in a secure spot, casually picked a McLaren, and headed out. He would never risk his chastity again, vowing to protect it diligently. At the barbecue restaurant near the school gate, Li Ming and his two friends had already started eating and were now scrambling for the last piece of steak on the grill. Chuan plopped down, pushing Wang Anqing inward, and sat on the sofa, casually asking, how did you pick this place? He'd been here twice before, and both times ended up with an upset stomach afterward. He couldn't figure out why. Li Ming snatched the last piece of grilled meat and winked, Yen go pick the place. He said his love is just like this piece of meat, burnt and rotten. Chuan laughed heartily, gave Tong Yen a thumbs up and said, Brother Yen, you sure know how to make a metaphor. Tong Yen, unusually, didn't retort. He raised his glass and said, here, let's drink to commemorate my love that's already rotten. The four men downed their drinks in one gulp. Chuan silently observed Tong Yen, suddenly grasping something. Though he always appeared carefree, he seemed to mention Lin Guowei constantly, whether intentionally or not. Moreover, Tong Yen always seemed enthusiastic about matters involving Lin Guowei. This detail struck Chuan, a seasoned veteran who had lived over 40 years across 2 lifetimes since his recent transmigration. He smiled but said nothing, merely musing with an air of world-weary wisdom about the peculiarities of love. What kind of person was Tong Yen? A sleazy shut-in whose G-sized brain could only hold T-sized study materials. But what about Lin Guowei's personality? She was the epitome of a social butterfly, blunt and tomboyish, often slinging her arm around Chuan's shoulder and calling him little brother with every breath. Yeah, that kind of personality was bound to attract young boys with budding crushes. The four ate and drank, chatting idly between bites. Suddenly, Chuan felt a sharp cramp in his stomach. He stood up and sighed, "I gotta hit the bathroom." He couldn't tell if it was indigestion or something else, but he recalled getting an upset stomach almost every time he came here. "My stomach's just too delicate, spoiled rotten." He shook his head in self-mockery, but barely 2 steps later, he froze abruptly. "Damn it! Something's wrong. I'm a man enhanced by the power pills now." Chuan walked back to his seat and sniffed the meat still sitting in the pot. He detected a strange, off-putting scent. His face fell instantly. He turned to the waiter beside him and said, "Get your boss out here." "What?" The server, seeing his cold expression, snapped back irritably. Chuan sneered coldly, smashing the wine bottle on the floor. "Get your boss out here, or I'll wreck this place." Chapter 28, I'll give you 100-fold, let me see? Crash. The bottle smashed against the floor with a dull thud, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. The commotion instantly drew the attention of many patrons, who turned to stare. A burly man at the next table got glass shards on his leg. He stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and yelled angrily, "What the hell are you doing, you brat? Eat or get the hell out." Chuan chuckled, pulled 10,000 yuan from his backpack, and tossed it onto the table. "This meal's on me." The man froze, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He hadn't intended to confront Chuan in the first place. A simple sorry would have sufficed. But Chuan was even tougher than him? The boss was completely dumbfounded. The others looked equally confused, whispering among themselves. The waiter, seeing Chuan wasn't someone to mess with, shot him a displeased glare before turning and rushing into the back room to find the owner. Li Ming froze, instinctively asking, "Brother Chuan, what's up?" Tong Yen, already drunk and his eyes glazed over, slurred with bubbles at the corners of his mouth, Who upset my brother?" The honest Wang Ansang stood up alongside Chuan, looking genuinely angry. If Chuan was angry, he was angry too, even if he didn't know why. Before long, the owner came trotting out. He first glanced at the red bills on the table before asking, "Young man, is there something about the restaurant that you're not satisfied with?" Chuan gave him a cold smile. "I got sick from eating your food. I want to take a look at your kitchen." The owner frowned, his face sour with displeasure. "Young man, the kitchen is a very important place. We take hygiene extremely seriously. It's not somewhere you can just walk into whenever you please. Besides, what does your stomachache have to do with the kitchen? I bet you guys don't know how to grill meat properly. It probably wasn't cooked through." Alright. Enough of this. Forget about what happened earlier. Just sit down and eat your meal." The owner said casually, but Chuan noticed the staff member behind him sneak away. Looks like there really is a problem, and probably a big one. Overhearing Chuan and the owner's exchange, the others began murmuring among themselves. Come to think of it, I always get diarrhea after eating here too. Is it undercooked? What are you thinking? Running a restaurant is strictly regulated these days. They only give you a business license after official inspections, and there are random spot checks too. There's no way there's a problem. I think this young guy is just looking for trouble. This place has been open for 6 or 7 years, and the owner is such a nice guy. There's no way there's a problem. Most people thought Chuan was making a fuss over nothing. Even Li Ming chimed in to dissuade him, "Brother Chuan, why not grill it a bit longer? Maybe it really wasn't cooked through." Only Chuan remained unconvinced. He'd experienced the potency of those energy pills firsthand. How could a piece of undercooked meat possibly upset his stomach? He stared at the owner unyieldingly. "What if I insist on taking a look?" Whoa! Chuan's words were shockingly domineering. They caught everyone completely off guard. Yet no one stepped forward to dissuade him. Though they instinctively felt Chuan was just causing trouble, if there was a real chance to peek into the kitchen, they'd gladly tag along. After all, seeing the restaurant's safety and hygiene standards firsthand would make dining there feel more reassuring. The owner's frown deepened. He took the bill from a waiter, glanced at it, and said, "Young man, your total for today is over 300. But seeing your students, I won't bother arguing over it. I'll take the loss today. Now get out of here. Stop disturbing the other customers." As soon as he said this, the other customers chimed in, urging Chuan to stop causing trouble. "If you want to eat, sit down and eat. If you don't, just leave." The owner was being so generous. If you kept this up, it would be downright rude. Chuan glanced at him with a smile, pulled out 3 stacks of bright red bills from his bag, and tossed them onto the table. He declared with a domineering air, 300, huh? I'll pay you 100 times that. Will you let me go inside and take a look?" Whoa! All the patrons gasped in shock. What kind of rich kid is this? Spending 100 times the price just to eat a meal? Is he crazy? Amidst their shock, suspicion began to creep in. Could Chuan have really uncovered something? Was there truly something wrong with this place? Otherwise, why would he act like this? It made absolutely no sense, okay? In an instant, everyone stopped eating and turned to the owner. Boss, this young man's request isn't unreasonable. Why not let everyone take a look inside? It'd be good for your restaurant's reputation, don't you think? Yeah, boss. Since this guy's willing to pay so much, you've got no reason to refuse him, right? What's the harm in letting him take a look? It won't cost you a single piece of meat. 30 grand just to peek in the kitchen? That's bold. Could this place actually have something fishy going on? Even the guy who'd just been cut by glass shards chimed in, Boss, open up the kitchen for us to see. I always get sick after eating here. As the boss listened to the shifting, increasingly hostile murmurs targeting him, a vein throbbed on his forehead. These gawkers just love stirring up trouble. Just as he was pondering how to refuse these rude demands, the waiter who had vanished moments ago rushed back, leaned close, and whispered something in his ear. The owner's frown instantly smoothed out, all traces of anger vanishing from his face. He grinned and said, 30,000 yuan to see my kitchen, huh? Fine. He promptly pocketed the money on the table and turned to leave, calling out as he walked, You wanted to see it? I'll show you. That way you won't come back here causing trouble again. He waddled ahead, leading the group with his large behind swaying. Watching the owner casually pocket the 30,000 yuan, the group felt a pang of heartache. Though the money wasn't theirs, the heart that ached for it was. Led by Chuan, the group followed the boss to the back. Wang Anqing walked beside Chuan with a stern expression, looking every bit the bodyguard. Click. The kitchen door swung open. Everyone immediately craned their necks to peer inside, and many even pulled out their phones to record what they saw. Inside the kitchen, a bustling crew of chefs worked feverishly, some slicing meat, others tossing cold dishes. Not a single soul stood idle. This is way too fake. Why would they be cutting so much meat with so few customers? Chuan strode in casually. The moment he entered, he keenly detected an odd smell. He immediately opened the freezer and sniffed inside. Though the meat displayed was fresh, he detected a faint stench. Where was that stench coming from? And what's up with my nose? Did it get enhanced by some super strength pills too? Chapter 29, He's the damn mad young master. Ding. Replied a host, the power pills effect is to comprehensively enhance bodily functions, including the 5 senses. Chuan suddenly understood. No wonder his nose was as sharp as a dog's today. No wonder he could only battle that little demon Yin Xiuji for 20 minutes earlier. It was because his body had grown stronger and his senses had heightened too. The crowd was blocked outside by the owner and waitstaff, forced to crane their necks to peek inside. After all, it was Chuan paying, not them. Plus, the kitchen couldn't hold that many people without getting chaotic. When Chuan pulled open the freezer door, everyone immediately focused their phones and eyes inside. Upon seeing the exceptionally fresh meat inside, they couldn't help but praise it. Holy crap! This meat looks fresher than what we eat at home. Impressive. The owner is so honest. Don't crowd me. Let me take a picture. This place is so honest, I'll definitely spread the word for you guys when I get back. Ha ha. Stop staring, kid. Come on out. Let me teach you some barbecue skills guaranteed to keep your stomach happy. The crowd chattered away, their comments revolving around praising the owner and teasing Chuan. Chuan paid no attention to the commotion. He focused intently, following the stench until he stopped before a freezer. Click. He pulled open the freezer door, but inside, there was nothing but a few cans of seasoning. Chuan sniffed hard, staring intently at the empty freezer, confirming the stench was definitely coming from here. Seeing Chuan's stubborn persistence, the crowd laughed even harder. Young man, give it up. Come back out and let's continue eating. Give the chef a chance to work in peace. Alright. Let's all head back. The kid's just saving face. We're blocking the way, making him too embarrassed to come out. Hey, buddy. It's no big deal. You were just being cautious about checking the kitchen. Now we've all seen it and it's fine. Relax and eat. The crowd called out to him, feeling Chuan was now just too embarrassed to back down. The owner, however, felt a pang of anxiety and hurried over to grab him. Alright, young man. You've seen what you needed to see. You're causing a scene here. The chefs need to get back to work. He tugged at Chuan, but couldn't budge him. The owner froze, then tugged harder. But Chuan stood rooted to the spot, not even swaying. Oomph. You think you can mess with me? Chuan turned back with a smirk, pointing toward the freezer. What's the rush, boss? Worried I might find something shocking in there? In an instant, the noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes turning toward Chuan. Something serious? What kind of big secret? But it was clearly just an empty freezer. The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with panic, but he forced himself to stay calm, his voice tinged with irritation. Young man. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Chuan smiled warmly at him. Mr. Owner, if you keep nitpicking with me, I'll be calling the regulatory agency. The owner's face froze instantly. His anger vanished, replaced by a fawning smile. What are you saying, young man? Is there a problem with my kitchen? No problem at all. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? How about this? I won't charge you for today's meal and I won't take your 3,000 yuan either. Just take your friend home, okay? Or how about this? I'll give you the 30,000. I'll just consider myself unlucky today, better to lose money than trouble. Please stop making a scene and go home. Chuan smiled, snapped his fingers at Wang Anqing by the door and said, Xingzi, grab my bag. Wang Anqing nodded, sprinted back to grab Chuan's bag and dashed back. Brother Chuan, catch. He tossed the bag right over the heads of the waiters blocking the doorway, landing it in Chuan's hands. Chuan strode to the center of the kitchen, unzipped the bag, and dumped the remaining 90,000 yuan onto the floor in one go. Then, grinning broadly at the owner, he said, I'll give you 1,000,000. Now get the hell out of my way. How about that? A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. 1,000,000 wasn't insignificant, but in the Magic City there were plenty who could afford it. But who the hell would be carrying 1,000,000 in cash on them for no reason? Even if they had 1,000,000, they'd never seen 1,000,000 that real before. Whoa! It's just too visually jarring. And what's more, Chuan didn't even spend that 1,000,000, he just handed it over to the boss. Spend 1,000,000 just to peek inside a freezer? Holy crap! Someone walking by might think it's Doraemon's Anywhere door. The boss was completely dumbfounded. There really was a secret behind his freezer. He thought paying Chuan 30,000 would be enough to get rid of him, but now, spend 1,000,000 to get rid of Chuan? Even if he had the money, he didn't have the grace to do that. After the initial shock, everyone suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. After careful recollection, the big guy whose leg had been cut by glass shards was the first to react, exclaiming in horror, Holy! Him! He's crazy young master. He's mad young master? Holy! He really is mad young master. Ha 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 ha! Young master mad! I really met young master mad. Young master mad is awesome. Holy crap! Crazy young master is so handsome. Crazy young master. Can you take me under your wing too? Ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted in excitement and joy, but the boss was completely frozen in shock. This guy in front of him is young master Quan? Then it's over, there's absolutely no way he'll be able to send him away today. Forget cash flow, even his entire shop wouldn't impress young master Quang. Of course, none of that mattered most. The most crucial thing was the secret behind his freezer. If anyone saw it, he'd be dragged off to jail. Chuan raised both arms toward the crowd, grinning broadly as he bowed exaggeratedly like a clown's flamboyant curtain call. This gesture only made the crowd cheer even louder, snapping photos of Chuan nonstop. The kitchen, the freezer, none of that mattered anymore. Now everyone had only one thought, holy crap. I've met the mad young master. Back in the kitchen, Chuan couldn't be bothered with the boss's nonsense anymore. He grabbed the man by the collar and tossed him aside. Without another word, he stormed to the freezer and kicked it with all his might. Crash! The metal panels dented instantly, the deafening sound silencing everyone. Crash! Chuan delivered another kick, causing the freezer pressed against the wall to sink inward. Revealed behind the damaged metal was a small hidden door in the exposed wall. Chapter 30, please engrave my name a bit larger. The previously chaotic scene fell silent in an instant. Everyone's expressions and movements froze, staring blankly at the hidden door behind the freezer. Wow, opening a barbecue shop with an infernal affairs vibe. Chuan silently muttered to himself, then turned to the owner with a smile. Owner, could you explain what this is? He smiled, but his tone was heavy, dripping with accusation. The owner froze for a moment before lunging forward like a madman to block the secret door. At this point, he had no idea what to say, resorting to a final, futile struggle. The crowd outside grew furious too, ignoring the waitstaff's attempts to hold them back. They pushed their way inside, crowding behind Chuan and staring intently at the hidden door. Phone cameras also focused on the center of attention. Alright, step aside. Chuan smiled as he walked over. Unexpectedly, the owner, as if driven mad, grabbed a nearby kitchen knife and swung it at him. If that door opened, he might never escape this place alive. Oomph. Last-ditch struggle? Chuan wore a cold expression, showing no trace of fear. To him, the boss's movements seemed like slow-motion film frames. The power pills were terrifying indeed. Maybe he should put saving animals on hold for now? His parents and Yoon's sister were all people with chaotic work schedules. It might not show in the short term, but over time, problems were bound to arise. And he just happened to have 30,000 Playboy points to spare. Ah, what a considerate, filial, gentle, and loving husband I am. Chuan even had time to sleekly run his fingers through his hair before grabbing the boss's knife-wielding wrist. Wang Anqing's raised hand froze mid-air. Seeing Chuan in danger, he'd been the first to rush forward. Xingzi, thanks, Chuan said with a smile. With a casual tug, the boss let out a pained wail as the kitchen knife slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. The crowd snapped out of their shock and erupted into a chorus of curses. The man whose leg had been cut by glass shards led the charge, kicking and punching the boss mercilessly. You bastard. Hiding filthy things in your shop is bad enough, but you actually tried to kill someone? Beat the out of him. If it weren't for young Master Quan's quick reflexes, that knife would have killed him outright. You're a ing monster. I've already called the cops. Security will be here soon. Our surveillance footage is proof of your attempted murder. Chuan sneered coldly, showing not a shred of pity for the owner's agonized screams. Now you're scared? Where the hell were you earlier? Without hesitation, he kicked open the locked secret door. The lock clattered to the floor. The trapdoor swung open, and a wave of foul stench hit him in the face. Holy! This stinks like hell. What the hell is this? Holy! Is this ing neat? I can see maggots crawling all over it. I'm gonna puke. You're not selling this to people, are you? Ha! Chuan felt sick too, covering his nose and mouth. Inside the hidden door lay piles of stinking, partially rotting beef and pork, scattered carelessly on the floor and crawling with flies and maggots. Rage surged through Chuan. He couldn't take it anymore and kicked the owner hard, knocking him unconscious. With the filth exposed, the enraged crowd nearly tore the restaurant's roof off. Some waitstaff tried to flee amid the chaos, but with so many customers present and eyes fixed on them, escape was impossible. Unsurprisingly, those who had just bolted out the front or slipped through the back door were dragged back in, met with fists and feet fueled by rage. It's not my fault. I'm just an employee. I really didn't know. Stop hitting us. It was all the boss's doing. We had nothing to do with it. I've only been here 3 days, I swear I didn't know anything, guys. Take it out on the boss, don't blame us. But the crowd wasn't listening. Fists flew, landing hard on their bodies. Chuan pulled up the young man who claimed to have been there only 3 days and addressed the crowd. Guys. Stop it. If someone gets killed, you'll all end up in trouble. It's not worth it. The security guards will be here soon. They'll sort out who knows what and who's innocent. Keep an eye on them, don't let a single one escape. At Chuan's words, the enraged crowd obediently restrained themselves. In their eyes, Chuan was nothing short of a superhero. If he hadn't exposed the boss's despicable actions, they might never have known what they were eating. Soon, the sound of sirens echoed outside. The security officers got out of their vehicle and were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Outside the barbecue restaurant, layers upon layers of people had gathered, each face brimming with indignation. It felt like a scene straight out of a Hong Kong gangster movie. Gulp! Several young security officers swallowed hard, trembling as they followed their senior colleagues inside. Even knowing these were customers, not thugs, the scene was utterly terrifying. They made their way to the back kitchen. After the security team leader heard the full story, his face darkened instantly. After witnessing the revolting scene behind the hidden door, his face darkened so much it seemed like it could drip with anger. Thud! Ah! His steel-toed boot slammed into the owner's backside, jolting the unconscious man awake. The kick also lifted the gloom from the customers' hearts, and they burst into laughter. Seeing a law enforcement officer so enraged that he resorted to vigilante justice in front of so many people inexplicably tickled the funny bone of many. No one condemned the security guard, instead, they cheered him on. After all, who doesn't have their moments? The deadbeat boss was dragged away. Right in front of everyone, right in front of all the cameras, the security chief gave Chuan a firm pat on the shoulder and said, "Young man, you've done a great service today. That bastard has no conscience whatsoever. What he's done is enough to keep him locked up for life. If not for your quick thinking, who knows how many more guests would have fallen victim. What's your name? I'll apply to the bureau right away to award you a Medal of Honor." Chuan grinned. "Keep it low-key, low-key. A medal? That's too much honor." Seeing his humility, the captain admired him even more. Just as he was about to speak, Chuan changed the subject. "My name is Chuan. Make sure they engrave it big. Is your medal even nice? If it's ugly, I don't want it." The captain froze. Everyone burst into laughter. One of the guys shouted, "Captain. He didn't uncover the conspiracy with cunning, it was sheer audacity." Chapter 31, Sue Curson calls. Ha 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 ha. With this guy's spot-on summary, the whole place erupted in laughter once more. Only the older security captain looked utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the joke. Chuan chuckled, pointing at the waitstaff and chefs nearby. "Captain, these folks probably aren't innocent either, especially the chefs. They're the ones preparing the meals. If they claim ignorance, I'd never believe it." The captain nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, young man. We'll conduct a thorough investigation and won't let a single guilty party slip through the cracks." The sound of sirens faded into the distance, bringing the entire incident to a close. Ding! Host's Playboy points plus 10,000. Chuan picked up the empty bag from the ground. Where over 900,000 yuan in cash had been piled moments ago, not a single bill remained. Ha! He let out a couple of forced chuckles. It wasn't about the money, he was just speechless at how those greedy little bastards could still think about picking up cash even in the heat of extreme rage. Wang Anqing rushed over excitedly. "Brother Chuan! You're amazing! You found such a hidden secret door." Chuan chuckled in response, "Honest people's compliments are so boring." Before Wang Anqing could reply, he patted his shoulder and continued, "Alright, I won't waste your time. I really can't hold it in any longer. The three of them carried the drunken Tong Yen back to the dormitory. This guy seemed genuinely heartbroken. He hadn't a clue about the huge commotion that had just erupted. Li Ming, who'd been looking after Tong Yen, listened to Wang Anqing's story. When he heard about Chuan facing the kitchen knife without flinching, catching the blade barehanded, and then casually knocking out the owner, he kicked open the hidden door behind the freezer and started trembling with excitement. Chuan shot him a speechless glance, convinced this guy was beyond saving. I'm going to get with Lin Guowei. Tong Yen, slumped like a wet rag, suddenly bellowed, startling the other three. After a moment of stunned silence, they all burst into joyful laughter. Alcohol had finally given this guy the courage to spit out what he'd been bottling up for who knows how long. After seeing Tong Yen back to his dorm and settling him in, Chuan rested briefly. He chatted casually with Yin Xiuji, teased Su Curson a bit, then left again, climbing into that McLaren and driving straight home. He hadn't even had time to drink, and thankfully he hadn't. After redeeming 2 strength pills from the system store, Chuan's balance dwindled to just over 22,000 points. 10,000 of those points had to be saved for Yin Xiuji. Man! Money just flies out the window. He scratched his head with a frown, racking his brain for other ways to earn Playboy points. He racked his brain the entire way home but came up with nothing, so he had to put it aside for now. As soon as Chuan parked and stepped into the courtyard, he spotted his old man watering the flowers with a kettle. You're back? Qi Dianmo glanced up briefly before returning to his gardening. As he watered, he muttered casually, where did you get that crappy Porsche? Chuan's face immediately fell. He replied sternly, what damn Porsche? That's my chastity. My ass. Qi Dianmo sneered dismissively. Chuan wrapped his arm around his father's shoulder, grinning. Stop messing with your stupid flowers and plants. Come on. Get inside. I've got something awesome to show you. Hey. I'm not done yet. My kettle. Inside the villa, Qi Dianmao and Yang Fan sat side by side on the sofa, staring blankly at 2 large black pills on the table. They couldn't help but exchange glances, each seeing deep concern in the other's eyes. Chuan grinned as he sat across from them. What are you waiting for? I told you it's good stuff. Eat up. What's the matter? Afraid I've poisoned you? Qi Dianmao shot up from the sofa, grabbed Chuan's arm, and dragged him toward the bedroom, muttering under his breath as they went. Son. Is school stressing you out lately? It doesn't have to be this way. If you're tired, just take a break. Yang Fan also looked worried. Son. If you don't want to go to school, you don't have to. Do whatever you want. If you need money, just ask Mom. Ugh. I'm not sick. Chuan angrily pulled away, snapping, like I'd lie to you about something like that? Kidianmao and Yang Fan's eyes darkened with deeper worry. They chimed in unison, should we take our son to the hospital? Could it be something psychological? Oh dear. Did someone trick him outside? Why would he suddenly start talking about these miracle pills? Maybe we should consult a shaman? Or find a Taoist temple for an exorcism? Chuan. Forget it. Forget it. If he won't eat it, then he won't eat it. He snapped angrily, fine, don't take it. But don't throw it away. It's expensive. If you ever feel under the weather, you can try taking it then. Chuan didn't want to explain and couldn't anyway. Yeah, right. Who would believe such mystical nonsense? He returned to his room and shut the door, leaving the couple behind, still looking a bit worried. Qi Dianmo scratched his head. Expensive? I haven't heard that phrase in decades. Yang Fan opened her map app, there's a dojo just 20 kilometers from our place. Fine, I'll drag my son there tomorrow. Chuan sat alone in his room, idly scrolling through short videos. The moment he opened the app, sure enough, he saw videos about unscrupulous bosses deceiving customers with rotten meat. He skimmed through them, roughly dividing them into 2 versions. The first version was the official release, widely shared by netizens. It detailed the situation at the barbecue restaurant and the penalties imposed on those involved. The second version, however, was the one featuring Chuan as the protagonist, recorded by those customers inside the restaurant. From the moment he smashed a bottle as a signal, to him yanking open his backpack and dumping money onto the floor, from catching a knife with his bare hands, to kicking away the last filthy cover-up. Every frame, from start to finish, was captured without omission. Worse still, they even captured his final words, I can barely hold it in anymore. The comments section was flooded with uniform condemnation, scumbag. Bastard. Worse than an animal. Clearly, the barbecue shop owner's actions had severely crossed the line. Making money is fine, and people might turn a blind eye to minor shortchanging. But using rotten meat, even putrid meat, to rip off customers? That's not just unethical. It's heartless. Chuan kept refreshing his feed, but all he saw was this video, leaving him utterly helpless. Just as boredom set in, his phone rang. He looked up. It was actually a call from Su Curson. Chapter 32, Whatever You Say. Hello? Chuan, are you free right now? Su Curson was walking down the street, her tone tinged with resignation. The static crackling through the receiver was the sound of a gentle breeze. Chuan laughed in response. Teacher Su reaching out to me? Of course I have time. Then could you come over? My dad's bothering me again. Sure, I'll head over now. Meet me at the school gate. Chuan agreed and hung up. Is it because I've spent too much time with that dog Sun Li Ming? Why do I feel like I picked up a hint of that lapdog vibe myself? He muttered to himself, his thoughts racing as he dressed. One word from the goddess and he'd dash over in the dead of night from miles away. What else could it be but a suck-up? Chuan chuckled wryly to himself, but his hands didn't pause for a second. He quickly got dressed and headed out the door. He knew about Su Kerson's father's situation. A man who'd push his own daughter into a sugar daddy arrangement for money. What wouldn't he be capable of? Self-mockery aside, he wouldn't abandon Su Kerson. What should have been a 20-minute drive took him only 15 minutes. He jumped out of the car just in time to see Su Kerson and her father. Seeing that Chuan wasn't driving the Panamera from earlier that day, but instead a McLaren, the man's eyes lit up like he'd spotted a juicy piece of meat. Young man! You're here! He rushed forward excitedly, acting as if he wanted to step in and court Su Kerson himself. Chuan pushed him away with a look of disgust, strode over, and slung his arm around Su Kerson's shoulder. What's up? Su Kerson rolled her eyes dramatically, but since she needed his help, she held back. Just as she'd said herself, there's no such thing as a free lunch, you always have to pay a price to get what you want. The uncle chuckled, no. I just didn't want you two young folks to feel awkward, so I came over to give you some chances to hang out and get closer. Chuan responded with a dismissive oh, adding, alright then. We're off on our date now. You've achieved your goal, you can get lost. He said it bluntly, earning a light punch from Su Lisen. She replied calmly, Chuan, I'll start tutoring you tomorrow night. Can you pay me for one session in advance? He doesn't have money for a place to stay tonight. Sure. Chuan pulled out 3 bills and handed them to her. Su Kerson handed the money over. The man took it without hesitation, then asked in confusion, tutoring? Chuan blared at him fiercely and snapped, young people's business, what's it to you? Fine. I won't meddle. The man promptly stuffed the money into his pocket, rubbing his hands together as he turned to Chuan. Young man, I haven't eaten yet. How about? Chuan stared at him with a cold sneer. Want money, huh? You can lie down in the middle of the road. Just lie there and let me run you over once. You can have as much as you want. The man's face paled. He waved his hands frantically, shot his daughter a resentful glare, and slunk away. He might be addicted, but he wasn't a pushover. Chuan was clearly the type of arrogant rich kid who, when provoked, might just do something truly unforgivable. Su Kerson silently exhaled and said, Chuan, I've caused you trouble again. Chuan leaned in close, his warm breath tickling her ear as he murmured suggestively, it's fine. Just remember my favor. Instead of responding as he expected, Su Kerson nodded earnestly. I will. Before Chuan could bask in her approval, she added, if you treat me well but I still can't bring myself to like you after all your efforts, I can repay you in kind. Ha! Chuan burst out laughing at her deadpan expression. Fortunately, he turned his head quickly enough to avoid spraying saliva on her face. Su Kerson smiled sweetly. We're both adventurers in this world. I can't just take all the benefits without giving you anything in return. Just because you want to pursue me doesn't mean I can take your efforts for granted without giving anything back. Rest assured, I'm still clean. Besides you, I haven't met anyone worthy of my acceptance of their efforts. Chuan gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. You really know how to talk the talk. No wonder I fell for you. He paused, his face breaking into an innocent smile. I snuck out to meet you late at night, got chewed out by my mom, and she locked me out. Can't get back in. Well, you might as well not go back. I'll take you out to play keep me company. Su Kerson's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Chuan, do you always expect immediate payback when you're chasing girls? Trying to cash in on favors like that really makes you lose points with the ladies, you know? Chuan shrugged indifferently. If I don't take credit, how would anyone know I made an effort? If I don't expect anything in return, what's the point? Am I supposed to just fantasize about it for my own amusement? Besides. He raised his index finger at Su Kerson, wiggling it proudly. You're the first girl I've ever chased. Anyone else would have thrown themselves at me ages ago. You're amazing. So disciplined. I really admire that. Li Kerson covered her mouth and giggled softly. Chuan, you really are shameless. She racked her brain but couldn't think of a more fitting description. Chuan bowed exaggeratedly, extending his hand like a gentleman inviting a dance partner. So, wanna come with me? Su Kerson shrugged her shoulders in imitation of his earlier gesture and said, whatever you say. With that, she followed him into the car. Miss Su, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Whatever you say. Hey. Are you that easygoing? Chuan chuckled at her consistent response. His eyes twinkled as he asked, ever been to a bar? Su Kerson tucked her long hair behind her ear, her expression unchanged as she replied, not yet. Then how about I take you to broaden your horizons? Whatever you say. Alright. Chuan grinned, realizing she was completely at his mercy today. Without further ado, he floored the gas pedal and headed straight for a bar called Shanghai. It was the finest bar in the entire metropolis and also his father, Chi Dianmao's bar. Double insurance for atmosphere and safety. The car entered the city's most bustling district, finally coming to a stop beneath a massive neon sign. The doorman spotted Chuan and immediately stepped forward with a warm welcome. Not because they recognized the young master, but because they recognized the McLaren. "Hey, handsome and beautiful, do you have a reservation?" "No. Are there any booths available now?" "We only have one Imperial card booth left. The minimum spend for our Imperial card is..." "Never mind, we'll take it." Chapter 33, Masters Clash. "The Imperial booth?" "Certainly. Please follow me." The waiter paused, his face nearly splitting into a huge grin. He guided Chuan and his companion through the crowd toward the Imperial card seats at the very top. Marketing staff who had been circulating among the regular tables trying to attract customers saw this and all dropped their lines with an "excuse me," then rushed after Chuan and his companion as if they'd spotted their own father. Coercion followed close behind Chuan. Though it was her first time in such an extravagant setting, she showed no signs of intimidation. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings with eager curiosity. Under dazzling, multicolored lights and to the pulsing, exaggerated music, people either screamed wildly or writhed freely on the dance floor, unleashing the desires pent up during the day. On stage, a scantily clad DJ danced energetically, pushing the entire venue's atmosphere to a fever pitch. Chuan plopped down on the sofa and shouted into Coercion's ear, "How's it going? Getting used to it?" Coercion smiled and nodded, responding just as loudly, "I'm getting used to it." Chuan glanced at her in surprise. "I always thought you were such a goody two-shoes. Just a moment ago, I was imagining you feeling completely out of place, cowering in my arms like a little kitten. Dear Teacher Sue, your constant composure is really frustrating me. Can we just play along with my fantasy for once?" Coercion covered her mouth and giggled, saying nothing. She simply shifted her hips closer to Chuan and burrowed into his embrace. Chuan pinched her cheek contentedly, watching her sit up straight and tuck her slightly disheveled hair behind her ear. Only then did he wave to the beautiful waitress beside them and say, "Menu." The waitress shot the couple an envious glance before bringing over the menu. Thoughtfully shielding them from the glaring lights, she pulled out her phone and shone its flashlight onto the menu. "What would you like to eat?" Chuan patted Coercion's back and asked gallantly. Coercion scanned the menu and shook her head. "I don't know what to get." "You order." Chuan chuckled, pointing to the appetizer section. "That's why I asked, what do you feel like eating?" Coercion paused, then flashed a sweet smile as she took the menu and began studying it with apparent ease. Chuan snapped his fingers at the waiter and ordered, "Bring us a bottle of port." Port wine was a fairly well-known variety and also the best-selling red wine at this bar. Of course, compared to the imported liquors, its sales were rather insignificant. Chuan chose it to accommodate Coercion's preferences. "Right away, sir." The waiter promptly jotted down the order without a word. Chuan was clearly a seasoned nightlife veteran, navigating the scene with practiced ease. A man like him didn't need to be reminded of drink prices. Even if, worst-case scenario, Chuan couldn't afford the bill later, someone would handle it. It had nothing to do with her. Coercion also selected her snacks, one order of squid, one of seaweed, one of beef, and 3 portions of fries. 3 servings of fries? Chuan froze, thinking she must have written it wrong. Coercion smiled sweetly. "What? Is that not allowed? Those 3 portions were for you. These 3 portions are for me." Chuan couldn't help but laugh. "Do you really like fries that much?" Coercion nodded earnestly. "To be precise, I love potatoes." Chuan gave her a thumbs up and replied just as earnestly, "Tomorrow I'll go change my name to Chi Potato." Coercion's big eyes crinkled into crescent moons again as she replied without a trace of shyness, "Go ahead and change it. If you dare, I'll bite you to death." She realized clearly that she laughed more often when she was with Chuan than at any other time. She also realized that this boy was truly different. This difference was relative to her. She had hardly ever loved anyone before, and most of her actions stemmed from rational calculations. Coercion found herself wondering if she might actually fall for him. That feeling must be quite different, right? Amidst their laughter, platters of wine, fruit, and snacks arrived. Expensive red wine and gleaming fruit platters sat before her, yet Coercion didn't glance at them once. She reached out, grabbed a French fry, dipped it in ketchup, and popped it into her mouth, wearing a satisfied expression. The scene made Chuan want to laugh. Why come to a place like this to eat fries? Wouldn't a roadside fried chicken shop be better? But he didn't say much else, just poured 2 glasses of red wine for them and said, "Hey, beautiful, care for a drink?" Coercion licked her fingertip, lifted her glass with grace, and casually asked, after drinking, "What about your car?" Chuan took a sip and chuckled, "For rich people, that's no big deal." Then, as he watched Coercion set down her glass and reach for the fries again, he couldn't hold back any longer. He burst out laughing, "Coercion, you really are a silly girl. All these delicacies right in front of you, and you don't even glance at them, just fixated on those fries. You're such a spendthrift woman. Whoever marries you will be cleaned out by you. Chuan's words were incredibly arrogant. Most people would have lost their temper by now. But not Coercion. She understood Chuan's temperament inside out, and he understood hers just as well. She was an extremely cool-headed girl, even bordering on cold. If she disliked you, she wouldn't bother getting angry, she'd simply ignore you completely. Moreover, she understood perfectly well that Chuan's words were a joke, that he was deliberately trying to provoke her. Sure enough, Coercion picked up a French fry without a hint of hesitation or pause, smiling at him as she said, "Would you be scared then? If you can't even support me, I might end up alone for the rest of my life. And you know what?" She licked the salt off her fingertip, wiggling her delicate fingers as she continued, "What you love is what's most precious." Chuan suddenly leaned in close, whispering wickedly into her ear, "The most expensive things? I can afford those too." Coercion didn't know how many times tonight she'd laughed from the heart. She tilted her chin slightly, a hint of challenge in her voice. "Being able to afford it doesn't mean you'd be willing to buy it. Chuan, if it's something you truly love, would you be willing to buy it?" Chuan smiled at her, but ultimately shook his head. He knew Coercion wasn't talking about money. Money was no issue for him, but some things could only be obtained by sacrificing something else. The customer service representative stood quietly beside them, her heart racing as she listened. A clash of masters' feints and counterfeints, truth and illusion intertwined. Like fleeting clouds, dazzling yet impossible to fathom. Chapter 34, Is this bar yours? After their exchange, Chuan and Coercion ended up in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. They ceased their conversation, occasionally raising their glasses for a sip before sinking back into the sofa, basking in the bustling atmosphere. A bar is a place to let loose, but it's not a place for meaningful conversation. No other reason, it's just too loud. You had to yell at the top of your lungs just to be heard. Exhausting. Chuan sat with his legs crossed, arms draped over the sofa back, looking every bit the big shot. Coercion was truly a worthy opponent. Beyond coveting her beauty and intellect, Chuan now felt a competitive edge stirring within him. How could he win her over? Chuan pondered this question earnestly. No matter how clever or rational a person might be, they always had weaknesses. Take himself, for instance. He had one glaring weakness, his lust for beauty. So what was Coercion's weakness? Chuan racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. But hadn't he already exposed his own weakness to her? If he couldn't find her soon, he'd lose this round. Chuan seethed inwardly, his competitive spirit twisting into something twisted. Suddenly, he was overcome by the urge to tie Coercion to the bed. Then devour a plate of piping hot fries right in front of her. Coercion watched the DJ writhing on stage with a smile, reaching out once more to grab the tray. But this time, it came up empty. Coercion froze in surprise, only then realizing that all 3 full portions of fries had been devoured. Chuan, did you steal my fries? She wanted to confront him with that accusation, but upon reflection, Chuan hadn't eaten anything else besides that initial slice of beef. Her lips twitched downward. Coercion nudged Chuan's ribs with her elbow and asked, "Chuan, can I order another portion?" Chuan froze, his earlier impulse growing even stronger. After ordering 3 more servings of fries, a smile blossomed back on Coercion's face. Seeing her eat so happily, Chuan suddenly felt bored. He felt completely out of place in this noisy environment. He waved over the waitress beside him and said, "Come sit with me for a bit. Keep me company." The waitress paused, pointing at her own nose. "Me? Yep." Chuan nodded. "Is anyone else here?" The waitress hesitated, glancing at Coercion beside him. "Handsome, is that okay?" "Absolutely. Perfectly appropriate." Chuan casually patted the seat beside him. "Don't mind her. She's trying really hard to win me over, but I still need to observe her for a while longer." The customer service girl sat down, utterly speechless. Chuan was shameless. Anyone could see he was just trying to cheer the girl up, but coming from his mouth, it sounded like she was the one chasing him. Speechless, she struggled to stifle her laughter. Chuan was handsome, truly handsome. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a hint of mischief about him, he was definitely the type to attract girls. Kafu sat beside him, leaning forward to massage her slightly sore calves. She tucked her hair behind her ears and asked sweetly, "Handsome, what did you want to talk about?" Chuan thought seriously for a moment before saying, "Are you materialistic?" Miss Kafu froze on the spot. Chuan's question left her utterly confused, momentarily unable to grasp what he meant. After a moment's hesitation, she stammered, "I guess. I am?" She'd never considered the question herself, nor had anyone ever asked her so directly. But upon reflection, she did like money quite a bit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken a high-commission job at a place like this. Chuan nodded. "Then let's discuss how much it'll cost to take you home tonight." Kafu was stunned, frozen in place as if turned to stone. Coercion giggled and turned to Chuan, saying, "Chuan, that's not right. You should pour the lady a drink first, then ask her name." "Oh. Right." Chuan slapped his forehead, his expression suddenly enlightened. Kafu couldn't help but roll her eyes. So you two lovebirds ran out of things to talk about and decided to use me as conversation fodder, huh? I'm just a waitress, helpless, pitiful, and vulnerable. Doesn't it bother your conscience to openly make fun of me like this? Just as she stood there awkwardly, unsure how to respond, a middle-aged man approached. He looked to be around 35 or 36, swaying unsteadily, clearly drunk. His shirtless torso bore a full-back tattoo, clearly not someone to mess with. His gaze locked onto Su Kerson as he approached, grinning. Hey, beautiful, wanna exchange WeChat? Lee Kerson looked up at him for a few seconds, then suddenly flashed a row of pearly white teeth and said, no WeChat. The guy froze for a moment, then tried again. How about we exchange QQ contacts? You must have QQ, right? Su Kerson shook her head earnestly. Sorry, I don't have one. The man instantly flared up, slamming his hand on the table. His breath reeked of alcohol as he bellowed, no? Even elementary school kids have WeChat these days, and you tell me you don't? You messing with me? Su Kerson looked at him calmly and said, sorry, I don't want to add you. The man flew into a rage. Whether from too much alcohol or sheer arrogance, he lunged forward to grab Su Kerson. Chuan grabbed his arm to stop him. Chuan fixed him with a cold stare and said, enough. I'm still sitting here. You'd better behave yourself. You're a grown man. A few drinks and you forget your own name? Why don't you just fly off to the moon? My lady here isn't interested in you. Get lost. Stop making a scene. Chuan's words left the man utterly humiliated. After all, this troublemaker had started it. If things really came to blows, Chuan wasn't afraid of him. Su Kerson instinctively shifted aside. Chuan seized the moment to stand up, shoving the man right off the booth. You dare push me, the man bellowed, his words slurred. Chuan crossed his arms, towering over him. Pushing you is being polite. If you don't get lost, I'll have to beat you up. The man froze, clearly stunned that Chuan dared speak to him like this. He eyed Chuan up and down. Tall and skinny, he looked every inch the student a weak, pretty boy. He snorted coldly, pointing at Chuan and cursing, damn it. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me to get lost? I'll stand wherever the hell I want. What's it to you? Is this bar yours? What gives you the right to order me around? Chapter 35, if there isn't one, then make one. The man's roaring voice drowned out the pulsing music, drawing the attention of many patrons toward Chuan's table. Chuan stared at him coldly and said, sorry, but this bar really is mine. Now you can get lost. The man hadn't expected Chuan's response at all. He froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. The other patrons, unaware of the backstory, heard Chuan's words and thought he was blowing his own horn a bit too much. Shanghai Bar was the most luxurious establishment in all of Magic City, especially given its prime location on the city's most bustling street. Even without factoring in the costs of securing the land and greasing palms, just the construction and renovation alone would easily run into 15 to 20 billion. Add in all the miscellaneous expenses, and an initial investment of less than 3 billion was out of the question. 30 billion yuan. How many people even see 30 billion yuan in their entire lives? And that's just everyone's estimate. No one knows the actual investment behind Shanghai Bar. TSK. Youngsters these days sure are bold. They just spout off without a care, not afraid the wind might twist their tongues. This bar is his family's? I've been saying the whole Magic City is mine. Seriously, anyone can talk big. Shoo. Quiet down, everyone. Listen properly to the bar owner's speech. Ha 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 ha. The entire venue erupted in laughter. Even the DJ cut the music, turning to stare curiously at Chuan and his group. The man laughed until he was breathless, pointing at Chuan and saying, is bragging really that fun? You think spouting some big talk will make girls admire you? Look at yourself now, you look like a damn clown. Chuan laughed too, turning to look at Su Kerson and asking, girl, do you admire me? Su Kerson smiled sweetly, shaking her little head playfully as she asked, so is this bar really your family's? Chuan nodded solemnly. Yes. Lee Kerson stood up abruptly, feigning excitement. Big bro. I'm so impressed by you. Ha 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 ha. Chuan burst into laughter, surprised to discover such a playful and adorable side to Su Kerson. Not bad. Perfect for being my woman. After laughing, he turned to the man and said with utter contempt, did you hear that? This girl trusts me. She actually enjoys listening to my tall tales. Hey. I just can't stand you. I hate your rough and tumble looks. So? Convinced yet? If you are, then get the hell out of here. The entire venue erupted in laughter once more, utterly amused by Chuan's shameless antics. The DJ on stage practically choked on her drink, the sound of sputtering water echoing through the mic and filling the entire bar. Not bad. You'd make a perfect woman for me too. Chuan stole a glance at her and silently mused. His words weren't just sleazy, they also made everyone understand the whole story. So that's what happened, the middle-aged guy hit on someone else's girlfriend, leading to this whole scene. Suddenly, no one was calling Chuan a braggart anymore. Instead, they were cheering him on. A handsome guy and a beautiful girl make a perfect pair. What business is it of yours, old man? The man bragged. The women cheered him on how sweet and fun their relationship was. Why did you have to come along and ruin it? Oh my goodness. This night wasn't wasted after all. I actually got to meet the bar owner. Boss. Can I get your autograph? Yo. Hey boss. Can you give me a discount today? Not much, just 10%. Put. You greedy man, watch out or the owner might break your bones. Owner. I'm not greedy, just 20% off is fine. Ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Coercion didn't mind Chuan bragging. Why should they? They came to the bar to have fun. With such a great show unfolding, why wouldn't they join in the fun? Then someone even more daring hopped onto a table and shouted, marry him. Be his boss lady. The noise level shot up another notch. Chuan roared with laughter, adopting a commanding posture as he raised his hand to silence the crowd. Then, with deadpan seriousness, he declared, thank you all. But she's still in my probationary period, not yet qualified to be the boss's wife. All you young ladies and girls, hurry up. Today is the boss's last chance to hire a boss lady. The customer service girl was so amused by his string of cheeky remarks that she couldn't stop grinning, collapsing into the sofa unable to stand up. DJ laughed so hard he lost his bearings, slipped, and tumbled off the stage over half a meter high. Coercion was also shaking with laughter. While she believed she matched Chuan in wit and humor, there was one thing she had to admit: Chuan was way more skilled than her. Chuan, you're so damn smooth. The man's face alternated between pale and crimson, his teeth gnashing in fury as the alcohol wore off. He knew he'd been acting like a spoiled brat, but Chuan had publicly humiliated him like a monkey, shattering his pride. He pointed at Chuan, his voice thick with venom. Kid. Don't let me catch you again. That was all he could say. Because he had nothing else to say. Chuan watched him with a smirk. Don't worry. You won't see me again. Because you're about to be blacklisted from Xianhai Bar. He pulled out his phone and called his father. What? Shi Dianmo snapped the moment he answered, his voice thick with irritation. Dad, you're already asleep? Why so early tonight? Chuan asked, sounding genuinely surprised. Sleep my ass. I'm making you a little sister. Ha 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 ha. Alright. That's my dad for you, still going strong in his old age. Hey, is that energy pill still around? Don't lose it. If your body can't handle it, just pop it. Shi Dianmo snapped. What is it? Get to the point. Chuan said, have the manager of Xianhai Bar come see me. Emperor card. Click. Shi Dianmo hung up the phone without hesitation. The room fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The men stared wide-eyed at Chuan, unable to tell if his confident demeanor was genuine or feigned. Moments later, the bar's general manager came panting down the stairs, skidding to a halt before Chuan. Young master, he said respectfully, you summoned me. Chuan smiled warmly as he pointed at the man. This guy. Blacklist him. He's never allowed back in Xianhai Bar. The manager froze, then stammered awkwardly, young master, we don't have a blacklist system. Damn it. Chuan kicked him in frustration. We don't? Then make one, damn it. Chapter 36, Bar Blacklist. The general manager arrived. The general manager actually came. Not only did he come, but he addressed Chuan as young master. The entire bar erupted in chaos. So it wasn't an act after all, this place really was his family's business. After a brief moment of stunned silence, everyone present erupted with excitement. This was the first time they'd ever seen the bar's owner appear in person. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Everyone mimicked the general manager's tone as they cheered. Standing tall atop the VIP booth, Chuan whistled at the crowd, then took Coercion's small hand and declared, stop just calling me young master. There's also a young master's wife here. Ha ha ha. The entire room erupted in laughter, joining in the teasing with cries of young madam. Standing beside Chuan, Coercion showed not a hint of nervousness in this scene. She gracefully bowed to everyone and sweetly said, everyone, don't get ahead of yourselves. Your young master is pursuing me, but I haven't agreed yet. She repeated Chuan's words verbatim, sending the bar's already boisterous energy soaring to new heights. The drunken troublemaker from earlier was utterly dumbfounded. He looked up at Chuan, forcing an awkward yet polite smile, and stammered, young master. Chuan smiled warmly, pointing at the man and instructing the manager, this guy. Blacklist him. No more entry to Xianhai Bar. The manager froze, then awkwardly replied, young master, we don't have a blacklist. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter so loud it nearly shook the roof off. No. Ha 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 ha. Xianhai Bar doesn't have a blacklist. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing my ass off. Young master tries to act all high and mighty about banning someone, then asks his staff? There's no such option? Guys, look. Young master's dumbstruck. He's speechless, ha ha ha. Damn it. Chuan snapped back to reality, kicking the manager in frustration. No? Then make one, damn it. I'm telling you I need a blacklist. So what if it doesn't exist? Can't you make one now? Do I have to teach you how to do this? Don't you have any initiative? Can't you think like a manager? I hired you to get things done, not to make my life harder. Chuan stifled a laugh as he playfully smacked the general manager on the head. His exasperated expression had everyone laughing so hard they couldn't speak. The general manager grinned broadly, more than happy to play along with Chuan's act. He tilted his head back with feigned hurt, looking earnestly at Chuan as he said, "But it wasn't you who hired me, it was your dad, right? You could say that in the nightlife scene, there's not a single person who doesn't know how to play the game." Put. The words barely left his mouth before Chuan clutched his chest, slumping into the sofa with a blank expression. Thump! 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 The bar echoed with the sound of chairs being knocked over one after another, as many patrons laughed themselves nearly unconscious. Even those who crashed to the floor, feeling like their butts had split into 8 pieces, rubbed their sore spots while grinning through clenched teeth. Coercion curled up in her chair, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She felt she'd never been this happy in her entire life. Clever as she was, she instantly grasped one truth. The truest joy wasn't humor, it was sheer extravagance. The middle-aged man scratched his head awkwardly, stuck between leaving and staying. The entire room laughed for a full 5 minutes before gradually quieting down. Chuan and the general manager had had their fill of fun, their expressions turning serious. "Young master, your orders." The general manager shed his earlier dullness and spoke with sullen formality. Chuan nodded with a smile and addressed the troublemaking middle-aged man, "I'll let this one slide. But remember this, don't get so damn full of yourself after a few drinks. Shanghai is a place for everyone to enjoy themselves, but there are limits to that enjoyment. If I catch anyone causing trouble here again, don't blame me for being harsh." Chuan declared with authority. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Sorry. I just lost my mind today." Chuan hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to the general manager. "Implement a blacklist system. Anyone caught causing trouble while drunk or behaving like a hooligan gets permanently banned from Shanghai Bar. Shanghai Bar caters to a high-end clientele we never lack for patrons. Those with poor drinking manners disturb other guests and tarnish our establishment's reputation. If anyone encounters similar incidents in the future, feel free to report them to our staff. We promise to deliver the finest nightlife experience." "Right on. Young Master Chi, you're the man." As soon as Chuan finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd, applauding his boldness. Especially the girls out for a night on the town, their eyes lit up as they stared at Chuan. Most people who come to places like this are looking for a fling. But such things depend on mutual attraction. If someone isn't interested, you can't force them. In that moment, every girl present felt a surge of security within this bar. At least when they returned in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about being harassed by those older men. Coercion sat beside him with a smile, raising her small hand. Chuan and the manager both froze, then heard her say, "Manager, your young master has been harassing me. Could you please block him?" Her big eyes blinked innocently, radiating sincerity. The hall, which had finally quieted down, erupted once more in roaring laughter. Chuan waved the older man away, then turned and playfully flicked Coercion's smooth forehead. The general manager grabbed a microphone and bellowed, "Crank up the music. Let's all congratulate our Shanghai Bar's young master on becoming the first person on the blacklist." Woohoo! The crowd cheered in unison. The beautiful DJ on stage flipped the switch again, and the pulsing beats pounded into everyone's ears once more. The farce concluded. Chuan sank back into the sofa, smiling warmly at Coercion. "You know, I just realized something, you're actually quite kind-hearted." Coercion picked up a French fry, her sweet smile never fading. "Chewing," she replied, "kindness is a girl's nature, after all." Chuan burst out laughing. "Coercion, are you starting to learn how to be shameless too?" Chapter 37, Mu Zishuan, may I add you on WeChat? Why did Chuan say that? Because Coercion had just taken the initiative to tease him to give the uncle, the very same uncle who had been rude to her moments ago, a way out. She drew everyone's attention to herself and Chuan, turning it into a light-hearted moment to soften the initial impression of the whole incident. That's why Chuan called her kind. As for her later boldly admitting her kindness and declaring it her natural feminine instinct with righteous conviction. For that, Chuan could only describe her with 3 crude yet perfectly apt words, shameless. Coercion answered without a trace of embarrassment, "You become like the company you keep. Spending more time with you, I've gradually molded myself into your shape. Plus, today was the first time I realized how joyful shamelessness could be." Chuan gave her a thumbs up. "You're definitely the kind of woman I'd choose. That kind of insight is just strong." The two continued their playful banter, glass after glass of wine disappearing until the large bottle was empty before they knew it. As a man enhanced by the power pills, Chuan found this amount of alcohol a mere trifle. But Coercion's face was flushed, and she appeared quite tipsy. Ding! Host's Playboy points plus 10,000. Deep into the night, the Shanghai Bar only grew louder. Chuan glanced at Coercion, whose eyes were already struggling to stay open. He shook the empty wine bottle in his hand, deciding it was late enough. They'd had their fun, it was time to leave. He secretly added the card service attendant on WeChat, then supported Su Kurson as they left the bar amid farewells and well wishes from the crowd. Chuan, can you carry me? Su Kurson felt her legs growing weak. Resting her face against his arm, she spoke with a hint of petulance. Sure, Chuan chuckled, bending down as she clumsily climbed onto his back. Where to? Back to school, or just somewhere random? Chuan asked casually as the cool night breeze blew away the lingering effects of the alcohol. Lee Kurson replied without opening her eyes, you brought me out here. Aren't you going to take care of me? Chuan cupped her hips, lifting her slightly, genuinely afraid she might fall, not trying to take advantage. Then he smiled and said, of course I can make arrangements. I just feared you wouldn't dare come with me. Su Kurson hummed a couple of times. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but her mind felt sluggish. After pondering for a few seconds, she finally smiled and said, if I dared drink with you, why wouldn't I dare go home with you? But you, Chuan, I bet you wouldn't dare take me back. Chuan immediately bristled. Me? Afraid? I'm a grown man, what could I possibly be afraid of? He. Su Kurson closed her eyes and chuckled like a little fox. She grabbed Chuan's ear and tugged it playfully as she teased, I actually think you wouldn't dare. Just imagine me lying there so obediently beside you, too weak to resist whatever you might do. Could you really hold back? If you accidentally lose control, I'll be so disappointed. Then you'll only have my body, but never my heart. Of course, none of that matters most. The real point is I won't cooperate with you afterward, you'll only unlock one position. Su Kurson's words left Chuan completely dumbfounded. Damn it, she actually pulled out a line like you'll only unlock one position. But upon reflection, it seemed she was right. With Su Kurson lying beside him, delicate and vulnerable, he truly might not be able to control himself. Chuan was a man who knew his limits. He wouldn't dare tempt fate with such beauty. But his mouth refused to admit defeat. Who cares if it's one position or several? Let's unlock it today and see. Su Kurson giggled softly, her voice barely audible. If you could really do that, then I wouldn't have to overthink things. Women. Chuan couldn't help but curve his lips upward as he carried her all the way to the nearest hotel. He looked up, Xianhai Hotel. Another one of his father's properties. After checking in, he carried Su Kurson upstairs and plopped her onto the large bed. As he removed her shoes and wiped her face, he muttered to himself, want to disappoint me? Think you can ditch me after one night of passion? Not a chance. I'll seduce you, and then I'll sleep with you for the rest of my life. Chuan didn't understand love or affection. All he knew was that this woman, like Yun Xiuji, was someone he desperately wanted to possess. He also knew that a man should treat his woman unconditionally well. If he couldn't do that, he shouldn't mess with her in the first place. After settling Su Kurson, he happily opened the system store and browsed for a while, contemplating whether to exchange a potency pill for the girl by his side. After pondering, he decided against it for now. Lee Kurson was simply too adorable when she had a drink. Chuan genuinely didn't want to spoil the moment. If he fed her a potion, he might never witness such adorable moments again. Today he'd earned another 10,000 Playboy points, bringing him one step closer to his little tabby cat goal. Chuan watched happily. Even if he couldn't afford it yet, just looking at it felt wonderful. Catgirl. After browsing the system store, Chuan yawned and pulled out his phone. Sure enough, his video was back on the homepage of the short video platform. The video of him putting on a big show at the bar. Beneath the video, the comments section was flooded with ha 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 alongside other remarks. Holy? That's crazy young master? Damn it! I was right there in the bar and didn't even recognize him as crazy young master. Ha 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 ha. Crazy kid is so damn cool. He never disappoints. Alright, guys, I'm heading to the bar tomorrow to stake out Crazy Kid. I won't leave until I get his autograph. Wake up, man. The minimum spend at Xianhai Bar is over 2,000 bucks. With your salary, you'll starve to death before you even spot Crazy Kid. Small-minded. Who said I'm going inside? I'm camping out at the bar entrance with my sleeping bag. Ha ha ha. That's genius. Crazy Kid's got money to burn, I'm not funding his arrogance any further. What the hell is this bar blacklist? That's hilarious. Crazy Kid sure has some wild ideas. Hee. Am I the only one paying attention to Quang Xiao's target? Slurp, she's gorgeous. Chuan scrolled down with a smile, suddenly spotting a peculiar comment. Mr. Chi, this is Mu Zixuan. May I add you on WeChat? Chapter 38, I need to prepare a gift for my sister. Mu Zixuan? That cute intern at the luxury boutique? How bold. Instead of asking the store manager for my WeChat, she actually posted under a Douyin video openly asking for my contact info? Aren't you afraid of getting flack? I'm a man with a girlfriend, after all. Chuan paused, opened her Douyin profile, and sent her his WeChat. Before he could lock his screen, a new WeChat request popped up. That was fast. Chuan clicked accept and immediately saw the message Mu Zixuan had sent. Mr. Chi, this is Mu Zixuan. Chuan smiled as he tapped the screen. So late, still awake? Yeah. Put. Can't even chat properly. At this hour, you should be saying, I've been waiting for you to accept my friend request. Chuan muttered silently to himself before replying, what's up? Nothing. If it's nothing, go to sleep. Stop daydreaming. Chuan replied indignantly. After spending so much time with Su Kursen, he suddenly found ordinary conversations utterly boring. Boring. He tossed his phone aside casually, then turned his head to find Su Kursen lying on the quilt, smiling sweetly at him. Sober already? Chuan asked, slightly surprised. This girl could hold her liquor. Even though it was just grape juice, she'd downed quite a bit. Impressive. She truly lived up to his expectations. Su Kursen gave a faint before climbing up to lean against the headboard. Rubbing her temples with a pout, she murmured, still feel a bit woozy. Chuan chuckled, that's exactly how it should be. Woman, I had the bar manager spike your drink earlier. Oh? Su Kursen smiled sweetly at him. Well, I'm starting to feel a bit hot. Chuan, what are you waiting for? Waiting for you to throw yourself into my arms, of course. Su Kursen giggled softly. After a moment, she asked calmly, so you're not planning to go back today? Once you're in all the way. Chuan shamelessly leaned in, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He whispered wickedly in her ear, you worked so hard to lure me out, how could I possibly leave you behind? Oh. Su Kursen nodded indifferently, climbing off the bed. Her two small, white feet made a soft patter on the floor as she walked toward the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Chuan sprang to his feet as well. I'll join you. Su Kursen lifted her chin, gave a proud little snort, and said, go ahead if you dare. With that, she slipped straight into the bathroom, not even bothering to lock the door behind her. Chuan stood rooted to the spot, seething with frustration. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn it. Smart women are so hard to fool. Suddenly, he found himself thinking that perhaps Mu Zixuan's gentle, ordinary personality wasn't so bad after all. Today, Su Kursen had thrown caution to the wind. Chuan was the only guy she'd ever had any feelings for. In her eyes, no matter how smart other guys were, they all seemed to fail the immature test. But Chuan was different. Though he appeared carefree on the surface, inside he seemed like a fox that had lived for thousands of years. Su Kursen liked smart men, but she liked shrewd men even more. She didn't mind getting involved with Chuan, it would actually make her feel comfortable, as if his sharpness was just a facade, revealing him to be an ordinary boy who couldn't resist temptation. Chuan wasn't falling for her tricks. He wanted to sleep with this woman, but he wanted her to crave it even more. Su Kursen clearly wasn't like that. Chuan knew she had feelings for him, but they were limited to mere attraction. He'd rescued her from trouble several times and didn't want his efforts reduced to a mundane transaction by a one-night stand. Woman, you won't escape my grasp. One day, you'll be utterly captivated by me. Chuan thought smugly. After Su Kursen finished her shower, he stepped in for a quick rinse himself before collapsing onto the bed and pulling her into his arms. Su Kursen offered no resistance. Chuan had booked a king-size bedroom, clearly intending to take advantage of her. Let him have his way. After all, she didn't dislike him. She nestled obediently in Chuan's embrace, her beautiful eyes shimmering in the darkness. After a moment, she asked softly, Chuan, can't you just let me go? Sleep with me, and I won't have to force myself to like you anymore. No way, little bunny. I've got my sights set on you. The next morning, Chuan woke up feeling refreshed, the faint scent of Su Kursen lingering on his pillow. Su Kursen was already gone, she had classes early that morning. Chuan held back. He almost wanted to applaud himself. After getting out of bed and freshening up, Chuan checked his phone. All the messages were from his sons. Brother Chuan. Where are you? The teacher's about to take attendance. Oh no. Yanzi answered for you and got caught by the teacher. Ha ha ha. Yanzi got docked 10 points off his daily score. Damn it. The teacher docked you 20 points off your daily score. And said if you skip class one more time, you'll be disqualified from the final exam. Chuan casually flipped through the messages before tossing his phone aside with utter indifference. Like hell. After getting a second chance at life and inheriting billions, why would I sweat over some lousy attendance points? But the moment he tossed it aside, the phone rang. He snatched it up irritably, glanced at the caller ID, and froze. Because the caller ID displayed an official government number. Hello? Who is this? Chuan's usual cocky demeanor vanished as he greeted the caller in a subdued tone. Chuan, right? This is the Public Security Bureau. The award for exposing the substandard food at that barbecue restaurant yesterday has been finalized. Can you come by to pick it up when you have time? Of course. Absolutely. Chuan's face lit up the moment he heard what it was about. Great. When can you come by? We have a press conference today to announce strict penalties for similar incidents, and we'd like to invite you to attend. Any time works for me, I can come right now. Alright, we'll be waiting for you. With that, the call ended. Chuan tucked his phone away, murmuring to himself with delight, the Public Security Bureau actually has pretty girls? Her voice was so lovely. With his rich imagination, he'd already pictured Yun Xiuji in uniform. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Right. I'm going to buy some gifts for my sister. Uniforms, stockings, sailor hats, anything else? The stockings need holes. Wonder if they sell ready-made ones, or else I'll have to make them myself. Whoa. Doing it yourself sounds kinda nice? Ha, no rush then. We'll see when Big Sis gets back. Chapter 39, It's All Destiny. Chuan thought happily to himself as he grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. After walking a short distance, he returned to the bar entrance and found his McLaren. Seeing it, Chuan froze for a moment before remembering it was his own car. He'd driven so many different cars these past few days that his memory was getting all jumbled up. Chuan drove to a nearby gas station to fill up, then headed straight toward the Public Security Bureau. On the way, a thought suddenly popped into his head: if that barbecue restaurant, which had been in business for so many years, could be involved in such dirty business, could other establishments be trusted? Sure, after this scandal broke, the authorities would definitely step up inspections across all restaurants in the city. Those establishments wouldn't dare risk flying under the radar during this storm. But once this period passed, who could guarantee similar problems wouldn't resurface? With that thought, Chuan dialed his father's number. You little brat. You got nothing better to do all day? Can't you just leave me alone for one day? The moment he picked up, Dianmao unleashed a torrent of profanity. Chuan chuckled, Dad, I'm thinking of opening a barbecue restaurant near our school. Got any connections? Could you hook me up? Dianmao paused, then asked, why the sudden interest in opening a restaurant? Chuan asked back with some confusion, Dad, don't you ever go online? How come you didn't know about such a big deal? Why would I go online? If I have free time, why not water my flowers instead? Besides, if there's any important news, someone will report it to me. Since I don't know about it, it must not be a big deal. Dianmao declared with confidence. Chuan sighed in exasperation and recounted the entire incident at the barbecue restaurant from the previous day to his father. As Dianmao listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. By the end, his face was so dark it seemed like it could rain. He slammed his fist on the table angrily and coldly ordered, no more eating out. I'll have someone deliver meals to you. Chuan was instantly speechless. Damn it, Dad. Don't embarrass me like this. This little thing isn't worth it, okay? Before his father could respond, he continued, that's exactly why I asked you to hook me up with some connections in the restaurant biz. I'm planning to open my own eatery near campus. Dianmao pondered for a moment, deciding it was actually a decent plan. He nodded in agreement. Fine. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it for you. Put. A few restaurants? I'll buy up every single one near your school today and put my own people in charge. Chuan. That's not necessary. Just hook me up. I want to do this myself. As for the location, I plan to take over that sealed-off barbecue place. Dianmao casually replied, fine, whatever you say. Hold on, I'll have someone contact you. With that, he hung up. Chuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Being a rich kid really felt different. Do whatever you want. Wanted to take over a shop today? Done. Don't underestimate a shop like this. In the Magic City, especially in the University District of Magic City University, even a tiny takeout shop of just over 10 square meters requires an absurdly high investment. That's me for you. Chuan basked in his triumphant thoughts until he looked up and realized he'd already arrived at the Public Security Bureau's entrance. After explaining his purpose, he smoothly entered the Public Security Bureau lobby and immediately spotted the squad leader who had been on duty that day. Hey there, kid. You made it. The squad leader beamed as he approached Chuan. This was the very hero who had exposed the barbecue shop's shady dealings. Chuan greeted him with a smile, Captain, then looked around expectantly. Where's my medal? The squad leader chuckled and replied, it's right here. Don't worry, your honor won't be overlooked. With that, he led Chuan deeper inside. The conference hall was packed, with journalists crammed into the front rows. Clearly, this incident was being taken very seriously. A balding official stood on stage delivering a speech. Chuan listened for a moment before losing interest. The speech essentially stated, we will rigorously investigate similar incidents and conduct a sweeping crackdown on the food service industry across Magic City to resolutely prevent such occurrences from happening again. Finally, he pointed toward Chuan and announced loudly to the reporters, this is the young hero who exposed the dark secrets of the barbecue restaurant, Comrade Chuan. Please give him a warm round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, all cameras trained on him. Chuan flicked his hair with a flourish and strode onto the stage with great confidence. Comrade Chuan, this is our reward for you. We hope you'll keep up the good work. The leader presented a medal and personally pinned it to the spot on Chuan's chest. Chuan glanced down. There was no name engraved on it, nor any specific event mentioned, just a plain medal. Hey, hey, hey! How am I supposed to show this off like this? Chuan silently complained under his breath, then shook hands with the leader with a broad smile. Click, click, click. Flashbulbs exploded from the cameras below the stage, continuing for nearly 10 minutes. Chuan maintained his smile, staring at the reporters while keeping his hand firmly clasped with the leader's, not daring to move an inch. Damn it! This is exhausting. These officials really have it rough too. Chuan felt utterly helpless, his arm nearly going numb. Finally, the photographers below the stage finished snapping pictures. Next came the interview session. A middle-aged reporter seized the initiative, raising his hand first and asking Chuan, Mr. Chuan, how did you uncover the shady dealings at the barbecue restaurant? Chuan smiled and replied, I was eating when suddenly my stomach started hurting. It was really unpleasant, so I asked the owner to take me to the kitchen to have a look. That's how I found out. Huh? Chuan's answer left the middle-aged reporter speechless. He tilted his head, staring at Chuan as if he were an alien. Hey, buddy, why aren't you playing by the rules? Shouldn't you be saying something like, I detected a strange taste in the meat, suspected something was off, and then proceeded to. What the heck does I was annoyed even mean? A young female reporter beside them burst out laughing and called out to Chuan, Mr. Chuan. I heard you initially caused a scene at the barbecue restaurant just because of stomach pain, and it was purely by chance that you uncovered their shady practices. Is that right? Should I address you as Mr. Chuan, or should I call you Mad Young Master? Ha ha ha. Chuan laughed, giving her a thumbs up. Exactly. It was all meant to be. Take note, all you unscrupulous shop owners. Watch your step if you cross paths with me again. Chapter 40, don't try this at home. It's all fate. All you unscrupulous shopkeepers, take note. Burn this Mad Young Master's face into your memory. If you ever cross paths with me again, you'd better watch your step. Chuan stood on the podium, speaking with utter arrogance, exaggeratedly curling the right corner of his mouth as he spoke. Ha 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 ha. Below the podium, the young reporters all burst into laughter, while the older ones were completely dumbfounded. This was an official interview, wasn't it? Who gave you permission to pull stunts? And what the hell was this Mad Young Master nonsense? Was this young man on stage really that famous, and did he have such an arrogant nickname? Even the Public Security Bureau chief froze on the spot. He assumed this wasn't a major interview and wouldn't involve complicated questions, so he hadn't called Chuan in for a rehearsal beforehand. Now it seemed the plot was unfolding in a direction he hadn't anticipated? The squad leader beside him covered his mouth, stifling a giggle. That day during the police operation, he'd heard passersby shouting Mad Young Master left and right, leaving him utterly baffled. Later, back home, curiosity got the better of him. He opened Baidu and searched for the keywords Mad Young Master. Holy crap! He hadn't known until he searched, and now he was shocked. This nickname had only been around for 3 days, yet it had already swept across major short video platforms, repeatedly making it onto trending charts. Even celebrity scandals couldn't match its heat. His curiosity only grew. After carefully reviewing the Mad Young Master incident, he was utterly stunned. His first reaction wasn't about how many satisfyingly righteous deeds Crazy Kid had done, but rather, holy, that's insane. Just to vent his anger, he pulled out 150,000 yuan in cash to slap someone in the face? Just because he couldn't stand seeing a gas thief, he drove his 3 million yuan luxury car into them like a bumper car? Just because a salesperson called his friend a poor schmuck, he bought out the entire luxury boutique? The craziest part? That store originally belonged to his own dad. Even his dating life is this outrageous. Seriously, no one else can top this. The squad leader found himself utterly captivated, spending the entire night endlessly replaying videos related to Chuan. By the time he snapped back to reality, dawn had broken. So he showed up to work today with 2 huge black eyes, prompting his boss to ask with concern, have you been working too hard lately? Do you need some time off? The squad leader awkwardly declined the offer. Now, finally witnessing the long-awaited moment of the bureau chief's stunned expression, he couldn't help but recall the scene from last night when he first learned of the crazy young master's reputation. A quiet chuckle escaped him. Up ahead, the reporters continued their questioning. So your original goal was just to stir up trouble, and exposing the corruption was merely an unexpected bonus? Chuan put on a brief performance, toning down his usual flamboyance and adopting an innocent, harmless smile. That smile instantly left all the women in the room speechless. The young master who had been so ridiculous and arrogant moments ago had suddenly transformed into a gentle, sunny young man. Gulp! The room fell briefly silent before a chorus of swallows echoed through the air. Some, visibly hungry, stared at Chuan with gleaming eyes, practically salivating at the thought of devouring him whole. Ignoring the reactions around him, Chuan smiled and said, actually, my friends and I have been to this barbecue place many times before. But every time we ate here, I'd end up feeling a bit queasy afterward. Yesterday was no different. After eating a bit, I started feeling stomach pains. Just then, I happened to overhear the gentleman at the next table discussing the same matter, which struck me as odd. So I called over the owner to ask about it. Chuan paused, noticing everyone was listening intently, and continued, "At first, the owner refused to let us tour the kitchen. No choice, I had to pull out my cash power." Chuan gave a slight smirk, and those who understood the reference shared a knowing chuckle with him. "The moment I stepped into the kitchen, a strange odor hit me. What happened next is exactly what you're seeing now." No sooner had he finished than the female reporter from earlier chimed in again. "Mr. Chuan, what are your thoughts on being called the wild young master?" Chuan's eyes widened as he retorted loudly, "Hey, hey, hey. That question isn't part of today's interview scope. You can't just ask whatever you want. Didn't the company give you a script?" His outburst sent the crowd into fits of laughter once more. The director looked utterly flustered, unsure how to handle the situation. Just then, a female clerk beside him chimed in, "Director, don't you think this is actually pretty good? Everyone's having a great time, why make it so serious? This is a positive, promotional interview, not some solemn speech. There's no need to make the atmosphere so heavy." The director paused, glancing at the laughter and cheer on stage. Suddenly, he agreed it was rather pleasant. With that, he abandoned his plan to interrupt Chuan and turned to praise the young clerk beside him. "Sue, young people like you really think on your feet. I'm just too old-fashioned." The clerk called Xiao Su smiled, adjusted her glasses, and kept her eyes fixed on Chuan. She dared to speak up because she was also a fan of the mad young master and understood his personality well. Though he always appeared brash, arrogant, and unfocused, he was actually exceptionally clever. She was confident he wouldn't make a fool of himself at such an important event. Sure enough, Chuan didn't disappoint them. No matter how bizarre or tricky the reporter's questions were, he answered them with ease, bringing laughter to the entire venue. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Chuan glanced at his watch and addressed the journalists, "Thank you all for coming today. It's getting late, so we'll wrap up the interview here. Young Master Chi, wait. I have one more question." It was that female reporter again, raising her hand for what felt like the 100th time. "One last question, go ahead," Chuan replied with a smile. The reporter cleared her throat, her eyes fixed intently on him. "Young Master Quan, is there anything you'd like to say to your fan club?" "What?" Chuan froze on the spot, his eyes widening in utter bewilderment as he stared at her. The reporter paused, covering her mouth and chuckling. "Mr. Quan, surely you're aware just how popular you are right now? You heard me right. There's already a fan club for you out there." Chuan. "Really?" He forced a smile. Don't copy me. Chapter 41, Chi Dianmao's right-hand men. Fan club? What the hell is this thing? Am I, Chi, worthy of such a thing? Chuan's mind was screaming in fury, even suspecting for a moment that this female reporter was pulling his leg. But seeing her genuinely excited and earnest expression, Chuan felt she wasn't lying. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he finally forced a smile and replied, don't follow my example. Everyone works hard for their money. Don't blow your entire month's food budget just for a moment's thrill. This is just... sigh. Anyway, I'm different from you guys. Remember, don't copy me. I've got billions in family wealth backing me up, and I'm carrying the weighty historical responsibility of fostering peaceful coexistence between alien species and humanity. You don't have that burden, no need to be as pretentious as me. Chuan was bursting with things he couldn't say. His sudden awkwardness froze the entire room for a moment before erupting into thunderous laughter. Ha! Echoed throughout the venue, with the female reporter who'd asked the question laughing so hard tears streamed down her face. Gasping for breath, she explained to Chuan, "Young Master Chi, you're overthinking this. Your fan club admires your sense of justice and standing up for others, not your arrogance or extravagance." "Oh, I see. That's good, that's good." Chuan scratched his head awkwardly, but inwardly he was thinking. Me, standing up for justice? Is that even true? How come I never knew about it? But none of that mattered now. Chuan raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once everyone fell silent again, he cleared his throat and declared solemnly, "Since everyone's focused on this matter, I'd like to take the liberty of submitting a request to the director." The group froze, their eyes turning to the chief in unison. The chief looked equally bewildered, staring blankly at Chuan. Chuan continued, "I intend to take over that sealed-off shop and reopen it as a barbecue restaurant. Of course, I'll guarantee the quality and ingredients. I hope the chief will approve, and I hope everyone will keep an eye on me." The director saw no reason to refuse, but looked at Chuan with puzzlement. "Alright then, but you could have discussed this with me later. Why bring it up right now?" Chuan chuckled. "Well, I was thinking maybe you could just not seal that shop? Just hand it over to me instead. And another thing. Ahem. With all these reporters here, I've got to seize the chance to promote my own place." Chuan winked and grinned. The chief burst into laughter and gave him a thumbs up. The journalists all laughed too, promising to give Chuan a solid shout-out. Amidst the laughter, they couldn't help but admire Chuan's sharp wit. Not only did he score free publicity, but he also boosted his shop's reputation. A shop sealed due to quality issues leaves a bad impression in people's minds. Even if it changed ownership later, people would instinctively resist patronizing it due to past incidents. By making this public announcement at this event, Chuan had effectively erased that negative impression. Not only that, but he indirectly gained recognition from the Public Security Bureau for his shop. He also capitalized on the heightened attention to run a massive promotional campaign, killing multiple birds with one stone. After delivering his message, Chuan concluded the press conference with a formal summary. Below the stage, the Public Security Bureau chief approached him with a smile, saying, "Chuan, I never would have guessed you'd be such a stirrer. After what happened yesterday, I thought you'd be more of a sharp, steady type." Chuan replied with characteristic nonchalance, "Chief, you really know how to read people. Others laugh at me for being too flashy, but I laugh at them for not seeing through me. You're truly the chief, your insight is sharp. You instantly saw the humility and steadiness beneath my arrogant exterior." The chief froze on the spot, his smile fading as he shifted his attention to the other security officers. After a moment's pause, his smile returned, and his admiration for the young Chuan deepened. Of course, this wasn't the kind of admiration one might expect. It was more like the approval an elder gives to a younger person. Truth be told, most people actually preferred mischievous youngsters like this. After a few more casual words, Chuan drove away from the security bureau. In the car, he pulled out his phone and noticed a friend request and a missed call. Chuan immediately pulled over to the side of the road and returned the call. "Mr. Chi, my name is Lu Hai. Mr. Chi instructed me to contact you regarding the restaurant near Magic City University." The man on the other end greeted him respectfully the moment the call connected. Chuan chuckled, "I'm not satisfied. Send me a beautiful woman to handle this." Lu Hai's voice remained steady, without a hint of hesitation or emotion as he continued, "Mr. Chi specifically assigned me to handle this matter. I'm afraid I can't grant your request without consulting Mr. Chi." What a dullard, not a shred of humor. Chuan instantly felt like he was talking to a wall. He cut the small talk short and issued a direct order, "Before 2 p.m., settle the lease for that barbecue restaurant and meet me at Magic City University." "Yes, young Master Chi," Lu Hai replied flatly before hanging up. Chuan's mouth twitched. He felt like he'd been put in his place. What kind of person is this? Some emotionless robot? He couldn't resist pulling out his phone to look him up. The results stunned him. Lu Hai, founder of XXX Catering. By XXX year, the chain had surpassed 100 locations with a market value exceeding 10 billion. He then expanded into bars, KTVs, and other entertainment venues. At his peak, nearly the entire nightlife of Shanghai belonged to him. Later, he was acquired by Chuan's father. Damn, he's a ruthless bastard too. Chuan's mouth twitched in disbelief. What shocked him even more was that this ruthless bastard's entire conglomerate had been acquired by his own father. Damn it! So the toughest guy around is actually my dad. Dad, you're the real madman, aren't you? Chuan was bursting with frustration, not knowing where to vent it. All he wanted was a small restaurant, and Dad went and dispatched his right-hand man and left-hand man? I don't deserve this. Chuan glanced at the time, more than 3 hours until 2 in the afternoon. With nothing else to do, he decided to drive to the mall. Yesterday, Mu Zixuan had added him as a friend, and he planned to check in on this girl whose mind seemed to be in a constant whirl. He'd also take the opportunity to check on the store's operations. And maybe grab some lunch while he was at it. He parked in the underground garage. As soon as he pressed the elevator button, he spotted the same disgruntled clerk from before, struggling to push a shopping cart. The clerk spotted him immediately, paused in surprise, then greeted him enthusiastically, "Mr. Chi." Chapter 42, Your Father. The moment he spotted Chuan, the middle-aged clerk greeted him warmly. Chuan paused slightly, momentarily unable to recognize the clerk. He had shed the salesperson's standard suit for a worn, light blue work uniform. He looked much more down and out than before, yet his spirit was surprisingly high. "Oh, it's you," Chuan replied with a smile. The man nodded in acknowledgement, then called out to the other workers, "You guys don't need to come down after this trip. I'll handle the rest. I'll go upstairs to count the quantities later." After methodically assigning tasks, he jogged over to Chuan and bowed deeply. "How's it going? Settling in okay?" Chuan, unaware of his switch to logistics, asked out of concern for his subordinate. Adapting very well," the man replied with a smile. "Thanks to your guidance that day, I've come to understand my place. Even though I earn a bit less than when I was in sales, it's stable and fulfilling. I truly enjoy my current work. Mr. Chi, I've been promoted to team leader in operations. The store manager says I'm performing exceptionally well. By the end of this year, I might even be promoted to assistant manager of operations." Chuan, infected by his sunny disposition, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. That simple pat touched the man deeply, reinforcing his belief that Chuan was outwardly arrogant but inwardly kind and wise. He'd worked all day and was covered in grime, yet Chuan showed him no sign of disdain. Instead, he'd willingly pause to chat. "To have a boss like you is a blessing in 3 lifetimes. Mr. Chi, rest assured. I'll treat this job like it's my own family." Watching Chuan's figure disappear into the elevator, he thought silently to himself. Little did Chuan know that his casual pat could spark such vivid imagination in his employee's mind. At that moment, his only thought was what to have for lunch. Arriving at his luxury boutique, Chuan immediately spotted Mu Zixuan. She was still dressed in the standard sales uniform, a dark blue vest accentuating her pert, rounded curves, her long legs encased in silk stockings, straight and slender without an ounce of excess fat. The bodycon skirt barely concealed the stunning view beneath. Mu Zixuan had just closed a deal and was waving goodbye to the customer. Only after the customer's figure disappeared completely did she collapse wearily into a leather chair, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "So tired," she murmured, puffing out her cheeks as she bent over to massage her aching calves. Just then, the manager called out, "Xiao Mu, go grab some lunch first." "Got it, manager." Mu Zixuan replied, giving her calves a couple more firm squeezes before standing up. The moment she stood, a tall figure appeared before her, hands tucked into pockets, smiling warmly as he asked, "Tired? Need me to give you a massage?" Mu Zixuan froze, then bowed respectfully. "Mr. Qi, what brings you here?" Chuan leaned in suggestively, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered with a mischievous grin, "I missed you. Came to see you." Mu Zixuan froze, not feeling embarrassed but unsure how to respond. Seeing her expression, Chuan shrugged with a smile. "Come with me. Skip the cafeteria." With that, he turned and walked away without a second glance. Mu Zixuan stared blankly at Chuan's retreating back, then found herself following him without thinking. Her emotions were tangled, a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind until she couldn't even discern her own truest feelings anymore. Chuan didn't ask for Mu Zixuan's opinion or thoughts. Instead, he simply chose a hot pot restaurant and sat down. Mu Zixuan followed blankly, obediently taking a seat across from him, her mind still in turmoil. Under normal circumstances, if it were any other man, she would have been filled with contempt by now or even turned and walked away. Not the slightest bit considerate. Not the slightest bit gentlemanly. Inviting her to lunch without even asking if she could handle spicy food? Such a clueless guy. So annoying. Get lost. Stay away from me. But now? Clearly, this wasn't normal. The first time Chuan appeared before her, he was so overbearing. Not only did his bold actions deeply shock her, but during their very first conversation when they didn't even know each other's names he bluntly declared, "Come to my room tonight." Mu Zixuan had never encountered such an overbearing man. It left her completely flustered whenever she was around him, utterly unsure how to handle him. Her feelings were incredibly complicated. Even she couldn't understand what she was thinking. "Here, what would you like to eat?" Chuan ordered his own food, then casually tossed the menu toward Mu Zixuan. "Anything is fine." Mu Zixuan replied blankly. "Oomph." Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her, "Mu Zixuan, you're not quite what I expected. When we first met, weren't you sharp and full of ideas? You were the only one in the whole restaurant who came up to greet me. Now you're acting like a naive little rabbit who's never experienced love. Woman, what caused such a drastic change in you?" Mu Zixuan shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. Chuan was momentarily speechless, so he took the liberty of ordering her a mildly spicy hot pot dish. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of hot pot arrived, their aroma filling the air and instantly whetting Chuan's appetite. Throughout the entire conversation, Mu Zixuan only responded when asked questions, never initiating a single word. Watching Chuan wolf down his food with a satisfying slurp, she picked up her chopsticks with a complex look in her eyes and poked at her own food a couple of times. "Zixuan? Is it really you?" Just as she was about to take a bite, a surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Mu Zixuan turned to see a young male waiter jogging toward them. She immediately turned to look at Chuan, only to find him eating as if nothing had happened, tapping furiously at his phone screen, seemingly engaged in a cloud-based battle. The waiter happily approached, but his expression froze the moment he spotted Chuan sitting across from her. His voice sharpened involuntarily, tinged with accusation. "Zixuan. Who is he?" Mu Zixuan gave him a faint glance before lowering her head to eat, her tone calm as she replied, "Your dad." The male clerk froze instantly. The words "your dad" also snapped Chuan out of his trance. He lifted his head with renewed interest. Chapter 43, The Little Rabbit That Bites. "Your father?" Chuan, who was currently facing off against his troublesome subordinates, froze for a moment, momentarily doubting his own ears. Was that Mu Zixuan's voice? Had he heard correctly? What's going on? My little bunny doesn't eat carrots or greens, but now she's learned to bite people? He looked up at Mu Zixuan, double-checking until he was certain that commanding "your dad" had indeed come from her mouth. Ha! This is interesting. Just moments ago, he'd found her utterly dull and uninteresting. Now, suddenly, she had his full attention. At the same time, his gaze drifted involuntarily to the male clerk. Fair-skinned, tall and slender, sporting the trendy foil-cut hairstyle. He looked sharp and quite handsome. Judging purely by looks, he could almost be considered a suitable match for Mu Zixuan. The male clerk only paused for a moment before flashing another smile at Mu Zixuan. "Zixuan, free after work today? Guoda's new movie just came out. Want to catch it together?" As he spoke, he instinctively pulled over a chair and sat down beside Mu Zixuan, seemingly accustomed to her attitude toward him. As for Chuan, this guy didn't even register in his brother's eyes. He wasn't an employee at Chuan's store and didn't know the young owner. Mu Zixuan glanced at Chuan, who was staring at her expressionless. She calmly set down her chopsticks and addressed the clerk. Lu Bo, I've told you many times, stop coming to bother me. You're not my type. Go back. Don't interrupt my date. A date? Lu Bo gasped again, whirling his head to stare at Chuan, his tightly pursed lips trembling slightly. Chuan nearly laughed out loud. In Lu Bo's eyes, he could almost see the thought, what kind of pig is this? How dare he try to steal my girl? Mu Zixuan glanced at Chuan with a hint of guilt. Seeing no reaction from him and no sign he intended to speak, she continued, yeah. He's my new boyfriend. New boyfriend? This young lady sure plays the field. Chuan smiled warmly at Lu Bo and said politely, hello. Lu Bo said nothing, just glared at him with pure fury. Chuan remained silent too, his smile never wavering. Mu Zixuan loosened the hair tie at the nape of her neck, letting her cascading waterfall of hair spill down. Her gaze grew serene, instantly transforming her from a vibrant young girl into a noble, aloof older sister. The sudden transformation made Chuan want to shout, sis. Please trample me. Lu Bo's attention was instantly drawn as well, staring dumbstruck. Mu Zixuan tapped the table lightly with an aloof, unapproachable air, her red lips parting as she said, Lu Bo, I'll say it again, you're not my type. Stop bothering me. Go do whatever you need to do. It wasn't because Chuan was present that she acted this way. Or rather, every time Lu Bo showed up in front of her with his shameless grin, she responded with the same attitude. By all accounts, Lu Bo was quite handsome, he didn't smoke or drink, and he didn't have any major flaws. But Mu Zixuan simply didn't like him. Perhaps it was simply a matter of chemistry or lack thereof. Compared to men, women might place greater importance on that elusive feeling? Oh, men value that feeling too. Take Chuan, for instance. The first time he saw Yun Xiuji, he instinctively tilted his head in a subtle gesture of respect. Wasn't that a kind of feeling too? Lu Bo looked at Mu Zixuan with a pained expression. Zixuan, haven't I been good to you? Why do you always look down on me and want to push me away? Mu Zixuan shook her head. You don't need to be nice to me. I don't like you. You don't need to make things difficult for me. Lu Bo remained stubbornly persistent, then we can still be friends, right? I just want to invite you out for a meal or a movie. Is that so impossible? Mu Zixuan stood up abruptly from her seat, towering over him with a cold stare. Lu Bo. Since you won't give up, I'll be blunt. I don't have any feelings for you at all, in fact, you annoy me. Don't ask why. I just don't like timid little guys like you. You don't stand a chance with me. Don't give me this friendship nonsense. When you can genuinely treat me like a friend, then we'll talk. If you ever show your face in front of me again, I'll stomp on your ass with my high heels. Got it? If you got it, then get out of my way and stop interrupting my date. Mu Zixuan crossed her arms, speaking with utter ruthlessness. Her words drew the attention of several customers, who turned their heads to look over. Lu Bo's face flushed alternately red and white, so embarrassed he wished he could sink into a hole right then and there. He had always known Mu Zixuan disliked him, treating him with cold indifference. But he was deeply in love with her. He'd liked her since school days, but back then, many others were pursuing her, and he'd never dared to speak up. After graduation, he was thrilled to discover that he and Mu Zixuan had both landed jobs at the same mall. Besides the two of them, there were no other classmates working there. She only had him, this one old classmate, by her side. Kids tend to overthink things, especially innocent ones. Lu Bo believed this was fate's doing, so he began using their old classmate connection as an excuse to drop by and chat with Mu Zixuan every few days. One day he'd invite her for lunch, the next for bubble tea. Though Mu Zixuan never once agreed to his invitations, he remained undeterred. As the saying goes, even the most steadfast woman eventually yields to persistent suitors. He felt he had the advantage of proximity. If he kept trying, he was sure to win her over someday. But then, out of nowhere, a new boyfriend appeared. And to everyone's shock, Mu Zixuan delivered such a cold-hearted rejection in front of so many people. The surrounding customers were thoroughly entertained, murmuring among themselves. On one hand, they felt sympathy for Lu Bo, yet on the other, they marveled, young people daring to love and hate so fiercely it was damn refreshing. Chuan stared at Mu Zixuan in utter astonishment, his eyes darting over her body, certain she wasn't putting on an act. She genuinely felt this way. This girl? Is she usually this bossy? Why does she act like a little white rabbit around me? Split personality? A masochist? When others fawn over her with devotion, she won't even give them a proper look. But when he acts indifferent toward her, she turns all sweet and docile? Wow, what a cute contrast. In an instant, Chuan found himself utterly intrigued by her. Lu Bo stared at Mu Zixuan, his face flushed crimson, his eyes gradually clouding over. Half a minute later, he suddenly burst into tears with a wail and ran off without looking back. Mu Zixuan coldly watched Lu Bo's retreating figure before sinking back into her chair. But the moment her gaze met Chuan's, the icy expression instantly melted away, replaced by a look of pure, innocent cuteness. Chapter 44, Why Not Deduct Points? Chuan watched Mu Zixuan's dramatic facial transformation and froze in place. Mu Zixuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowering her head slightly with a touch of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Mr. Qi. I didn't mean to use you as a shield. It's just that Lu Bo is so annoying. I apologize. Could you please stop staring at me like that? She felt flustered under his intense gaze. Chuan snapped back to reality, shoveling a mouthful of spicy hot pot into his mouth. He chuckled, so this is your usual self? I thought you were one of those innocent, sunny goody two-shoes. Mu Zixuan paused, thought seriously for a moment, then hesitantly replied, I guess, yes. She pointed at herself blankly. Do I look innocent? I used to be the school's female bully. Ha! Sorry. Chuan burst out laughing, grabbing a tissue to wipe his mouth as he said, I really didn't see it before, but now I get it. You really are bossy. Mu Zixuan gave an awkward laugh, momentarily unsure whether Chuan was complimenting or insulting her. Chuan finished his soup, then toyed with his McLaren keys as he asked with a smile, do you like your current job? Mu Zixuan nodded immediately. I love it. Chuan's smile remained as he stared at her. Be honest. Think carefully. Mu Zixuan choked slightly, instinctively sliding back in her chair to create another 2 inches of distance between them. Her hands fell protectively over her chest as she stammered, Mr. Qi, I can't. You can. No. I don't want to. You do. Chuan. Having been cut off twice in a row, Mu Zixuan, overcome with panic, leapt to her feet and shouted his name directly, Don't you dare try to corrupt me or toy with me using money. I won't agree to it. She stared straight at Chuan. Whether from tension or fury, her already form-fitting black uniform top began to rise and fall erratically, straining under the pressure, threatening to burst at the seams. Her outburst drew everyone's attention back to them, suddenly making it seem like things weren't so straightforward after all. Hadn't Mu Zixuan just claimed Chuan was her boyfriend when she turned down that little boy? So now he's resorting to coercion and manipulation? Did young people play around this extravagantly? Could they stream it live to teach us? Chuan covered his face with his hand as a cover, watching her wide-eyed, indignant expression. An uncontrollable nursery rhyme echoed in his mind, eyes wide like copper bells. He stole a couple more glances at the taut, beautiful sight before bursting into laughter. Mu Zixuan. I just asked if you like your current job. Why are you being so aggressive? Mu Zixuan eyed him warily. I refuse to be your kept woman. I want to earn my own money. Truthfully, Mu Zixuan had already made up her mind the very first time she met Chuan. Chuan was different from the other boys around her. He genuinely attracted her. He was undeniably handsome and wealthy, but after careful consideration, she resolved to stand on her own 2 feet and avoid taking any shortcuts. She loved money, and the thought of fishing for a sugar daddy had indeed crossed her mind. But upon realizing Chuan wasn't someone she could control, she wisely abandoned that plan. Damn it! Mu Zixuan. Can you stop being so full of yourself? Who the hell wants to keep you? Chuan said with obvious disgust. I'm asking if you like your current job. If you don't, I have another store I can transfer you to. The onlookers suddenly understood. So this young guy was her boss. Oops. The girl had gotten ahead of herself. Her earlier confidence had now turned into utter embarrassment. Everyone stifled their laughter, struggling to maintain basic decorum. Ha? Is that what you meant? Mu Zixuan's earlier resolve and assertiveness vanished completely as she stared blankly back. She thought Chuan was going to say she wouldn't have to come to work anymore. Chuan snorted dismissively. Right in front of her, he pulled out his phone, dialed the store manager's number, and pressed speakerphone. Hello? Mu Zixuan openly defied management to deduct her entire bonus of 2,000 yuan. Yes, Mr. Qi. No, Mr. Qi. Let's talk this out. Mu Zixuan rushed forward, grabbing Chuan's hand. She obediently crouched before him, looking pitifully helpless. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have talked back to the boss. Mr. Qi, please don't dock my bonus. Just yesterday I bragged to my bestie that I'm making 30 grand this month. If you dock it, my big talk is ruined. Mr. Qi, please. Let's talk this over. If it's really impossible, can you just deduct it next month instead? Chuan smiled warmly at her and said, talking back to the boss was just an excuse I came up with on the spot. It actually has nothing to do with this matter. I just suddenly felt like docking your bonus. Mu Zixuan was dumbfounded. The onlookers around them could no longer maintain their composure and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying. This boss is so damn real. Just a random excuse? I'm dying here, folks. Is there really a boss this brutally honest in the world? Holy crap. Not only did he kill me, but he stabbed me in the back too. Deducting my bonus is one thing, but he had to tell me, hey. No real reason, just messing with you. Chuan patted Mu Zixuan's delicate little hand, his mind wandering as he said, "Alright. Let go already. If you don't let go, the boss might start openly defying you." Mu Zixuan puffed out her cheeks and glared at him before stomping back to her seat, sulking in silence. Damn Chuan. He never says what he really means. He's doing it on purpose. Chuan, however, just smiled warmly at her and said, "Hey. This is perfect. I'm not some ravenous wolf, I'm not going to eat you. Why are you always so uptight? Bring out that fierce attitude you had when you confronted Lu Bo. You're a cool little boss lady, don't pull that timid bunny act with me." Mu Zixuan froze for a moment before realizing she had genuinely relaxed. In front of Chuan, she no longer felt that sense of awkwardness. So this was his goal all along? Just to make her feel as relaxed as she normally was? Mu Zixuan couldn't help but recall the videos she'd seen about Chuan. Each time she watched them, she marveled at how clever and resourceful he was. And today, she finally experienced it firsthand. Mu Zixuan's eyes lit up. Confident men are so handsome. Suddenly struck by an idea, she asked eagerly, "So that was your goal all along? Does that mean my bonus won't be deducted?" "Oh, the bonus," Chuan murmured, sucking on his drink straw with a careless air. "It should be deducted. Why wouldn't it be? It absolutely must be." Mu Zixuan froze, then roared angrily, "Chuan." Chapter 45, The Dependable Lu Hai. In the end, Chuan relented. That girl Mu Zixuan 1 minute soft, the next hard just wouldn't let go. Even after Chuan promised to notify the manager later and skip the deduction, it wasn't enough. She insisted on watching him call the manager herself, listening with her own ears as he said, "Don't deduct Mu Zixuan's 2,000 yuan. Only then did she let him off with a satisfied smile. Chuan smoothed out the clothes she tugged at, sighing helplessly. "Mu Zixuan, you're something else. I just rewarded you 5,000 yuan 2 days ago, and now you're hounding me over 2,000? Is that even worth it? Put. Rich snob. You think everyone's as loaded as you?" Mu Zixuan glared at him fiercely. 2,000 yuan. That's enough to get me through half a month in Shanghai. Besides, I already bragged to my bestie that I'd show her a pay stub for 30 grand this month. I only barely hit that number because I counted your 5,000 bonus. She held up 3 slender fingers and waved them in front of Chuan as she spoke. Chuan chuckled at her penny-pinching antics. After laughing it off, he asked again, "Seriously though, do you actually like your current job?" Mu Zixuan hugged her fruit drink and fell silent for a moment before replying wearily, "Honestly, it's just okay. Every day is exhausting. I have to put on a fake smile for customers. No matter what kind of customer it is, you can't show the slightest bit of disrespect." Actually, what that veteran employee said the other day was pretty spot on. Lots of people come in asking all sorts of questions, dragging you into a half-hour chat, only to turn around and complain about the quality, the store, this and that, picking apart every little flaw before walking out. It's their right, but it's exhausting for us. On the other hand, customers who can actually afford things don't say much. They either buy or they don't. It's refreshingly straightforward. As she spoke, noticing Chuan's expressionless face, she hurriedly added, "I know I shouldn't complain. This is our job, and we have no right to complain. Just that sometimes you need an outlet to vent." Chuan finished her sentence for her. "Yeah." Mu Zixuan nodded emphatically and continued. "But what else can I do? Those professional positions require training and years of experience. I don't want that. I want to earn enough money quickly, travel the world, and never step foot in this crappy class again." Her voice grew heated as she spoke, and she even slapped the table instinctively. Mu Zixuan's indignant little victim act inexplicably tickled Chuan's funny bone, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Stop laughing. Stop it already!" Mu Zixuan shouted, her cheeks puffed out in anger. But Chuan just kept waving his hands, unable to stifle his laughter. After laughing for a full 5 or 6 minutes, Chuan finally began to calm down. He turned to Mu Zixuan and said, "Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in." Mu Zixuan rolled her eyes and turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. "Hey! I told you not to be so stiff, but aren't you being a bit too bold?" Chuan protested softly. Mu Zixuan gave an embarrassed smile, sat up straight, and asked, "Mr. Chi, where could you transfer me to? What about the salary? You're such a money-grubbing person. And just call me Chuan." Chuan couldn't help but tease before continuing, "Remember that barbecue place I exposed? I plan to buy it out, renovate it, and reopen it. When the time comes, I'll need someone reliable to keep an eye on things." Chuan paused, his gaze fixed calmly on Mu Zixuan as he asked, one word at a time, "Are you trustworthy?" Under his intense gaze, Mu Zixuan felt flustered, as if every single thought in her mind was laid bare before him. Under his intense gaze, she finally spoke, timidly asking, "So, is the pay good?" "Chuan. How much do you want? How much can you offer?" "I asked how much you want. It absolutely can't be less than what I'm making now. Otherwise, I'm definitely not taking it." Chuan nodded. "Alright, I'll start you off with a base salary of 50,000 yuan. If you perform well, I'll give you bonuses, maybe even profit sharing. Really? Mu Zixuan instinctively leaned forward, her little head poking up, her big eyes sparkling brightly, looking every bit the female wolf eyeing fresh meat. Chuan pressed her face back down, pushing her away with a smile he struggled to suppress. It's true. After all, I'm not in this for the money. I just want to give the students of Magic City University a safe place to gather and dine. Mu Zixuan froze, utterly stunned that Chuan would say something like that. So, would you be willing to give it a try? Yes. Mu Zixuan nodded firmly, immediately standing up. I'll go find the manager to resign right now. Don't worry, Chuan, I won't let you down. She clenched her fist and waved it in front of her face, radiating confidence. Her big eyes sparkled constantly, whether from excitement at becoming a manager herself or because Chuan had offered her such a generous salary. There's no rush about this, Chuan said with a smile. Stay at the store for a while longer. Once I've sorted things out on my end, I'll let you know. Okay. Deal. Mu Zixuan nodded earnestly. After a pause, she stuck out her tongue and added, you promised. That 5-figure monthly salary, you better not go back on your word. Chuan tilted his head, his eyes crinkling with amusement. I said annual salary. Mu Zixuan froze, then disregarding the astonished stares of passers-by, launched a full-on pursuit of Chuan through the crowded mall. Chuan left the mall and climbed back into his McLaren. Glancing at the time, he realized it was almost 2 o'clock, so he drove back toward Magic City University. Driving alone, he couldn't help but marvel, Mu Zixuan was such a cool and adorable girl, how wonderful. After spending so much time battling coercion in the Imperial City, occasionally seeking relaxation with this girl was truly a delightful thing. Outside the hottest coffee shop near campus, Chuan spotted Lu Hai. Just as he remembered from their phone call, Lu Hai stood stiff as a board in a neatly pressed white shirt. Mr. Chi. Spotting Chuan getting out of the car, Lu Hai approached with a stern expression, addressing him with utmost respect. Chuan returned the stiff nod, and the two entered the coffee shop one after the other. No sooner had they ordered coffee than Lu Hai produced a thick stack of documents and slammed them down before Chuan. Young Master Chi, these are the conclusions I've drawn after thorough analysis. Chuan stared dumbfounded at the pile of documents towering higher than his own head. Chapter 46, coercion, I really want to bash your skull. Lu Hai craned his neck, peering out from behind the stack of papers, and addressed Chuan with solemn seriousness. Mr. Chi, I've analyzed the shop you plan to take over. It has significant profit potential. The food quality issues at the shop? Your speech at the Public Security Bureau has turned them into the best possible publicity. Additionally, we can. Stop. Hold on. Seeing Lu Hai ramble on with growing excitement, Chuan quickly cut him off. Lu Hai immediately cut himself off, professionally maintaining silence as he waited for instructions from his boss, Chuan. Chuan glanced instinctively at the thick stack of documents, his lips twitching as he said, Lu Hai, you don't need to explain your analysis process to me. Just give me the conclusion. Lu Hai paused for a few seconds before uttering sparingly, it can be done. It can be done. At that moment, both the knowledgeable and the uninformed fell silent. If it can be done, then proceed with your plan. Got it. Lu Hai tucked away the thick stack of documents with a hint of disappointment, as if he were a scholar brimming with knowledge but left with nowhere to apply it. Chuan couldn't care less about Lu Hai's thoughts and had no desire to hear his explanations. He wouldn't understand anyway, why waste time? He took a sip of his iced Americano and asked the final question that truly mattered to him. Based on your plan, when do you estimate the new store will be ready to open? Lu Hai replied flatly, we estimate it will take about a week. Chuan nodded. All right. Besides the store manager, I'll leave the staffing arrangements to you. Understood, Lu Hai replied calmly. Chuan paused, then added, find a gentle and patient assistant manager. Understood. I want a girl. All right. Seeing that Chuan had nothing more to say, Lu Hai grabbed his coffee and downed it in one gulp. He promptly paid the bill and left. This guy is a textbook hardcore tech geek. Talk to him about his field and he'll ramble on for days. But normal conversation? Oh, this wasn't even normal conversation anymore. I felt like Xiao AI was smarter than him. Chuan silently sipped his coffee, his mind brimming with complaints he didn't know where to vent. Fortunately, Lu Hai's demeanor put him at ease. He looked thoroughly professional. Let's go home. I don't feel like going to class anymore. Chuan pulled out his phone, glancing at his puppies chattering away in the group chat about which teacher had taken attendance or which one was checking homework. He muttered under his breath. Completely ignoring these threats, he was dead set on not returning to school. The moment he stepped out of the coffee shop, a message from coercion popped up. Chuan, when do you plan to start tutoring? Chuan replied swiftly, I can't wait to start. Can't wait to enjoy the tender tutoring from my expensively hired little beauty tutor. Oomph. I won't be gentle with you at all. After seeing your English grades, I'd love to smash your head in. Coercion shot back with fierce authority. That night while drinking, she'd asked him point blank, what level are your English scores at now? Chuan had answered, "My English teacher said even if you stomp on the answer sheet with your foot, it'd score higher than mine." "No way. I paid for your services, can't you show some respect for the customer? Besides, I'm your own man. You can't ruin your future happiness on a whim." Chuan tapped his phone screen with a grin, feeling utterly busy and fulfilled these days. He'd just finished dinner with Mu Zixuan, and now he was chatting with Su Lisan. "Ugh. This damn charm." Su Curson replied, "Then come find me at the library. I'll start tutoring you today." "The library? That's so unromantic." Chuan replied reluctantly. "Mr. Chi, young Master Chi, we had an agreement back then, you know." Fine. I'll head over now." Chuan was just venting. He had no intention of actually renting a hotel room for tutoring like Wang Ansang. He was still young and innocent, far from capable of such shamelessly foolish acts. He parked his car in the university town lot as usual and walked in. Spotting Su Curson in a windowside corner of the library, she sat there holding a book, her long hair casually falling beside her ears. Sunlight bathed half her body, and even in her ordinary posture, Su Curson naturally formed a picture of exquisite beauty. Many young men passing by couldn't help but stop, pointing in her direction and whispering among themselves. The more confident and daring ones tried to approach her for WeChat, but all were turned down. A year older than Chuan, she had already spent 3 full years at Magic City University, yet her WeChat contacts numbered only a handful, and half of those were her professors. It wasn't shyness. Lee Curson simply disliked socializing, or rather, she disdained it. "She's gorgeous. What year is she? Does she have a boyfriend? Bro, I'd advise you to give up. She's the campus beauty from the foreign languages department." Lee Curson. "She doesn't have a boyfriend, but she's incredibly aloof. I heard even classmates couldn't get her WeChat." "Really? How do you know all this?" "I'm her classmate." Chuan weaved through the gawking boys, smiling as he approached. He plopped down across from Su Curson and said, "Su Curson, everyone's talking about you. Saying you're aloof. Haven't you heard?" Lee Curson calmly set down her books and replied indifferently, "What they say isn't wrong. TSK. I'm genuinely curious how a woman like you survives college. You're like some celibate nun. Knowing I'm detached from worldly desires, yet you still come bother me? You must want this Taoist nun to help you ascend to immortality." Chuan grinned, holding up a finger and waving it in front of her. No. From the very beginning, it's been you who needed me, not me bothering you." Lee Curson replied without a flicker of emotion. "The first time you treated me to dinner was to find a tutor, that was your duty. The second time you saved me from trouble, that was a favor I owed you. But yesterday, not only did I drink with you, I slept with you too. As far as I can tell, I don't owe you anything now." Lee Curson's words were shocking. The others were so stunned their jaws nearly dropped. What did she just say? Accompany you drinking? Accompany you sleeping? Snap. In that moment, countless young men collectively heard a sound that didn't actually exist. The sound of hearts shattering. Chapter 47, Want to bet? We're about to switch roles. Not only did I drink with you, I slept with you too. Su Curson delivered these words in a remarkably calm tone, causing Chuan's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Suddenly, he sensed waves of murderous intent emanating from behind him. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw the younger boys glaring at him with eyes filled with resentment and venom. "That heartless is trying to make me the public enemy." Chuan cursed inwardly. Turning back to Su Curson, he smiled sweetly and said, "So, are you still coming with me today? Same price we agreed on, same routine as yesterday." Su Curson's eyebrow shot up in surprise. She realized she'd underestimated Chuan's shamelessness. She had assumed that with so many people watching and paying attention, even if Chuan was stubborn, he would eventually back down. But the moment he opened his mouth, he was even more aggressive than she had been moments before. Did this guy really have no fear of getting beaten up? Su Curson exhaled. Though she was reluctant to let this opportunistic jerk off the hook, she still felt a pang of sympathy for him. "Enough fooling around," she said. "Let's start the makeup lesson. So you do care about me after all?" Chuan said with a smile, suddenly shifting his tone to sound like a wounded puppy. "Senior, I really like you. I can tell you care about me too. But why do you always treat me like this? Why do you keep telling everyone I'm keeping you? Do you have any idea how much it hurts me every time I hear you put yourself down? I've told you countless times I don't care that your family is poor. Mine is rich anyway. I don't mind that you're older than me, even if you don't look as young as I do. And I certainly don't care that you walk around with that perpetually stern expression, like you're some kind of ice queen. Don't ask me why, I just like you for who you are. Let me repeat, stop thinking you're beneath me. Even if it's true, I've never once believed it. Stop this, okay? Whatever position you want today, I'll give it to you. Is that good enough? Come on. Let's go out and have fun. We shouldn't disturb other students studying here." Chuan stood up with a smile, took Su Curson's hand, and led her out. For the first time, Su Curson felt utterly speechless and completely flustered. She, who never cared about others' opinions, finally experienced what it meant to wish the ground would swallow her whole. Chuan is just so shameless. Su Kerson roared inwardly. Now she was beginning to regret giving Chuan a way out. At this very moment, how she wished those young boys would unite in their anger and gang up on this shameless scoundrel. Chuan happily pulled Su Kerson away. Glancing at her flushed face, his mood instantly soared. Oh. So my beautiful Su can feel awkward and helpless too. How delightful. You know what? It's kind of adorable. Yesterday at the school gate, when her father had said those awful things in front of everyone, Su Kerson hadn't flinched. Chuan had assumed she was one of those super cool girls who wouldn't bat an eyelid even if a mountain collapsed before her. But now? Not so much, huh? Chuan basked in the satisfaction, both delighted at having coaxed Su Kerson out of public view and thrilled to have gained a deeper understanding of her, witnessing a side of her he'd rarely seen before. After a brief moment of helplessness, Su Kerson had also regained her composure, gaining a fresh appreciation for Chuan's shamelessness. Of course, her thoughts weren't on that now. Instead, she was seriously savoring the awkwardness she'd just felt, finding it strangely novel. That bastard was truly despicable. She had no idea where he intended to take her. Su Kerson didn't care anymore. Ever since meeting Chuan, she'd adopted a what's-the-point attitude. The young boys who had been eavesdropping nearby were all dumbfounded, staring blankly as Chuan led Su Kerson away. Not a single one of them could snap out of their stupor. Chuan's words had packed too much information. So they really were a couple? So it was Su Kerson who had been avoiding him all along, thinking she wasn't good enough for Chuan? But Su Kerson was their supreme goddess, someone to admire from afar, never to be approached. The group was instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, Chuan pulled Su Kerson straight out of the school gates, heading unabashedly to a nearby hotel where he booked a room. A king-size bedroom, no less. He pulled out his phone, found the exam paper he'd photographed last year when seeking outside help, tossed it onto the bed, and grinned. "Miss Su, let's get started right away." Su Kerson stared at him silently. "You chose this place to give me a makeup lesson?" Chuan's face lit up with excitement. "If Teacher Su wants to do something else, I'd be more than happy to oblige." Su Kerson was amused by his shamelessness, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. "Is that something you'd actually be willing to do?" Chuan grinned shamelessly. "It's fine, you don't need to worry about my feelings. As long as you're happy." "This guy." Su Kerson rolled her eyes and said calmly, "Find another place, or I'll never see you again." Chuan sighed and said, "The night before last, a girl asked my roommate to tutor her, and she chose this hotel too." Lee Kerson's eyebrows twitched slightly. "And then?" "Then my roommate actually tutored her all night. He's worse than an animal." So? Chuan smiled, looking at her with a hint of seriousness. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "So I used to despise that kind of behavior. But for you, I'd be willing to be a beast myself." Lee Kerson stared at him calmly for a moment before sighing helplessly. "Chuan, is this really your idea of fun? I told you, you can have me, I don't mind. But you're too greedy, insisting I have to like you too. You always drag me to places like this to satisfy your little desires, yet you're too greedy to indulge fully. Chuan, is this really fun for you?" Chuan smiled mischievously. "It is fun. I just love seeing you like this, clearly not that into it, yet unable to refuse me, forced to comply. Men. What they can't have is always the most tempting. I'm not giving up this pleasure so easily." Su Kerson pouted, then flashed a mischievous grin. "Then you might never get to taste it. Hey. Little lady, wanna make a bet? In a little while, we'll be switching roles." Su Kerson froze, about to respond, when her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at her phone, and her expression darkened instantly. Chapter 48. This was a real tutoring session. After a moment of silence, Su Kerson pressed the speaker button in front of Chuan. Immediately, a voice with a hint of youthfulness came through. "Sis. Why did it take you so long to answer? Where's my allowance for this month?" Instead of answering, Su Kerson first checked her balance on the phone. Then, with a hint of resignation, she said, "Hold on a moment. I'll transfer it to you right now." "Hurry up. I'm going out drinking," the voice shouted impatiently before slamming the phone down. Lee Kerson tucked her phone away and calmly looked at Chuan. "Let's begin. How come your family is full of weirdos? How can a younger brother talk like that?" Chuan couldn't help but complain. He took out his phone and asked, "How much is his allowance?" "I'll pay your tutoring fee in advance." Lee Kerson sighed, a rare occurrence, and said with a headache, "My brother's innocent. With a father like that, it's hard not to turn out a jerk." She glanced at the time on her phone, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's just go with 3 hours for today? Can you give me 900 yuan? Is that not okay?" Chuan transferred 3,000 yuan to her without hesitation. "I said I'd pay you up front. When you run out, I'll pay again." He deliberately avoided transferring a large sum all at once. The temperament of Su Kerson's family wasn't his concern. He didn't want to arrogantly flaunt his superiority and risk straining the hard-won connection between them. "Thanks." Su Kerson didn't refuse his kindness. After receiving the transfer, she immediately sent 2,000 yuan to her younger brother in front of Chuan. She added a note, "This is 2 months' living expenses. Spend it wisely." Her brother accepted the transfer without replying to the message. The tutoring session Chuan had been anticipating for so long finally began, but the entire process unfolded nothing like he'd imagined. Coercion took his previous year's exam papers with genuine seriousness, explaining each problem step by step. No matter how much Chuan tried to crack jokes or distract her, she paid him no mind, forcing him to focus on the papers. Only when he could fully repeat her interpretation of the question and the reasoning behind the answer would she let him move on to the next problem. Chuan was stunned on the spot. At first, he thought this was just Coercion's twisted sense of humor, so he played along and listened to her lecture. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Chuan gradually sensed something was off. This girl, she actually seemed serious? She genuinely seemed intent on teaching him. Coercion. Ms. Su, may I interrupt you? After nearly an hour of solving problems, Chuan felt numb all over. His voice was a bit dazed as he spoke. Coercion calmly nodded at him. Sure. Is there something you don't understand? Chuan looked utterly miserable, his expression as strained as if he were constipated. Hey, you little devil, are you messing with me? You know perfectly well why I asked you for tutoring, right? Why are you forcing me to do these problems here? I can't take it anymore. Just looking at these letters makes me want to throw up. Can you stop messing around? Coercion gathered her cascading black hair, her expression unchanged. Didn't you come to me specifically for English tutoring? What's the matter? Did you suddenly want math lessons too? Oh, math isn't part of my curriculum, but I've taught myself a bit in my free time. I should be able to help you with that. Did you bring your textbook? If not, let's do it next time. Today, we're focusing on brushing up your English fundamentals. Su. Ku. Xin. Chuan gritted his teeth in frustration, leaping off the bed in a fit of pique, looking every bit the heartbroken young boy. Coercion couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Chuan genuinely upset, she suddenly found him rather adorable. Who knew Chuan had such an endearing side? A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Coercion curved her lips slightly, looking at Chuan with feigned innocence. What's the matter? Why are you angry with me? Her voice took on a slightly coquettish tone as she stared at Chuan with a pitiable look. Chuan instantly lost his temper. He knew perfectly well that Coercion was putting on this act deliberately, that she was toying with him for amusement, yet he simply couldn't muster the resolve to stay angry. Who could resist a clever, proud, slightly domineering bad sister who knew exactly how to play the innocent? Chuan suddenly realized that Coercion truly knew how to manipulate him. He sighed, plopping back onto the bed, his face utterly devoid of hope as he said, Coercion, I surrender. Can you please stop tormenting me? Coercion broke into a delighted smile, her large eyes crinkling into crescent moons. After her laughter subsided, she quickly resumed her usual unruffled demeanor and addressed Chuan earnestly. You told me very seriously back then that you needed to brush up on your English. That's why I agreed to help you. I am short on money and eager to earn more, but I refuse to accept your charity, Chuan. Do you understand? Since I agreed to tutor you, I'll see this through with utmost dedication, not just for you, but for myself too. You should understand what I mean. If you regret it now, we can call off this arrangement. It's fine, I'll return your money. But if you want to continue, whether it's using tutoring as an excuse to spend time alone with me, or genuinely wanting to study, I'll proceed according to my own terms. If you can accept that, we'll continue. If not, I'm still grateful for your help. Really, you don't need to put yourself through this or force yourself for my sake. Chuan's face was etched with resignation. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine. Let's continue. Coercion glanced at him with surprise. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, she said no more and resumed the tutoring session. From that moment on, Chuan truly stopped joking around. He made no further attempts to steer the tutoring session off course, instead sitting quietly and listening intently. 3 hours flew by in an instant. When Coercion pulled out her phone and said, alright, let's call it a day for today, Chuan felt like he'd been reborn. He collapsed onto the bed, his head feeling heavy and foggy, drained of all energy. Seeing him in such a dead tired state, Coercion couldn't help but laugh again. As she laughed, the corners of her mouth gradually relaxed. After a moment's hesitation, she asked a question she knew she shouldn't have. Chapter 49, Coercion's Lonely Turmoil. Coercion gazed at Chuan lying on the bed, looking utterly defeated like a dead dog, her expression complex. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't hold back and asked the question she knew she shouldn't voice. Chuan, did you really have to let yourself get into this state? Honestly, you must have plenty of girls on the outside, right? With your personality and taste, they must be beautiful and have great personalities too. Do you really need to fixate on me? At the end of the day, I'm just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family. I'm not worth you doing this. Chuan, lying sprawled on the bed, struggled to lift his head slightly, smiling warmly at her. Instead of answering, he countered, you're so smart. Why do you think I'm doing this? Su Kerson fell silent for a moment before tentatively suggesting, is it just to enjoy the process of pursuit and conquest? Of course not, Chuan flatly dismissed her guess. A rare look of bewilderment flashed across Su Kerson's face. At this moment, she genuinely couldn't fathom Chuan's intentions. She knew she was beautiful, aware that many boys harbored secret crushes on her. She'd also been confessed to and pursued by many. But they all felt the same to her, spouting cliched sweet talk and performing what they thought were tender, caring gestures. Honestly, Su Kerson wasn't impressed by such behavior. She was a fiercely independent girl, confident, mature, and highly capable. To her ears, those seemingly touching words sounded like childish play, nothing but nonsense. And that so-called care and attention? She didn't need it. She had always managed everything on her own. Even during the 2 years when her father's gambling addiction was at its worst, even when her younger brother started high school and needed substantial tuition and living expenses, she never asked anyone for help. She studied while working part-time jobs to earn money, single-handedly filling the financial gaps at home. It could be said the entire household rested on her shoulders alone. Even so, Su Kerson still didn't feel she needed anyone's charity, that she had to rely on others' pity and handouts to keep going. What's more, she absolutely hated owing anyone favors. Even though those guys were all trying to do things for her out of their own heads, Su Kerson wasn't buying it. But Chuan was different. In Su Kerson's eyes, he was a very peculiar guy. Her first impression was that he was forceful and domineering. The very first time he met her, he bluntly asked her to be his tutor. When she refused, he shrugged it off with utter indifference. Kerson eventually agreed to tutor him because, after the gold digger incident, she sensed Chuan was straightforward, not some sleazy guy who pretended to be a gentleman while having nothing but rotten intentions. Later, he made a forceful entrance to rescue her. It was precisely from that incident that Su Kerson gained a deeper understanding of Chuan's domineering nature and shamelessness. He cared not a whit for others' opinions, yet demanded immediate repayment for even the slightest favor. The first time he rescued her at the school gate, Chuan practically groped every inch of her body except her private parts. The second time he rescued her, he shamelessly dragged her along to drink with him, even booking a double room for the two of them without any pretense, then held her close all night. Although Chuan did hold back and didn't do anything, Su Kerson knew deep down that he desperately wanted to. Unlike other boys who pretended to be pure and innocent, Chuan only stared at her with lecherous eyes. Unlike other guys who willingly give without expecting anything in return, Chuan would eagerly demand payment after every favor he did for her. Yet this shameless lecher had actually managed to hold her all night without touching her. He endured 3 hours of her English lecture, gritting his teeth through the agony. Chuan, he was so strange. Seeing Su Kerson's bewildered expression, Chuan couldn't help but curve his lips. He spoke casually yet with a hint of sincerity, Su Kerson, some things just can't be explained by logic alone. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised by my own actions too. Maybe, you really are the type who knows exactly how to handle me. Kerson raised an eyebrow slightly and replied coolly, which one? Coldness? Or intelligence? Chuan stood up, thought for a moment, and finally shook his head. I don't think it's either of those. What sets you apart most is how you always see things so clearly and think them through so thoroughly. That's why you often find others childish. When you understand everything, naturally, nothing seems interesting anymore. But, Chuan changed his tone abruptly, leaning in with a sly grin. So close he could faintly hear Su Kerson's heartbeat, so close he could feel the faint warmth of her breath on his face. And the scent of her skin. Chuan took a deep, satisfied breath, grinning mischievously. There are some things you just can't see through, or rather, things I deliberately keep hidden from you. See? You don't know what I'm truly thinking, or what I'm planning to do. That's why you keep getting more and more interested in me. Remember what we said when we first met? Woman, you'll be captivated by me. Su Kerson, you'll never fathom this young master's thoughts. Take right now, for instance. Chuan leapt off the bed, planted a fierce kiss on her cheek, and pointed at the wall clock whose hands were nearing 7 o'clock. You probably think I'd invite you to dinner, and after eating, I'd still shamelessly drag you back to this room. But let me tell you, that's not what I plan to do. Chuan opened the door with a domineering swipe, flashed a devilish grin over his shoulder, and strode out of the room with effortless flair, leaving only these parting words. See ya, sweetheart. Get back to school early. Your boy's not staying with you tonight. Chuan's voice faded as he rounded the corner, vanishing decisively from view at the staircase turn. Su Kerson froze in place. What Chuan had just said matched her guesses perfectly. She had genuinely believed Chuan would drag her out for dinner like yesterday, then drinks, then back to the room. She had even prepared herself to agree. But Chuan just walked away like that? For the first time, Su Kerson felt utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Chuan descended the stairs, pulled out his phone, and dialed. Hello? My gorgeous Moo, where'd you like to grab dinner tonight? Chapter 50, I'll only make you bleed. Just moments ago, while Chuan was lying in bed wallowing in self-pity, he happened to receive a message from Mu Zishuan. Originally, he had been scheming about how to get Su Kerson out for another night together. But now, a date with a beauty, how could he refuse such an invitation? Sigh, I'm so exhausted. This damn charm. Chuan left the hotel feeling smug, dialing Mu Zixuan's voice chat as he walked. Hello? Chuan, where are you? Chuan coolly slipped on his Bluetooth earpiece, gripped the steering wheel with one hand, and hummed a tune as he replied, meet me downstairs at the mall. I'll come pick you up now. Anything you fancy eating? Just say the word, and this wild young master will treat you to a taste of the high life. Mu Zixuan giggled merrily, teasing him mercilessly, look at you strutting around. I've never been to any fancy restaurants in Shanghai. Shouldn't you be the one picking the place and treating me? After the commotion at lunchtime, Mu Zixuan realized Chuan was just someone who loved to talk big but was actually down to earth and easy to get along with. Especially after chasing him around the mall without a care at lunchtime, which had effectively broken the ice between them. So now, facing Chuan again, she felt none of the initial awkwardness. Part of this shift was thanks to Chuan deliberately making her laugh and helping her relax. Another part was because Mu Zixuan had realized Chuan wasn't quite as formidable as his words made him sound. Take that line, come to my room tonight. It genuinely startled Mu Zixuan at first. She feared being forced into something she didn't want, and she feared losing this hard-won, high-paying job if she refused. But now it seemed Chuan was just accustomed to spouting lewd remarks. In reality, he was actually quite upright at the very least, someone who wouldn't force himself on others. So Mu Zixuan no longer feared him. She stopped viewing him as an aloof boss and instead saw him as a rich, obnoxious little brother. Chuan chuckled. What fun is it if I pick the place? No offense, but my house has the most exclusive restaurant in all of Shanghai. My dad personally hired every chef at top dollar. Mu Zixuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy Chuan was such a show-off, even going out for dinner was an excuse to brag. No way am I going home with you. Dream on, she huffed. I'll pick the place. Just don't complain about it later. No way. Chuan chuckled. Relax, I'm easygoing. Even if you pick a street-side food stall, I won't look down on you. If you actually plan to come home with me, I'll be the one who's disgusted. Sorry, Mu Zixuan, but I don't think you're worthy of stepping through my front door. Go eat. Mu Zixuan yelled, her cheeks puffed out with anger. Hang up. Drive carefully. I'll wait for you at the mall entrance. With that, she hung up immediately, pulled out her phone, opened the review app, and began studying it intently. TSK. This girl's got a real temper. Have I been spoiling her too much? No way. Dad always said the key to managing people is a mix of carrot and stick. I've given her the carrot today, it's time for her to taste the stick. Chuan mused to himself, amused, as he inched forward through the bustling streets of the metropolis. Summer, 7 p.m. The sun hadn't yet set, its lingering glow casting a strange tranquility over the bustling metropolis. It was rush hour, one of the city's two most congested times each day. Chuan rolled down his window, waiting patiently with boredom. Even as a top-tier rich kid, he couldn't exactly fly a plane through the city, right? He had no choice but to wait patiently. What should have been a 20-minute drive stretched into nearly an hour of slow, creeping traffic. Finally, the outline of the shopping mall came into view not far ahead. After another agonizing 20 minutes, he finally pulled up in front of Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan puffed out her cheeks as she walked over, plopping into the passenger seat. Rubbing her silk-clad calves, she grumbled unhappily, Chuan, you're so slow. I was already exhausted from standing all day, and now my whole legs are shaking. Put your legs up here, I'll rub them for you. Get lost. What are you thinking? Mu Zixuan raised her fist fiercely, rejecting him with righteous indignation. Chuan looked utterly disappointed. You're taking my kindness for granted. Mu Zixuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was that really kindness? I'm embarrassed to even point it out. Chuan grinned at her. What? You were the one who asked me out. I thought you were ready to give yourself to me. Put. I'd give myself to a dog before giving it to you. Mu Zixuan spat at him, her cheeks flushing slightly. Chuan gave her a thumbs up, his expression serious. Mu Zixuan, you've got great taste. To be honest, I've got a nickname even more notorious than Mad Young Master, it's Dogman. Ha 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 ha. Chuan. You're shameless. How could someone be so lecherous? Mu Zixuan burst into laughter. This guy Chuan was truly entertaining, he was so different from other boys. If anyone else had dared to joke so crudely with her, she would have been disgusted and ignored them completely. But Chuan was different. Despite his lecherous remarks, Mu Zixuan found him genuinely amusing. Mu Zixuan thought about it seriously and concluded it must have something to do with the way Chuan looked at her. Though his gaze was rather intense, it didn't carry that hidden lust or hunger. It seemed more like the admiration one might have for a work of art. Mu Zixuan couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she knew his gaze didn't repel her. On the contrary, not only did she not feel disgusted, she even felt a bit smug about Chuan's admiration for her. As the ancients said, food and sex are human nature. I'm a profound young man who loves delving into ancient wisdom, and I find that saying particularly spot on. Ha 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 ha. Mu Zixuan laughed until tears streamed down her face. She desperately wanted to scold Chuan, but all that came out was a burst of laughter, leaving her unable to form a coherent sentence. Seeing her nearly choke on her laughter, Chuan stopped teasing her and asked instead, "Have you decided where we're eating? You'd better seize this chance to fleece me. Opportunities to take advantage of a sucker who offers himself up don't come often." Mu Zixuan replied with a mischievous grin, "Don't worry. If I don't make you bleed today, I'll change my surname." Chuan scoffed coldly, "I won't be bleeding at all. I'll just make sure you bleed." Mu Zixuan. She simply gave a location and turned away, refusing to engage with this jerk any longer. Chapter 51, Who's the One with No Taste? Chuan drove slowly, bored out of his mind, teasing Mu Zixuan incessantly. Mu Zixuan either genuinely lost her temper or resolved to give Chuan the cold shoulder. She ignored him the entire journey, staring fixedly out the window like a caged canary yearning to escape, utterly captivated by the outside world. Not once did she glance at Chuan. Chuan, however, wasn't the least bit annoyed. He kept a smile on his face, chatting away with his usual flirtatious banter. Every so often, he glanced at the rearview mirror, secretly delighted. For in the rearview mirror, he could clearly see the shifting expressions on Mu Zixuan's face. One moment she'd be stifling laughter, the next her cheeks would flush slightly. Sometimes, when an interesting topic came up, she instinctively wanted to turn her head and join the conversation. Then she'd suddenly remember she was still upset. So she'd stiffen her neck and forcefully suppress the urge to turn her head. Her every move amused Chuan immensely. He, too, struggled to stifle his laughter, earnestly playing along with Mu Zixuan's performance. At first, Mu Zixuan's heart had been pounding. Chuan always teased her so blatantly, and she could never get the better of him. Instinctively, she adopted this sulky posture. But the moment she struck that pose, regret washed over her. After all, Chuan was her boss. What if she gave him a sour look and actually made him angry? But the stance was already taken. Asking her to instantly drop her pride and flash a smile at Chuan? Mu Zixuan simply couldn't do it. Who doesn't care about saving face? Fine, if Chuan really gets angry, I'll just apologize to him later. Mu Zixuan thought, feeling both uneasy and reluctant. On one hand, she worried that her momentary impulsiveness might strain the newly improved relationship between them. On the other hand, she couldn't help but feel indignant. She was a girl, after all. Couldn't that guy Chuan at least say a few kind words to her, give her a way out? She was upset. Couldn't he try to cheer her up? Mu Zixuan desperately hoped Chuan wasn't that kind of domineering, chauvinistic guy. She wished he could be more tolerant of her little whims. Yet she was also afraid that Chuan might be exactly that kind of person. She wasn't sure if she was starting to develop feelings for Chuan, but she felt he was different from other boys. If he really was that kind of chauvinistic jerk, I suppose I could accept it. People always have flaws, no one's perfect. Mu Zixuan had already prepared an escape route in her mind, a way to stay with Chuan even if he disappointed her. But Chuan's actions were quite something. He neither displayed the harshness and domineering nature that would disappoint Mu Zixuan, nor did he gently coax her into happiness as she had imagined. Instead, he acted as if he hadn't noticed a thing, continuing to spout all sorts of flirtatious nonsense. Mu Zixuan was completely dumbfounded. Several times she wanted to laugh but dared not, wanted to respond but dared not. Now she had no idea what to do, forced to endure it all. Finally, the car came to a shaky halt. Mu Zixuan finally found a reason to speak up, freeing herself from the agony of silence. She unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out, pointing excitedly at a large sign ahead. Chuan. This is the place I picked. Chuan also got out, looked up in the direction she pointed, and upon seeing the glittering neon sign reading Laoba Seafood Diner, his face instantly fell. His gaze swept over the crowd of shirtless patrons sitting at small tables by the roadside, guzzling drinks. 3 black lines instantly appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but yell at Mu Zixuan, "Hey! Little missy, I told you to pick a nice place and really fleece me, and this is what you chose? Have you been here before? How's the food? This place feels a bit sketchy to me. Is there anywhere else you'd rather go? This place just feels not quite right." Mu Zixuan immediately puckered her lips, pouting unhappily, "Didn't you tell me to choose? What happened to not judging me? Oomph. Chuan, you dog of a man. You promised me everything, and now you're backing out. Your words are worthless. I'm not choosing anymore. You find a place." Mu Zixuan was genuinely upset this time. Chuan had clearly promised her she could choose whatever she wanted to eat. How quickly he changed his tune. Chuan sniffed the air, taking in the sharp sting of alcohol mingled with the sweat-soaked stench of shirtless men. He sighed helplessly. "Fine. Whatever you say. By the way, have you been here before?" "Nope." Mu Zixuan's face lit up again. She bounced over happily, hooked her arm through Chuan's, and said affectionately, "Lubo recommended this place to me. He's been wanting to treat me to dinner here forever, saying their crayfish are especially delicious. But I didn't want to eat with him, so I dragged you here instead." Hearing this, Chuan's face darkened even more than before. He couldn't help but complain, "Damn it. That place was recommended by that guy with no taste. Oh no, now I have even less confidence in this restaurant. It wasn't that Chuan was overly picky. In his previous life, he'd been just an ordinary office worker who'd eaten at countless street stalls with colleagues. But now, his sense of smell had been amplified by the power pills, making him extremely sensitive to odors. Amidst the mingled smells of burnt food, spicy seasoning, alcohol, and sweat, he detected not a single whiff of edible aroma. Chuan. Mu Zixuan stopped abruptly, yanking her hand free from his grasp. She glared at him angrily. Who do you call tasteless? Chuan froze, realizing his words had been ambiguous. He burst into laughter. He wrapped an arm around Mu Zixuan's shoulder and chuckled, my bad, my bad. Lubo's taste is absolutely spot on. Before Mu Zixuan could react, he continued, it's me who has no taste. I have absolutely no taste. Chuan. I'm gonna kill you. Mu Zixuan swung her purse and launched another round of pursuit. What do you mean Lubo has no taste? What do you mean you have no taste? Are you implying that going out to eat with me is some stupid, worthless act? Liking me means I have no taste? Chuan ran ahead laughing loudly, Mu Zixuan chasing after him fiercely. Suddenly, Chuan slammed on the brakes, spun around, and pulled Mu Zixuan into his arms. Mu Zixuan couldn't react in time and plunged headfirst into his embrace. Alright. Enough fooling around. Let's find a place to sit down. Chapter 52, how was it? Did you like it? The unexpected embrace made Mu Zixuan's entire face flush crimson. Though she had once been the queen bee of her all-girls school, and though she always presented a proud and domineering facade to outsiders, when it came to romance, she was truly a complete novice. She had never been this intimate with another man before. Of course, Mu Zixuan didn't think that was the main reason. She believed Chuan was the real culprit behind all this. Mu Zixuan had never encountered a boy like Chuan before. She sensed a mysterious magnetism radiating from him, drawing her irresistibly toward him, compelling her to reach out and explore. Even knowing full well that Chuan was a dangerous individual, she couldn't suppress this urge. Chuan merely gave her a light hug before casually letting go, then pulled out a chair and sat down without a second thought. Mu Zixuan stood there for a moment, then pulled out a chair with a hint of disappointment and sat down beside Chuan. I'm practically risking my life to keep you company today. Mu Zixuan, you really know how to make a scene. Seeing her reaction, Chuan felt a bit embarrassed and tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Mu Zixuan's attention was instantly reeled back in. She puffed out her cheeks and huffed. Who do you think you are to look down on this place? I'm putting it out there, if the lobster isn't delicious tonight, you can make any demand you want and I'll agree to it. If it's good, you have to apologize to me. And grant me one wish. Chuan, dare you take the bet? Chuan sniffed and grinned. Since you're willing to make such a bold claim, what's stopping me? If I win, I'll definitely sleep with you. If I lose, I'll just sleep with you anyway. Sigh. Honestly, I'm already used to this kind of life. Every day, different female wolves pester me, coming up with all sorts of reasons and excuses to lure me into their beds. Mu Zixuan, I'm giving you a chance, you'd better seize it. Go for it, I believe in you. Go for it. Mu Zixuan glared at him fiercely. That damn Chuan, he couldn't spit out anything decent. She couldn't help but retort, Chuan, dare you say something normal for once? Can you even utter a single sentence without sounding sleazy? Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, what do you mean by normal? Mu Zixuan shot back without hesitation, words any normal guy would say. Chuan smiled warmly at her and said, Mu Zixuan, your makeup's caked on today. Mu Zixuan froze on the spot. Before she could recover, he continued, you've got chili on your teeth. Your bestie looks gorgeous. Your face and neck aren't the same color. You. Chuan. Mu Zixuan exploded on the spot, furiously grabbing Chuan by the neck and shaking him violently. I told you to talk like a normal guy, not like this. Aha. Chuan. I'll kill you. I just want to talk to you like a normal person. Why is that so hard? Chuan burst into laughter, letting her shake him by the throat for a moment before gently prying her fingers apart and freeing his head from the female predator's clutches. Mu Zixuan hadn't been using much force, and Chuan's physical condition was nothing like it used to be, so he just went along with her antics. Chuan rubbed his neck with a smile and teased Mu Zixuan, hey. Didn't you ask me to talk like a normal guy? Why aren't you satisfied now? Mu Zixuan. You're such a difficult person to please. Whoever marries you is going to have the worst luck for 8 lifetimes. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you right now. Mu Zixuan declared, her voice brimming with indignation. Chuan suddenly found her pouty little demeanor rather adorable. He began teasing her, relentlessly tugging at her hair, pinching her cheeks. He even tugged at her earlobe. Soft and fragrant, it made him want to take a bite. Mu Zixuan kept swatting away his restless hands, but Chuan persistently returned each time, undeterred. After 3 or 5 attempts, Mu Zixuan finally gave up in resignation. She turned her head away, letting him tease her however he pleased, refusing to look at him even once. Moments later, dishes piled high with food arrived, looking incredibly appetizing. But Chuan sniffed carefully. Though he didn't detect any off smell, he still felt this restaurant was very mediocre. Chuan, lacking his dog-like sense of smell, eagerly slipped on disposable gloves, let out a haughty umph, and declared to Chuan, "Oomph, stinky little brother, get ready to be so moved by this delicious food you'll cry your eyes out." Chuan froze. "What did you just call me?" Caught off guard by his question, Chuan hesitated, her voice tinged with guilt. "Stinky, little brother. What's wrong with that? You are way younger than me." She'd spoken without thinking, letting her true feelings slip out. Now her little heart was pounding like crazy. She knew she'd said the wrong thing. "Oh dear, Chuan. When will you ever learn to rein in that brash attitude of yours?" Back in school, the most common comment she heard was that she acted like a tomboy. After starting work, she gradually toned it down. Her true self and core personality just weren't suited for this kind of service-oriented job. But today, she'd gotten a little too carried away. Combined with Chuan's unwavering tolerance, it had given her a false sense of freedom, like she could act however she pleased. Her true nature had slipped out in an instant. Her mouth just blurted out the name she'd been dying to call him. "No." Chuan touched his nose, slightly surprised but not offended by Chuan's boldness. In fact, he felt strangely aroused by the nickname. When Yun's sister comes back, I'll have her try calling me that too. Might add a whole new flavor." Chuan mused silently, suddenly wondering if he was a bit twisted. Seeing Chuan's lack of reaction, Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stopped paying him any mind. Her eyes gleaming, she stared at the crayfish in her hand, eagerly peeling off the shell and taking a big bite. Sizzle! Juice splattered everywhere as Chuan happily chewed. But then her chewing slowed, and the smile on her face gradually stiffened. Chuan showed no intention of eating, smiling as he watched her. "How is it? Tasty?" Chapter 53, Can't you just accommodate your sister? Gulp. Chuan swallowed the crayfish in her mouth with a stiff expression, then grabbed another one, peeled it, and stuffed it into her mouth, unwilling to give up. This time, she chewed and savored it carefully, but the taste remained exactly the same as before. Well, to be precise, it tasted of nothing but spice. "Is it tasty?" Chuan didn't lift a finger, just grinned at her and shamelessly asked again. Chuan shot him a vicious glare, grabbed a skewer, and wolfed it down with a satisfying slurp. Her mouth was as stubborn as a duck's as she declared, "It's delicious. Try it yourself if you don't believe me." She felt utterly frustrated inside. What kind of crappy taste did Lubo have? The barbecue place he recommended had absolutely no flavor. This was disgusting. She deeply regretted trusting Lubo. Well, not exactly trust. But every time Lubo came to see her, he'd inevitably drone on about how amazing this place was, how much he wanted to have dinner here with her. Over time, Chuan had subconsciously convinced herself it must be fantastic. Turns out Lubo was nothing but a total scam artist. Though she was filled with regret and even wanted to drag Chuan to switch restaurants on the spot, Chuan would never admit it. She remembered the bet she'd just made with Chuan. If the food wasn't good, she'd have to unconditionally grant Chuan one request. If it were anyone else, Chuan would have accepted defeat gracefully. But the person she made that bet with was Chuan. That guy with his mouth full of dirty talk and his head full of banana peels, was there anything he wouldn't dare say or do? Chuan was genuinely terrified he'd demand something outrageous. So she'd rather silently shed tears inside and grit her teeth eating this tasteless food than admit her choice of restaurant was a failure. Right. As long as she refused to admit it and firmly insisted this place was delicious, what could Chuan possibly do to her? Chuan felt smugly pleased with her own cleverness. Chuan shrugged playfully and said, "If it tastes good, then eat more." As he spoke, he piled all the food onto Chuan's side of the table. Chuan was utterly dumbfounded. After a moment of stunned silence, she snapped angrily, "Chuan, are you doing this on purpose? How am I supposed to finish all this by myself?" Chuan watched her with a smile. "I never said you had to finish it all. I just want you to eat your fill. I, the wild young master of the metropolis, don't really care for this stuff. I was planning to grab some late-night snacks later anyway. Since you like it, go ahead and eat your fill. No worries, don't rush. I'll stay with you as long as you need." Chuan grinned mischievously at her, feigning nonchalance as he casually added, "Oh, I just remembered my family owns a seafood club out in the suburbs. Their abalone, lobster, and everything else is freshly caught from the sea daily. Yeah, the chefs there were specially invited from abroad by my old man. I think they're rated by stars or something, but anyway, their skills are top-notch. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten there in ages. I've decided we're going there for a late-night snack right now." Chuan stared blankly at him, tears uncontrollably trickling down the corners of her mouth. A suburban clubhouse. Fresh seafood caught daily. And 4-star rated chefs. She gulped hard, trying desperately to rein in her thoughts and stop them from conjuring the vivid scenes Chuan had just painted. But her mind seemed to have sprouted wings, fluttering wildly out of control, impossible to rein back in. Glancing back at the flavorless skewers in her hand, Chuan suddenly felt overwhelmed with resentment. I want to go to a fancy club too. I want to eat fresh abalone too. Wow. Chuan. You big jerk. You did this on purpose. Mu Zixuan felt like crying but had no tears left. If someone else had told her this, she probably wouldn't have felt a thing. Because she'd never been to an upscale club, never experienced the service of a star chef. What she hadn't seen, she couldn't imagine, and thus felt no longing for. But Chuan was different. He was a super rich second-generation heir. He didn't even need to paint vivid pictures. Just saying, "It's delicious. I love it," was enough to make Mu Zixuan dream. A place that captivates even the wealthiest second-generation elite couldn't possibly be mediocre. Mu Zixuan's stomach was empty, yet she couldn't eat another bite. Her mouth watered uncontrollably, her tongue darting around restlessly. She desperately wanted to blurt out, "Chuan, I give up. Will you take me there to eat?" Chuan watched her frozen expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He was holding back so hard his face twisted slightly. With feigned concern, he asked, "Are you okay? Eat up. Didn't you say you loved this place? Is this not enough? Should I order you some more? Don't worry, it's on me. Eat as much as you want. It's fine, don't worry about me. I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes." Mu Zixuan lost it completely, leaping up from her seat with a whoosh and staring straight at Chuan. "You lost." Chuan smiled warmly at her. "How did I lose? I didn't lose at all." Mu Zixuan puffed out her cheeks, stomped her foot in frustration, and declared, "I think this place is delicious, so you lose." Chuan, a real man, knows when to concede. Admit defeat already. Chuan's smile remained unchanged as he replied, "I haven't lost, and I don't plan to admit defeat. I've already planned out every position I'll put you in tonight. How could I possibly concede now?" Mu Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly as her big eyes darted around. Suddenly, she adopted an adorably coquettish expression, tugging at Chuan's arm and swaying it gently as she pouted, "You lost, you lost. Chuan, just let me win this once, okay? Tomorrow I'll treat you to bubble tea. How about that?" Watching Mu Zixuan's adorable act, Chuan felt his resolve waver, but he still smiled and said, "That's a nice offer. But it won't work on me. I'm the modern day you, shall we? Little vixen, rein it in." Seeing he truly had no intention of budging, Mu Zixuan sank back into her chair, her face falling with disappointment. Chuan chuckled. He wasn't going to keep tormenting Mu Zixuan forever, he just wanted to see what other tricks she had up her sleeve. "Humph, little devil. Bring it on. If I ever beg for mercy, I'll change my surname." Chuan thought smugly, eagerly anticipating more surprises from Mu Zixuan. Suddenly, Mu Zixuan turned her head and gazed at him with tender eyes. Chuan froze as Mu Zixuan reached out, gently stroking his head. "Little brother," she said softly, "can't you just indulge your big sister once?" Chapter 54, Highway Racing. "Little brother, can't you just indulge your big sister?" "Oomph. I told you this place is delicious. Why won't you just try it yourself? If you won't taste it, then you should at least believe me, right? Your sister is so considerate, staying out late with you like this. How sincere is that? How about this? Admit defeat today, and I'll keep taking you out to play. Deal? Pretty sweet, huh?" In that moment, Mu Zixuan was no longer the tomboyish tomboy or the cute, spoiled little girl. She instantly transformed into a mischievous older sister figure, gently stroking Chuan's head as she spoke in a tone that was half pleading, half playfully reproachful. Chuan froze on the spot. All the girls around him were older than him, but Mu Zixuan was the first one to ever speak to him like this. In that instant, a surge of heat shot through Chuan's body, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to take Mu Zixuan right there and then. Chuan stared blankly at Mu Zixuan. Her eyes were wide, glinting with a sly, fox-like cunning. Her voice was soft and gentle, truly like that of a caring older sister next door. She even licked her lips occasionally, looking wickedly tempting, stirring desire within him. But Chuan knew Mu Zixuan wasn't lusting after him, she was lusting after the delicacies at their own club. Even so, Chuan couldn't help but swallow hard. After a moment's thought, he reluctantly raised the white flag. "Mu Zixuan, you're just too wicked. Fine. You win. I surrender." Mu Zixuan's sudden domineering vibe was simply too much for him. He also knew she'd pulled out all her secret weapons. If he didn't give her a way out now, she might genuinely be at a loss. "Yay!" Mu Zixuan jumped up happily, flinging the skewers in her hand onto the table. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at him. "So, shall we go? Let's hurry to your club. Don't let it close before we get there." Truthfully, before making her move, Mu Zixuan hadn't been entirely sure if it would work, if she could actually win over this little rascal, Chuan. She'd just been testing the waters, never expecting Chuan to actually nod in agreement. Could it be he actually liked this type of gentle yet slightly domineering bad sister? "Little guy. Playing you like a fiddle is a piece of cake." Mu Zixuan thought happily, feeling incredibly warm inside. Chuan clearly saw through her tough talk but chose to indulge her anyway, which made Mu Zixuan incredibly happy. Could it be he really had fallen for her? Were all his previous actions just a game of playing hard to get? The thought sent Mu Zixuan's heart skipping several beats. If he confessed his feelings to her, would she accept? Or accept? Or accept? Oh my! This is so hard. It's all happening too fast. He hasn't even properly pursued me yet. Besides, Chuan was a total womanizer. He was clearly the type who couldn't resist a pretty girl. Could he possibly have other women on the side? She'd seen the viral short videos circulating these past 2 days about the Shanghai Playboy's girlfriend. At the entrance of Magic City University, at Xianhai Bar, she was always with Chuan. She's a pretty little thing. Mu Zixuan had achieved her goal of getting a big meal, but now her heart was filled with anxiety and doubt. Chuan, however, didn't dwell on it. He walked straight to the counter to settle the bill, told the waiter that neither of them had touched the food, and then led Mu Zixuan to the car. The club Chuan mentioned was located in the suburbs, quite a distance from downtown Magic City. He drove onto the expressway, pressing the accelerator harder and harder. Rolling down the window, she felt the whooshing wind against her ears, and suddenly felt a surge of freedom. Meanwhile, Mu Zixuan's mind was racing with thoughts. It dawned on her belatedly that Chuan was taking her somewhere far away. She might not even make it back tonight. Could she have fallen into his trap? What should she do? It seemed she had no choice but to spend the night out with Chuan. Would he force himself on her? Oh my goodness. Mu Zixuan. How could you be so foolish? When will you ever learn to be less reckless? A seafood feast was all it took to lure you away? Good heavens. Mu Zixuan. Get a grip. Mu Zixuan began to feel uneasy. She wasn't opposed to Chuan himself, but this all felt too sudden, too abrupt. Just then, a Hummer suddenly flew past their car. Heading out to the suburbs, Chuan took a very remote road with almost no traffic. The Hummer's sudden overtaking startled him, then quickly turned to irritation. Damn it! What kind of family do you come from? How dare you be so arrogant? Daring to cut me off? Think I'm some pushover? It had to be said, ever since binding the system, Chuan had begun transforming into a true hot-blooded young master. Buckle up, he barked at Mu Zixuan. Watching her grab the overhead handle in fright, a wicked grin spread across his lips as he slammed his foot on the accelerator and shot forward. The McLaren's power was still superior to the Hummer's. Within minutes, the Hummer reappeared ahead of them. Chuan gripped the steering wheel firmly, slowly closing the gap. Just as he was about to flip the Hummer off through the window, it suddenly accelerated again. It felt like it was deliberately challenging Chuan, as if taunting, "Come on, you idiot. Chase me." Chuan couldn't tolerate such provocation. He pressed the accelerator harder, pushing the speed to 200 miles per hour. Unfortunately, his speed matched the Hummer's perfectly, leaving the gap between them fixed and impossible to close. Mu Zixuan's face drained of color, her voice rising sharply as she screamed, "Chuan! What the hell are you doing?" Chuan valued his life too much to push any harder, but at this rate, he'd never catch the Hummer. As the reckless young master, Chuan couldn't swallow his pride. After a moment, he suddenly curved his lips into a smile, tinged with madness, and asked Mu Zixuan, "Hey, Mu Zixuan, do you trust me?" Mu Zixuan froze, staring at Chuan's reckless grin. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded firmly. She trusted Chuan. Even though this little man always spouted nonsense and acted arrogantly, she knew deep down he wasn't truly like that. "All right. This wild young master will show you a wild ride today." Chuan burst into laughter, licking his lips excitedly before flooring the gas pedal and speeding off. Chapter 55, Wild Ride. That single push sent the car surging forward like a wild horse breaking free, shooting out with a sharp whoosh. The wind roared through the windows, slapping fiercely against Chuan's face, filling him with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Chuan still remembered the adrenaline rush he felt watching the Fast Furious series in his past life. And today, the scenes that had only ever existed in movies and his wildest fantasies were finally becoming reality. What a rush! Mu Zixuan's hair danced wildly in the wind, each strand seeming to take on a life of its own, flailing wildly. Her eyes widened to the point where the fierce wind nearly blew her eyelids off. Initial panic gave way to rapid adaptation, and soon excitement replaced the disorientation. This was Mu Zixuan's first taste of such raw, dangerous thrill. Her adrenaline surged, sending involuntary shivers through her entire body. A dangerously thrilling thought suddenly surged through her mind. Faster. Even faster. The distance between the McLaren and the Hummer rapidly closed. Mu Zixuan released her grip on the door handle and let out an ecstatic cheer. Chuan glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl, she's got some spirit. He immediately stopped paying attention to Mu Zixuan, his gaze locked firmly on the Hummer ahead, a wild grin curling his lips. Dare to overtake me? I'm not the kind of man who gives up easily. Reborn with a system by my side, I won't back down even if the heavens themselves come down. System? That's right. The ultimate Playboy system is Chuan's ultimate trump card. Just moments ago, when that competitive fire ignited within him, Chuan didn't hesitate to spend 20,000 Playboy points to exchange for the professional racing skill from the system store. Though Chuan was a broke bum, most items in the system were beyond his means. Even when he could afford them, he hesitated, constantly resisting the urge to splurge on cute animals. But that didn't mean he was unaware of what the system store offered. In his spare time, Chuan's favorite pastime was endlessly browsing the system store. By now, he knew nearly every single item in the store like the back of his hand. It was just like his previous life. Despite being strapped for cash, his greatest hobby was still browsing JD and Taobao. Even if he couldn't afford to buy anything, just looking brought him joy. Professional level racing skills as a skill type item, it cost twice as much as the power pills. But the perk? It was a one-time purchase, lifetime enjoyment type. So Chuan didn't feel cheated at all. Racing. This is the ultimate show-off skill. What man hasn't dreamed of racing at least once in his life? Chuan chuckled inwardly, then slammed his foot down on the accelerator pedal. Without the system skills boost, he'd never dare do this. He certainly didn't want to become the shortest-lived time traveler in history. But now, gripping the steering wheel, Chuan felt as if his soul had left his body. He could clearly sense every vibration of the car, every subtle change in the driving experience. It was as if he possessed a god's eye view, looking down from above at the speeding car, and everything was under his complete control. Go! Chuan! Catch it! Mu Zixuan yelled excitedly, the gale rushing into her throat but still unable to silence her. Sit still. Don't be reckless. Chuan shouted back, unable to spare a moment's distraction. Mu Zixuan instantly quieted down, sitting obediently in her seat, though the sparkle in her eyes was impossible to hide. 10 meters, 8 meters. The gap between the two vehicles narrowed rapidly, and Chuan could finally make out the passenger side window of the Hummer. The people inside the Hummer were watching him too. Though separated by one-way glass, Chuan knew they were staring right at him. Without hesitation, Chuan flipped them off. The two vehicles raced and tangled on the empty highway, drawing the attention of every passerby. But the vehicles swept past them like the wind, moving so fast that they couldn't even make out the makes of the cars. Other vehicles on the highway swerved in fright to avoid them. At this speed, even the slightest collision would inevitably result in total destruction and loss of life. A passerby immediately called the police. Upon hearing that someone was street racing at speeds of at least 230-240 km/h, the security officer was startled and quickly organized a police response. Meanwhile, the Hummer, seeing Chuan chasing after it like a madman, was also desperately accelerating. But its current speed was already pushing the absolute limit. Any faster, and the vehicle would likely become uncontrollable. With no other choice, the Hummer maintained its current speed, ceasing its pursuit of Chuan. Its posture seemed to say, "Bro, I give up. Just go already." But Chuan was stubborn. He overtakes the Hummer, positions himself directly in front, and slowly decelerates, constantly suppressing the Hummer's speed. Whenever the Hummer attempted to overtake, he immediately repositioned himself in front, blocking its path and denying it any chance to pass. "Oh. Ha ha ha. Chuan, you're so mean." Mu Zixuan chattered excitedly non-stop. Turning to watch the Hummer, she was experiencing speed and excitement firsthand for the very first time, her whole body still buzzing with exhilaration. Chuan chuckled, "Dare to overtake my car? Like I'd let that happen?" Mu Zixuan poked his cheek with her finger, grinning as she teased, "You're a grown man, yet you still throw tantrums like a child." Chuan gave a proud little snort and said, "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me, was it awesome or what?" "It was awesome." Mu Zixuan nodded with sparkling eyes, admitting it openly. Chuan chuckled, "That's all it takes? Tonight, I promise to make you feel even better." Mu Zixuan flushed, playfully punching him. "Put. You little brat. You can't even last 3 seconds." "No problem. As long as I last more than 3 seconds in bed." Chuan replied smugly. After a pause, he added, "You know, Mu Zixuan, you really are a little crazy girl. Most girls in this situation would probably be scared stiff, burrowing into my arms and whimpering. How come you're totally fine?" Mu Zixuan replied with a proud look, "Humph. Do you think I'm just any ordinary girl? Would an ordinary girl even catch your eye?" Chuan gave her a thumbs up. "Awesome. I can't argue with that." He kept slowing down the car behind them, bantering and laughing with Mu Zixuan. Suddenly, the Hummer behind them seemed to go berserk, accelerating wildly and slamming into Chuan's rear bumper. Chapter 56, How Did You Find Him? Bam! The violent impact sent the entire car reeling. Chuan and Mu Zixuan hadn't anticipated such reckless aggression and were momentarily caught off guard. Chuan immediately gripped the steering wheel tightly. Drawing on his professional racing skills, he quickly regained control of the vehicle. After a brief swerve and wobble, it steadied itself. Mu Zixuan was also thoroughly shaken. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she instantly bristled, darting back into her seat with a whoosh and gripping the door handle above her with fingers that had turned slightly pale. Chuan found the scene rather amusing, but he had no time for mockery now. His focus sharpened as he stared intently at the Hummer through the rearview mirror. Crazy? He narrowed his eyes slightly. Could the car behind be in a hurry? The thought crossed Chuan's mind, but he dismissed it immediately. This road led to the outskirts of the demon city. There were no villages ahead or behind, and the suburbs only had a few vacation spots, not a single settlement. In other words, there were no inhabited areas ahead. Given that, there was no way the Hummer was speeding because of an emergency. Because ahead lay the vast suburbs, nothing at all. What the hell are you speeding for? Crash. Just as Chuan steadied his car and pondered, the Hummer slammed into him again with brutal force. Having endured the first collision, Mu Zixuan regained her basic composure. She swallowed hard, stole a glance at Chuan, and swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. She wanted to say, Chuan, maybe we should just let them pass? But when she saw the serious, slightly dark look on Chuan's face, she wisely decided not to push his luck. She considered herself fairly knowledgeable about Chuan. His earlier decision to challenge the Hummer over a single overtaking maneuver clearly showed that sometimes he could be a real childish guy. How immature. Getting into a race over something like this. And now? He was stubbornly blocking the other driver, refusing to let them pass. You'd already overtaken them, yet you were still holding them back. Now they were furious, bumping into your rear bumper, and you still wouldn't give way. What a childish jerk. Mu Zixuan tried to ease her nervousness by indulging in such random thoughts. While she disapproved of Chuan's behavior, she couldn't help but smile, finding this side of him surprisingly endearing. He's a jerk, but he's cute. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Chuan, too, was fixated on the car behind him, showing no intention of letting it pass. In fact, the more the Hummer sped up, the more excited Chuan became. He kept blocking the Hummer's path while relentlessly forcing it to slow down. 200 miles per hour, 180, 160. The two vehicles that had been speeding wildly just moments ago gradually slowed down. The Hummer behind grew increasingly furious, ramming Chuan's rear bumper with ever greater frequency, displaying a reckless, life-or-death intensity. But Chuan showed no fear. He had complete confidence in the condition of his McLaren. Under such intense collisions, he held a clear advantage. The two cars continued their standoff as they drove forward. Suddenly, rows of lights flashed ahead, followed by the shrill wail of sirens. Security officers responding to the report had sealed off the road ahead. Seeing this, the Hummer slammed on its brakes, spun around, and fled back the way it had come. Chuan instantly sensed something was off. The escape was too smooth, almost instinctive. There was none of the panic or hesitation a normal person would show upon seeing security officers. He immediately executed a drift maneuver and gave chase after the Hummer. Mu Zixuan clung tightly to her seat, both hands gripping the door handles above her head as wide as they could go. Chuan gritted his teeth, slamming his car hard into the rear of the Hummer. The airbags deployed with a loud bang. His car spun 3 times on the spot before finally grinding to a halt, billowing black smoke from its hood. The Hummer, thrown off balance by the sudden impact, swayed left and right before crashing head-on into a roadside tree. Hey, you okay? Chuan cracked his neck and asked Mu Zixuan beside him. Mu Zixuan froze for a moment from the shock, then mimicked Chuan's movements, shifting her body slightly before shaking her head at him. The two crawled out from beneath the compressed airbags and were immediately surrounded by a group of security officers. Hands on your head. Get down, the officers shouted. Chuan grabbed Mu Zixuan and obeyed immediately. 2 officers then guarded Chuan and Mu Zixuan while the others approached the Hummer. Chuan. Are you crazy? Mu Zixuan crouched beside him, trembling slightly. This was the first time in her life she'd been ordered around like this by security officers. It's okay, I'm here. Chuan chuckled softly, winking at her. So? Pretty thrilling today, huh? Thrilling my ass. Mu Zixuan was both annoyed and amused. At a time like this jerk still had the nerve to tease her. She'd been genuinely terrified just now. Though Mu Zixuan had once been a school bully with a hint of roguishness, she'd never encountered anything like this before. Chuan was seriously reckless. He looked like a seasoned criminal. Little did she know, this was Chuan's first time experiencing something like this too. Oh, he had gone through it once in his past life while eating fast food at the train station. But for him now, as long as it didn't cause too much trouble, it was no big deal. Several security guards approached the Hummer, yanked open the doors, and found 2 men knocked unconscious by the violent impact. A seasoned security guard suddenly froze, staring at the scarred face in the passenger seat before letting out a startled cry. Li Lao Lu. The other officers looked at him blankly, asking, Boss, who's Li Lao Lu? Damn it! A wanted criminal. A fugitive on the run for over 20 years. The security guards erupted in a chorus of gasps, quickly dragging the 2 men out of the vehicle and slamming handcuffs on them. Immediately, they reported the incident to their superiors. Before long, more police cars arrived with flashing red lights. This scene made Mu Zixuan, who was already scared, feel even more terrified. Was she going to be thrown into a cell? She shot Chuan a pitiful look, only to find him still wearing that same smile as he said, What are you thinking? I told you it's fine. I'm here. He had no idea why so many police cars had arrived, but he didn't care in the slightest. Speeding? It wasn't a big deal. An officer strode up to Lilalu, stared at him for a moment, exchanged a few words with others, then rushed excitedly to Chuan. Grabbing his hand, he yanked him up from the ground and demanded, "Little hero, how did you spot him?" "Ha?" Chuan froze. Chapter 57, The Honest Thief. Chuan drove his nearly wrecked McLaren, swaying and lurching as he continued toward the outskirts. Even now, his mind was still reeling from what had just happened, his head buzzing. Beside him, Mu Zixuan wore an equally dazed expression. She racked her brain but couldn't fathom how things had unfolded this way. Just moments ago, the two of them were ordered by the security guard to stay put after speeding. Just when they thought not only their feast plans were ruined but they'd also have to spend the night in the station, things suddenly took an unexpected turn. The arriving police captain instantly recognized the two fugitives. They were responsible for crimes committed over 20 years ago and had been relentlessly pursued by the police without a trace. If it weren't for the case's severity, the veteran captain might have long forgotten about it, had he not kept revisiting the details and periodically checking up on it. These two men had vanished without a trace, and everyone assumed they'd long since fled the metropolis. Who would have thought they'd be encountered today? The moment he saw them, the captain was utterly stunned. He cross-referenced the fugitives' list and information for a long time, then retrieved their identification from the Hummer. Only then did he dare confirm their identities. As luck would have it, among the security officers deployed today to intercept the highway racers was precisely this elderly man. This veteran officer had personally participated in the original investigation of this case. Thus unfolded the events that followed. He recognized them immediately and promptly reported it to his superiors. The pair, who had evaded capture for over 2 decades, were apprehended in the most absurd manner imaginable. The security team leader was overjoyed. The burden that had weighed on his heart for over 2 decades was finally lifted. He rushed straight to Chuan, gripped his hand tightly, and demanded, "Young hero, how did you figure out who they were?" His question left both Chuan and Mu Zixuan completely dumbfounded. The captain, perhaps a bit too excited, didn't wait for their response before continuing, "You've helped the Public Security Bureau apprehend criminals who've been on the run for over 20 years. You've done a tremendous service. Come to the Public Security Bureau tomorrow. I'll have the director personally award you honors." The entire group of security officers praised Chuan and Mu Zixuan's heroic actions, lauding them for fearlessly pursuing and apprehending the fugitives. Thus, instead of being detained overnight at the station, Chuan and Mu Zixuan were showered with praise by the entire security team. The captain, ignoring their protests, even snapped photos of them on the spot, declaring they would make the front page of the Magic City Daily tomorrow so everyone could learn of their heroic deeds. At that moment, Mu Zixuan's emotions were incredibly complex. She felt no glory or pride, only an awkwardness so intense it made her toes curl. And it wasn't her fault. Even Chuan, that thick-skinned guy, was so flustered he couldn't utter a word. They were just racing. Who could have imagined their opponents were two fugitives? The most awkward part was that they had actually forced the fugitives' car into a tree. If not for that, the security guards wouldn't have been able to apprehend them so easily. What the hell is going on here? Chuan gritted his teeth in frustration, his mind flooded with the security guards' praise for him. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into right then and there. Mu Zixuan looked equally mortified. Clinging to a last shred of hope, she asked, "Chuan, you really did chase after them because you thought something was off about those two, right?" She desperately hoped Chuan would shamelessly answer yes, so that when she recalled the security guard's praise, it might ease the sting in her heart. Oh my god. This feeling of doing something wrong yet being mistaken for a hero was utterly humiliating. Chuan, save me. Please don't make me endure this humiliation any longer. The thought of facing tomorrow making the newspapers, receiving an award at the Public Security Bureau, and enduring interviews with reporters made Mu Zixuan want to move to another planet. Chuan grimaced. "Mu Zixuan, this is way beyond my thick-skin tolerance. Sorry, I can't help you with this." "Ah." Mu Zixuan let out a wail to the heavens, covering her face in anguish. "Oh my god. I'd rather be thrown in a police car and spend the night in the station right now. How did it come to this? I don't want to be in the papers, I don't want to accept awards, I don't want to be interviewed. We're just little jerks who broke the rules. We're not heroes. The thought of relatives and friends asking questions and looking at me with admiration makes me want to die." She wailed in despair, squirming in the passenger seat like a giant maggot. There was no escape. The public security captain had explicitly stated they would award both of them together. Refusing would be a direct snub to the authorities. That was absolutely out of the question. Chuan looked numb as he said, "Stop screaming. The more you scream, the worse I feel." His mind was filled with the security chief's genuinely excited face as he muttered, "I always thought I was the most shameless person alive, but now it seems my level of shamelessness still falls short. So sincerity really is the best weapon to defeat shamelessness." The two drove onward, their hearts heavy, until they finally caught sight of the clubhouse's outline on the outskirts. After parking, Chuan took a deep breath to steady himself, struggling to extricate himself from the awkward quagmire. He realized he'd overthought it. He was too deep in it to save himself. Thank goodness I'm not alone today, he thought with a sense of relief. At least Mu Zixuan was there to share the awkwardness with him, to share this misnamed honor. This situation was different from the barbecue restaurant incident. At least that day, Chuan had spotted something amiss and realized the barbecue place might be shady. Though his methods were equally brazen, at least he had the intention of exposing the corruption. So he could barely stomach the praise. But this time was different. This time, he was purely speeding, breaking the rules, seeking thrills. It was nothing but a lucky shot. It's like stealing a wallet only to find the ID inside belongs to a fugitive. So you report it to the police. Then the security guard doesn't even give you a chance to say, "I'm the thief." He just keeps praising you for returning lost property and commending your heroic actions. Who could stand that? The two of them, both mortified beyond belief, found a random table to sit at. Chuan asked numbly, "Want something to eat?" Mu Zixuan replied in a numb tone, "You decide." Chuan grew annoyed, slamming his hand on the table and demanding again, "What do you want to eat? You're the guest today, you order." Chapter 58, No Turning Back. Chuan's sudden outburst startled Mu Zixuan, pulling her out of her awkward stupor. She stared at him blankly for a moment before giving a slight nod. She picked up the menu and began studying it intently. The moment she looked, her attention was instantly captured. Chuan. I want these scallops. 2 portions. Chuan. I also want these crayfish. The spiciest and numbing ones. Chuan. Alright. You don't need to tell me, just go ahead and order. Chuan chuckled at her excited manner, his mood lightening considerably. Mu Zixuan suddenly dropped the menu, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at him with wide eyes. "You're being mean to me," she declared, her face a mix of indignation and hurt. Chuan froze, responding blankly, "Huh? I didn't. You're being mean to me. You totally are." Mu Zixuan cut him off abruptly, her big eyes flashing as if she might burst into tears any second. "What do you mean? Didn't you keep pestering me to come out and eat with you? Now that I'm here, are you suddenly worried about the money? Have I become a nuisance? Why aren't you saying anything? Do you have any idea how much resolve it took me to follow you around this late at night? And this is how you treat me? Chuan. I finally see you for what you are. Wah! I wasted my feelings on you. You're just like all those jerks. Once you get what you want, you stop caring. Before we left, you kept calling me sweetie, but now I just ask what you want to eat and you snap at me. Forget it. I'll eat alone. Ha 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 ha. Mu Zixuan, you're something else." Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, gasping for breath as he said, "Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say these things? Can't you just order quietly? Why all the drama?" He was nearly dying of laughter at Mu Zixuan's dramatic antics. One moment she was acting like she'd suffered social death, and the next she was putting on this whole show. Wow! She even threw in classic lines like "You're being mean to me, sweetie pie," and "Dogman." Impressive. Chuan was ready to crown her the queen of drama. Mu Zixuan giggled too. She'd always been this carefree, impulsive type, often getting sudden urges to act out on a whim. Many of her friends couldn't keep up with her antics, failing to get her jokes and just giving her blank, confused looks. She found it frustrating, so she gradually reined herself in until she met Chuan. She discovered that Chuan was genuinely on the same wavelength as her most of the time, making communication effortless. What's more, when joking around with Chuan, Mu Zixuan never worried he'd get upset. After their playful banter in the car earlier, she was certain Chuan was an even more carefree, reckless wild child than she was. Enough teasing. After dutifully ordering their meal, Chuan and Mu Zixuan simply sat side by side, gazing at each other. If they'd just sat there quietly, not speaking, the handsome man and beautiful woman would have made a rather lovely picture. Too bad. Chuan. Look, that guy's picking his toe. Ha! He just finished picking his toe and now he's peeling a lobster. And he's sticking his fingers in his mouth. Shoo! Mu Zixuan, keep your voice down. If he hears you, he might come over and shove his finger in your mouth, and I won't stop him. Giggle. Unfortunately, these two weren't mutes. Their crude language clashed completely with their handsome and beautiful appearances. Before long, fresh seafood arrived at the table, its aroma filling the air and tantalizing every taste bud. Gulp! Mu Zixuan clearly heard her own throat-clearing sound. Her eyes felt as if they were trapped by some invisible force, frozen solid on that plate of crayfish. Unable to move an inch. At this very moment, all notions of ladylike behavior, etiquette, and image were completely cast aside. Mu Zixuan swore she'd never encountered such an exquisite aroma in her entire life. Without so much as a glance at Chuan or a word to say, she pounced on the crayfish like a starved wolf, tearing into it. Her cheeks puffed out like little steamed buns as she chewed vigorously, tears of pure delight and gratitude welling up in her eyes. Chuan was startled by her reaction. His voice tinged with alarm as he asked, Mu Zixuan, what's wrong? Are you allergic to crayfish? Mu Zixuan chewed and chewed, swallowing the food in her mouth with a gulp. Her face flushed with excitement as she replied, delicious. Chuan, impressive. Nourished by the delicious food, the two, who had just gone through a whirlwind of emotions, finally relaxed completely. Without exchanging a single word, they each buried their heads in satisfying their stomach's desires. Chuan was overjoyed too. Having inherited the previous owner's memories, he knew this restaurant served exceptional food, but he hadn't personally experienced just how delicious it was. In fact, the previous owner had dined here so frequently that they'd grown somewhat tired of it. If Mu Zixuan hadn't dragged him to the food stall today, if she hadn't been clamoring for crayfish, he wouldn't have even remembered this place existed. Damn it! How could anyone get sick of food this good? That spoiled brat was just being pretentious. Chuan ate with relish, cursing his predecessor mercilessly in his mind. He reached out to grab another dish, then froze. The entire table, once laden with food, was now bare except for empty plates. Mu Zixuan's outstretched hand froze midair. She scratched at the empty space blankly, grasping at nothing. Confusion crept into her mind. Where did all that delicious food go? Their eyes locked, and they stared at each other in silence. Moments later, they both burst out laughing simultaneously. I'm full, Mu Zixuan said, her cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment. Chuan gave her shoulder a firm pat, his expression stern. If you want to eat, just eat. What's there to hide? Acting like a woman, not a bit of boldness. He then waved down a waiter and bellowed, bring us another round of everything we just ordered. What? The waiter stared at the table laden with empty plates, completely dumbfounded. 2 people, eating this much? Not only had they polished off everything already served, but they wanted another round? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get it. Chuan barked fiercely. The waiter snapped out of his daze and hurried off to fulfill the order. Chuan smiled warmly at Mu Zixuan and said, eat your fill. We're not leaving until we're stuffed. Chapter 59, how could she laugh like that? Eat your fill tonight, no stopping until you're stuffed. Chuan declared boldly, his arm draped over Mu Zixuan's shoulder. Mu Zixuan instantly felt disgusted. She flung his arm off her shoulder, turned around, and punched him hard. Chuan dramatically rubbed his arm, grinning. What's the matter? I'm treating you to dinner and telling you to eat your fill. You're not happy about it, are you? Mu Zixuan landed another punch with her other hand, glaring at him angrily. Chuan, who are you calling a sissy? Chuan gasped. Ha, did I say something wrong? Then, completely oblivious to the stares around him, he leaned in with a lecherous grin, his hands already creeping up her silk-clad thigh, his face twisted with eagerness as he reached for her pencil skirt, ready to pull it up. So you're a girl too? Quick, let me see. Chuan, everyone's watching. Can you behave yourself? Mu Zixuan grabbed his hand without hesitation and flung it away. Her 2 small hands clenched into pink little fists, pressing against Chuan's temples and digging in. Chuan grinned as he dodged her fierce assault, patting his chest with a look of lingering terror. As long as you don't have one. As long as you don't have one. You scared the hell out of me. I thought you were one of us. If that were true, I'd regret bringing you out to dinner. Wasted my time. Wasted my money. If you're not a real girl, I'm calling the cops to arrest you. I'm reporting you for fraud. Mu Zixuan puffed out her cheeks, glaring at him. She felt she really should be angry now. Give Chuan a taste of his own medicine. Teach him not to keep touching her so brazenly. But she couldn't muster any anger at all. Not only that, she felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. So this bizarre expression froze on her face. Mu Zixuan's eyes were wide and round, looking very angry. Her mouth was puffed out like a little pufferfish, looking as if she were about to explode. Yet the corners of her mouth kept betraying her, curling up in a faint smile time and again, only to be swiftly suppressed by Mu Zixuan's conscious effort. Chuan cowered fearfully, staring at her timidly before slowly opening his mouth. Just laugh if you want to. Why hold it in? Ha 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 ha. Mu Zixuan could hold it in no longer and burst into maniacal laughter. Chuan looked utterly terrified. Yet the words that came out of his mouth were like this. She pounded the table hard, producing a series of dull thuds. She tried desperately to stifle her laughter, but her vocal cords seemed to have a mind of their own, vibrating uncontrollably. Chuan dramatically raised his hand to cover his ears, staring at Mu Zixuan with a look of horror. Mu Zixuan, have you been practicing lion roar techniques? Other people laugh charmingly, but your laugh is freezing. Shoo, control yourself. Stop laughing. I'm genuinely worried you'll laugh yourself into a faint, and then I'd have to drive you to the hospital. That would be such a hassle. Stop laughing. Stop it. Please stop. I can see your back teeth. Good heavens. Can't you act like a girl? When you laugh like that, it feels like you could swallow the sky whole. What are you doing? Are you seriously going to give me a live demonstration of 3 mouths and a pig? Ha 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 ha, Chi, ha 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 ha, Chi Chuan, you damn shut up, you, ha ha ha, you're not allowed to say another word, ha ha ha, I really can't laugh anymore, ouch, ha ha ha, my stomach hurts so much, wah, Chi Chuan, you big jerk, I'm never talking to you again. Mu Zixuan laughed so hard and violently that her stomach cramped up. This time, laughter truly turned to sorrow. Unable to stop laughing, she rolled around on the table while mustering her last bit of strength to curse Chi Chuan. Chi Chuan sighed helplessly as he picked her up, or rather, collapsed on top of her, rubbing her tummy while whispering soothingly, Alright, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made you laugh. Hey, the food's here. Let's stop laughing and eat. We've got serious business to attend to after dinner. You, don't talk to me. I don't want to deal with you right now. Mu Zixuan stammered. It took her over 20 minutes to finally stop laughing. Chi Chuan truly fell silent, simply holding her gently while massaging her lower abdomen to ease the cramping pain. Under his attentive care, Mu Zixuan gradually recovered. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head. Thankfully, her long hair and the darkness of night provided a double cover, preventing Chi Chuan from noticing her blush. Want to eat some more? Chi Chuan asked gently, a complete contrast to his earlier mischievous demeanor. Eat? Why wouldn't I eat? You've got me so worked up. How could I possibly let you off the hook today? Mu Zixuan snapped like a little firecracker, grabbing another crayfish and biting into it fiercely. Crunch! She hadn't even bothered to peel the shell, swallowing the entire thing whole. After swallowing, she licked her lips menacingly at Chi Chuan. Chi Chuan felt an inexplicable chill in his lower body, sending a shiver through his entire frame. Holy crap! This woman is ruthless, no way I can mess with her. Mu Zixuan watched his flustered expression and chuckled smugly. Ha ha ha, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Humph, you big jerk. See if you dare bully me again. I'll bite you to death. Just you wait and see if you're scared. Chi Chuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. He'd only meant to tease Mu Zixuan a little, never expecting her to laugh like this. And now she's laughing so hard her stomach hurts? Chi Chuan had certainly learned something new today. Sigh. Trying to make her laugh only to get cursed at and threatened? Is it my fault I have a sense of humor? Sigh. Being a man is so hard, you can't please anyone. After all the laughter and commotion, both of them felt quite exhausted. Once they'd devoured the second round of food like a whirlwind, they collapsed into their chairs with bloated bellies, too drained even to stand up and walk. Chi Chuan, burp. Sorry, we need to rest a bit. Burp. Before we go, Mu Zixuan managed, her words punctuated by 3 loud burps, her embarrassment palpable. Chi Chuan nodded silently. He was smart enough to know that opening his mouth now would only make him burp, so he opted for the most concise response. Chapter 60, The Complicated Girl's Little Thoughts. Several tables of guests who had arrived much earlier had already left, yet Chi Chuan and Mu Zixuan remained slumped in their chairs. Their stomachs felt like enormous burdens, weighing them down so heavily that the simple act of standing up seemed impossible. Just a little longer. This exchange repeated countless times between them until nearly 11 p.m., yet neither showed the slightest inclination to leave. Hey, handsome and beautiful, are you done resting? We're closing soon. A waiter glanced their way repeatedly. Finally, when all the other customers had left, Chi Chuan and Mu Zixuan were still sprawled out like 2 dead dogs. With no other choice, he approached them with a forced smile. Let's go. We're leaving right now. Mu Zixuan jolted upright from her chair, but having eaten far too much, she stumbled and fell straight into Chi Chuan's arms. Feeling her faint scent wafting up his nose, Chi Chuan steadied her with one arm while gently rubbing her head with the other. Mu Zixuan, you're something else, he said with a helpless expression. If you want to take advantage of me, just say so. No need to hide it like this, making it seem like I'm unwilling to indulge you. Mu Zixuan had no energy for banter. Looking utterly aggrieved, she whined, Chi Chuan, help me up. I can't stand. Chi Chuan lifted her off him with effort, his hands nervously supporting her until she steadied herself against the table. She swayed like a toddler learning to walk, adjusting to the sensation of standing. Only when she no longer teetered on the brink of falling did he finally exhale in relief. He wiped sweat from his brow and muttered, Mu Zixuan, you're bloody brilliant. Burp. Mu Zixuan replied contentedly. The two of them supported each other back to the car, then collapsed inside, with absolutely no intention of driving away. There was no way around it, they were simply too stuffed. Mu Zixuan lazily tilted her head, noticing Chi Chuan slumped in his seat like a slacker. She couldn't help but giggle. Chi Chuan, you're such a lightweight. I bet you haven't eaten as much as I have today. Chi Chuan couldn't even be bothered to turn his head, his gaze unfocused as he stared out the window. Cut the crap, okay? I ate all those main dishes by myself. Earlier when ordering, Mu Zixuan had been so excited she'd resolved to try every single dish on the menu, determined not to leave without sampling everything. She'd ordered one of each item listed, including milk-flavored steamed buns, bread slices, and the like. But after ordering, she hadn't touched a single bite, spending the entire meal wrestling with the crayfish. The kicker was, not only did she refuse to eat them herself, she insisted Chuan finish them off, all under the guise of we absolutely can't waste food. Who the hell was it who ordered a table full of food at Lao Ba seafood stall earlier, only to take a couple bites before demanding to leave? Chuan didn't want to eat either, but she pestered him relentlessly, pouting, acting cute, and constantly teasing him with a mischievous, older sister-like charm. And damn it, Chuan actually fell for it every time. Left with no other choice, he had to clean up the mess she made. If not for that, Chuan wouldn't have ended up stuffed to the gills like this. Mu Zixuan's little belly was round and plump, and when she laughed, her tummy jiggled along with it. She declared with righteous indignation, "You can't waste food. Besides, you're a big man, why are you nitpicking with a little lady like me? See, today, big sister will let you off easy, even if we ate the same amount. That's fair, right? Humph. Chuan, you cheapskate. Ha ha ha." Chuan rolled his eyes helplessly, too exhausted to engage with her. He couldn't fathom how Mu Zixuan could possess so many different personalities, one moment an adorable little sister, the next a commanding older sister, and then a mischievous little devil. It was truly remarkable. Having her was like having the whole world. Well, maybe not entirely. At least she couldn't imitate Yun Xiuji's genuine kitten-like charm or Su Kerson's cool, intelligent demeanor. Thinking about it this way, Chuan realized he still needed a pond full of fish. Not just Mu Zixuan, that one dazzlingly colorful fish. Chuan, you can't abandon your dreams. How could you surrender to one little woman? How did that song go again? If I'd been ambitious and confident in my youth, wouldn't I have had a string of girlfriends? Absolutely right. A man must have grand ambitions. Chuan felt deeply remorseful for that fleeting thought, immediately recognizing the error in his thinking and reflecting on it earnestly. Seeing him silent, Mu Zixuan grew even more brazen. Though she was already so full she could barely move, she still grinned wickedly and teased Chuan. "Hey, little man, say something. Did I hit the nail on the head so hard you can't even argue back? Or are you just overwhelmed with emotion? So touched that your big sister is being so considerate and giving you face that you're practically crying? You wouldn't actually be thinking of offering yourself to me, would you? Little man, don't get any ideas. Even though you're not bad, a goddess like me isn't something a mere mortal like you could ever possess." As she teased Chuan, she was also secretly testing his feelings toward her. Mu Zixuan felt their emotional connection had heated up too quickly and needed some cooling off. She worried Chuan might act impulsively and cross boundaries. It wasn't that she wanted to reject him, but she still felt uneasy and wasn't fully prepared. Besides, back in school, she'd had plenty of male admirers. She knew this little man in heat all too well. Sometimes, even if she just exchanged a few words or smiled at one of those boys, they'd immediately start imagining all sorts of scenarios. Does she have feelings for me? Does she kinda like me? Should I strike while the iron's hot and confess to her right now? Then they'd act impulsively. Then they got ruthlessly rejected by Mu Zixuan. Then they couldn't even remain friends. Mu Zixuan had experienced similar situations before. She genuinely cared about Chuan and hoped their relationship could progress step by step. She didn't want any abrupt incidents to create awkward tension between them. Chuan scoffed dismissively, about to speak, when he suddenly froze, because a cold, clear notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Host's Playboy points plus 20. 000. Chuan? What the heck is going on? Where did I get this Playboy points? While gaining Playboy points was a joyful thing, this sudden, unexplained increase left him feeling uneasy. His dazed expression didn't escape Mu Zixuan's notice, and her face instantly darkened. Chapter 61, Once you figure it out, it just clicked. Chuan listened blankly to the cold notification ringing in his ears, shaking his head vigorously. After carefully recalling the moment, he confirmed it wasn't a hallucination. The system had genuinely rewarded him with Playboy points. Why? He couldn't help silently questioning in his mind. The system was considerate enough to respond immediately. Host's high-speed pursuit of fugitive sparks online buzz. Earning netizen comment, Prodigal rich kid meets conditions for Prodigal value reward. Unsurprisingly, Chuan froze again. After a moment of stunned silence, he nearly shed tears of gratitude. System, you're practically my second parent. I'd completely forgotten about what just happened. Yet you remembered it for me and even gave me the Playboy points reward. Originally, Chuan had felt spending 20 000 Playboy points to exchange for a professional racing skill was a bit of a loss. Sure, it was cool and flashy, but there weren't many places he could actually use it. But now, he didn't feel cheated at all. He spent 20k to get a skill, then used that very skill to earn 20k. One in, one out, basically free? Getting something for nothing is pure bliss. Chuan felt completely exhilarated. The only downside was that his exploits were about to be discovered by netizens again. Oh no! It had already been exposed. The awkwardness level had just shot up another notch. Mu Zixuan watched him silently. Seeing him remain speechless for so long, her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze growing increasingly complex. Chuan's thoughts. Could it be that I really guessed correctly? He wouldn't actually be feeling impulsive. Would he? Was he preparing to confess his feelings to me? Oh my goodness. What should I do? Should I accept? No, I can't refuse. But how do I accept it while still appearing reserved? Oh my gosh. Could he drag me into doing something inappropriate? If I refuse him, will it upset him? Will it hurt his pride? So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. Chuan, you big jerk. Do you have any idea how much I'm struggling to accommodate your impulsiveness and your little boy emotions? The car suddenly fell silent. Each lost in their own thoughts, they somehow reached a strange, unspoken understanding. Chuan, having earned 20,000 Playboy points, browsed the system store with delight, completely forgetting Mu Zixuan's earlier teasing. Though 20,000 points felt rather meager compared to the system store's extravagant items, opening the store after earning money remained his favorite pastime. He felt he was one step closer to his little goal. Chuan, it's getting pretty late. Shouldn't we head back? Finally, Mu Zixuan couldn't endure the awkward atmosphere in this cramped space any longer. Summoning her courage, she broke the silence first. Oh, right. Chuan snapped back to reality, grinning at her. We should go. Where do you want to head? Humph. You little man. I knew you couldn't resist. Sigh. It's my fault for trusting you too much. Even though you're much more mature than the average boy, you're still just a boy after all. Mu Zixuan bit her lip lightly, glaring at him with feigned annoyance. Can you walk me home? Ha! Chuan froze, glancing at the pitch-black sky outside before checking his watch. He looked at Mu Zixuan with an expression that said, "Look at this little cutie," and asked, "This late? Go home? Sis, at a normal pace, it'll take at least 2.5 to 3 hours. You're not kidding me, right? It's almost midnight already. If I take you home now, we'll be heading back around 3 in the morning, right?" Mu Zixuan's expression darkened. Chuan's look of mild amusement transformed in her eyes into a desperate plea. She could almost hear Chuan's inner thoughts. Sis, let's not go back. Stay out here with me, okay? Sis, I really like you. I want to sleep with you and watch the sunrise together. Sis, please come with me. I'm gentle. I really, truly like you. Ah, these were the voices Miss Mu heard. Mu Zixuan closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly. She appeared deeply conflicted, as if a little angel and a little devil were wrestling inside her dressing room. After a full 5 minutes of internal turmoil, she finally opened her eyes again. Seeing the expression on Chuan's face grow even more intense, she let the corners of her mouth droop as she said, "Alright, I'll go along with your plan. Sigh, I've been too lenient with you. Chuan, you really need to treat me better." Chuan raised an eyebrow involuntarily, his expression growing serious. What's gotten into this girl? Why does she look like she's heading to her death? Stomach ache? That can't be it, right? Seeing her gloomy expression, Chuan didn't press further. He nodded in response while pulling out his phone to search for nearby hotels. As he searched, he spotted another hotel run by his old man. Well, it would be more accurate to say his father held the majority stake and hired others to manage it. Chuan had complete faith in his father's class and taste, so he drove straight toward that hotel. On the way, Mu Zixuan hesitated several times before finally saying, "Don't get too wild tonight. I have to work tomorrow. And I don't have much experience. So you better behave yourself." Ha, I don't snore. Chuan's mind was completely occupied with the system's reward, thinking only about how much closer he was to that adorable little tabby cat. He also realized for the first time that system rewards could potentially be delayed. He seriously contemplated whether he could earn Playboy points by recording short videos himself. He had absolutely no energy left to ponder the deeper meaning behind Mu Zixuan's words. Mu Zixuan frowned and whispered again. I wasn't talking about snoring. Chuan replied absent-mindedly. Don't worry, I don't grind my teeth either. I sleep like a log. Besides, aren't you my employee? Does it matter if you show up for work or not? Your boss is granting you a day off. Pay will be issued as usual. At those words, Mu Zixuan's face drained of color. A day off? Are you trying to kill me tonight? No, this won't do. A girl's first time needs to be handled gently. Roughness is unbearable. You can't push it too far. I've already been so lenient with you. You can't treat me like this. You have to consider my feelings. If you keep being so forceful, I won't go with you. I'd rather sleep on the street than go to a hotel room with you. Mu Zixuan roared inwardly, yet ultimately lacked the courage to voice these words aloud. It's too humiliating. Chuan hummed a tune. His mind focused on one thing. No touching her today. The fish must be nurtured slowly. Once she comes to her senses, she'll understand. Chapter 62, Mu Zixuan, I'm just a country bumpkin. Chuan brought Mu Zixuan to the hotel, smoothly checking them into a room. The moment they stepped inside, Mu Zixuan's jumbled thoughts were swept away. She gazed around the lobby in bewilderment. Rockeries, pawns, leather sofas, even the front desk counter gleamed gold, nearly blinding her. Looking up at the soaring ceiling, she dumbly raised her hand to gauge its height. Even with her arm fully extended, she couldn't reach a third of the way up. Above her hung an extravagant chandelier. Mu Zixuan was suddenly overcome by a strange feeling that if this chandelier were to fall and crush her, she'd be the one left footing the bill. A living, breathing beauty was worth less than a chandelier. Utterly absurd. Yet Mu Zixuan's most honest thought. This hall must be at least 300 square meters. Her mind felt foggy, and the words tumbled out of her mouth, vague and disjointed. 350 square meters. Chuan looked at her with a hint of pity, dangling the room key between two slender fingers in front of her face. 350 square meters. Mu Zixuan repeated numbly, gesturing with her small hands in front of her face, as if to say, this big? Suddenly snapping back to reality, she stared at Chuan suspiciously, asking cautiously, how do you know that so precisely? Chuan replied, oh, my family owns it. Mu Zixuan, alright then. She figured that if Chuan suddenly told her the entire metropolis belonged to him, she wouldn't be too surprised either. At that moment, Mu Zixuan felt like an old country bumpkin visiting the Grandview Garden, utterly overwhelmed by everything before her. She'd never imagined a hotel could be so lavishly opulent. She even thought selling herself wouldn't be enough to buy a single trinket from the front desk display case. Oof. Chuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, taking her small hand and leading her upstairs. Mu Zixuan was so numb right now that she felt no resistance or conscious thought. She let Chuan gently lead her along, looking utterly dazed, like someone who'd finally fallen asleep after 7 sleepless days only to be kicked awake. What's up? What are you thinking about? Chuan couldn't help asking, finding her stunned silence a bit too prolonged. Come on, really? Never seen a pig run before? Sure, their hotel was a bit over the top with its opulence, but hadn't she seen similar scenes in movies and TV shows? Nothing. Mu Zixuan shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then said, I just feel like I don't deserve to sleep in a place like this. She'd been through a lot today. It had taken her a long internal struggle just to muster the courage to message Chuan and ask him out to dinner. Then came the extreme drag racing experience with Chuan, something she'd likely never repeat in her lifetime. The thrill during the race was exhilarating, but afterward, it left her with profound mental exhaustion. Then came the lavish seafood feast. Without exaggeration, the sheer effort of chewing through that mountain of food nearly drained her of every last ounce of energy. Now, consumed by her own anxieties and tangled thoughts, she was suddenly struck by an overwhelming wave of exhaustion after the glitzy hotel experience. In just one day, she felt more exhausted than after a month of non-stop work. Chuan thought it over seriously before nodding. You didn't mention it, so I didn't realize. Now that I think about it, you really don't deserve it. Mu Zixuan desperately wanted to roll her eyes at him, but the overwhelming wave of exhaustion that suddenly washed over her left her unable to even manage that simple gesture. Seeing her lack of reaction, Chuan grinned and teased her further. Did you get scared seeing this wild young master's family wealth? So, how about it? Want to consider letting this wild young master support you? I guarantee you'll live in luxury and become a wealthy lady. Mu Zixuan truly lacked the energy to banter with him. She lifted her head blankly and asked, would you treat me well? This question genuinely stunned Chuan. He was indeed content with his current pond while dreaming of the ocean, but he'd never once considered keeping anyone as a mistress. This might stem from his upbringing, or perhaps his personality from a past life. His father, Shi Dianmao, was incredibly wealthy yet never sought women outside their marriage. His mother, Yang Fen, had been a major celebrity before their wedding, yet never even had a single scandal attached to her name. When it came to relationships, Chuan harbored a certain purity complex. If possible, he hoped to love several girls, and for those girls to love him in return. Instead of answering Mu Zixuan, he countered with a question, then would you be willing to be supported by only me? Mu Zixuan nodded without hesitation. She didn't have the energy to think deeply, so she simply voiced her truest feelings, only you are worthy. Chuan paused again, then curved his lips slightly. Alright then, how about I give you this entire hotel? Xuan jolted awake from her daze, instinctively blurting out, no. Chuan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What? Not enough? Ha! You're such a greedy woman. Xuan answered honestly. No, it's too much. I'm not worthy. Ha 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 ha. Chuan was amused by her startled, deer-in-the-headlights expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The more time he spent with Xuan, the more he found this girl intriguing. At first, she'd tried to reel him in like a sucker, proactively adding him on WeChat. Then, realizing he wasn't someone to mess with, she'd gone all timid and nervous. Then, as they became closer, she turned completely carefree, practically calling him brother. And now, she actually thought she wasn't worth as much as this slightly more luxurious hotel? Well, objectively speaking, she probably wasn't. But to Chuan, Xuan was worth far more than some crappy hotel. Enough. Stop daydreaming. This young master isn't going to keep you as a mistress. Chuan wrapped an arm around Xuan's shoulder, his face flushed with mischief. This young master isn't just going to conquer your body, I'm going to conquer your soul too. A mere contract forged with money? I wouldn't give it the time of day. As he spoke, Chuan swiped open the door and gave Xuan a smack on her little butt. Stop thinking about it. Go to sleep. Xuan was roughly shoved into the room, her entire being plunged once more into utter shock. Chuan had no desire to deal with this naive little thing anymore. He turned to himself and asked, still want to shower? No, I won't. No bath. Straight to bed. Chapter 63, Deep Sea Tentacles. Chuan stretched his body, feeling a slight stickiness, but Xuan was already exhausted, and as the main participant in the car chase incident, his fatigue was no less than hers. The moment he stepped into the room and saw that bed, so soft and inviting it promised comfort without even lying down, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness crashed over him. Exhaustion washed over his entire body, and he raised his hand to cover his mouth as he yawned. Are you still planning to shower? Chuan asked wearily, dragging his shirt off as he made his way toward the bed. Xuan glanced at the bathroom, whose opulent decor far surpassed even her family's entire fortune. Utterly drained, she shook her head gently at Chuan. No, I won't. I'm too tired. Under normal circumstances, she would have thoroughly enjoyed this enormous bathroom, the likes of which she'd never even seen in movies. But now, all she wanted was to lie down simply and savor the blissful sleep after a day of constant travel. Chuan took off his shirt and nodded. If you're not going to bathe, then let's sleep. Xuan snapped back to attention at his voice, shifting her gaze from the bathroom to Chuan. The sight left her momentarily stunned, followed by a visible flush spreading across her cheeks. Chuan had already removed his shirt, revealing an upper body that was muscular, well-defined, and aesthetically pleasing. Neither fat nor thin, not an ounce of excess fat. His chest muscles looked solid and powerful, yet not exaggerated like those of gym fanatics. It was just right, perfectly meeting a woman's aesthetic. His 8-pack abs seemed to pulsate with life, their defined contours weaving a mesmerizing, alluring curve. Xuan felt as if they were beckoning her. She could almost hear Chuan's abs calling out to her. Hey, come play. Come over here and touch me. Gulp. Xuan couldn't help but swallow hard. She knew Chuan was handsome. She knew Chuan was wealthy, but she never imagined his physique could be this perfect. She didn't consider herself a pervert at all. Instead, she believed any woman with normal sexual orientation would react the same way when faced with Chuan's physique. Xuan could only admit that Chuan's physique held an overwhelmingly potent allure and destructive force for women. Chuan, however, was utterly exhausted. He didn't notice Xuan's little pervert reaction. He walked straight over, scooped her up in his arms, and headed toward the large bed, gasping for breath as he muttered, sleep, sleep. He tossed Xuan onto the bed, flipped off the overhead light, and flopped down beside her. Everything happened so suddenly, so swiftly. Xuan didn't even have time to react before the room plunged into darkness. Chuan was asleep too. The scenario she'd imagined never materialized. Chuan didn't cling to her, pleading, sis, I want you. Instead, he buried his face in the pillow and fell asleep. For a moment, Xuan felt utterly disoriented. She sat frozen in the dark room, rooted to the soft, large bed, questioning everything. She felt a flicker of relief if the scenario she'd imagined had actually unfolded. She wouldn't have known how to handle it. Yet she also felt a vague sense of loss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint where that feeling came from. If Chuan had been awake at that moment, he would have definitely snapped back with a scathing remark. Woman, you're such a pain in the ass. Mu Zixuan sat in a daze for a long while before burrowing under the covers with a complex expression. There was only one bed, and though it was large, the distance between her and Chuan remained close. She could clearly smell the rich, masculine scent emanating from Chuan's body, mixed with a faint hint of sweat. It was so captivating it stirred an uncontrollable primal urge. Mu Zixuan felt her drowsiness fading. She tilted her head, silently watching Chuan in the darkness. As she observed his strong chest rising and falling gently, she couldn't help but lean closer. Chuan's scent grew more distinct, intensifying Mu Zixuan's desire. Not close enough. Still not close enough. Mu Zixuan began to panic. Her rational mind told her she should keep her distance from Chuan and get some proper rest. Yet her hand moved of its own accord toward him. Moments later, her fingertips brushed against Chuan's smooth, firm body. Mu Zixuan's entire body trembled. She froze, frozen in place. After waiting a moment and confirming that Chuan was truly asleep, showing absolutely no reaction, she silently exhaled in relief. Just now, she'd felt that guilty, caught in the act unease of doing something wrong. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Chuan was asleep. Well, he was certainly more exhausted than I am today. It was understandable that he'd fallen into such a deep sleep so quickly. As she silently exhaled in relief, Mu Zixuan found herself wanting to draw even closer. Once people realize they can get away with something, they always want more. Mu Zixuan's long lashes fluttered, seemingly reflecting the fierce battle raging within her heart. Before long, she shifted closer to Chuan once more. This time, the movement was significant. She was practically pressed against him. It seemed the little devil had once again pulled down the angel's underwear in this internal battle and emerged victorious. Her arms trembled slightly as she reached out and gently wrapped them around Chuan. Her head dipped down, nestling against Chuan's shoulder. Her heart pounded like a jackhammer, threatening to shatter her entire chest. Her long lashes fluttered, her large eyes blinking rapidly. In the darkness, she could clearly see Chuan's collarbone, and an overwhelming urge to lick it surged through her. So it wasn't Chuan who wanted me. It was me who wanted him. Mu Zixuan silently sighed within, finally understanding her deepest, truest feelings. No longer hesitating, she clung to Chuan like a tiny octopus. In his sleep, Chuan suddenly opened his eyes to find himself suspended above an ocean. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Suddenly, violent waves erupted on the surface, and massive tentacles surged up from the depths, lashing savagely toward him. No! Chuan's eyes widened in terror. Before he could react, the tentacles wrapped around him, leaving him utterly helpless to resist. In reality, Chuan frowned deeply, eyes shut, repeatedly trying to roll his body, struggling to break free from the tentacles. Meanwhile, Mu Zixuan clung tightly to his neck, her smooth thighs wrapped around his waist, locking him in place as drool dripped onto Chuan's collarbone. Chapter 64, The Fish is About to Bite. Chuan had nightmares all night long, feeling himself tightly ensnared by a giant octopus from the deep sea, unable to move an inch, dragged down into the ocean depths. He felt drenched, his entire body covered in wetness, but he was simply too exhausted. Even though his sleep was restless, he didn't wake up. Of course, this nightmare wasn't particularly terrifying, just relentlessly persistent. Ugh! Chuan exhaled, furrowing his brow. He flexed his stiff body, feeling even more exhausted than the night before. Slowly opening his eyes, Chuan saw Mu Zixuan had already woken up. She was curled up beside him like a little kitten, her bottom sticking up, holding a bath towel in her hand and gently wiping his shoulders and neck. What are you doing? Chuan asked, utterly bewildered. Startled by his sudden question, Mu Zixuan let out a startled cry and instinctively moved away a little. Her eyes darted around nervously as she looked at Chuan, her expression shifting to a bright smile. Chuan, you're awake. Ha! Chuan rubbed his slightly sore neck, sat up against the headboard, and looked at her with confusion. What are you doing? Is there something dirty on me? As he asked, he couldn't help but sniff his shoulder and neck. A sticky scent with a faint fragrance lingered there. And nothing, Mu Zixuan stammered. Flustered, she lunged forward and wiped his collarbone twice, then laughed awkwardly. You're sweating. Let me wipe it off for you. Sweat? Chuan looked up, even more confused. He glanced at the large air conditioner overhead and felt the room temperature, which was no more than 20 degrees Celsius. He couldn't understand it. How could he sweat in such cool temperatures? Could it be his internal heat was too intense? No wonder they call me the #1 real man in Dragon Nation. It's all because Sister Yun's been gone too long. All this pent-up heat has nowhere to go. Chuan didn't dwell on it. Stretching lazily, he casually asked, did you sleep well last night? He genuinely knew nothing about last night's events, asking purely out of habit. Yet his words instantly pulled Mu Zixuan's thoughts back to the memories before she fell asleep. Why yeah, zzz. Slept like a log. Mu Zixuan smiled dreamily, drool trickling down the corner of her mouth again. She quickly sucked it back in, wiped her mouth with her hand, and gazed at Chuan with an expression of admiration, as if he were a work of art. Chuan shot her a slightly disgusted look before glancing at his phone and realizing it was already 11 a.m. Another day wasted on school. All because of that woman, Mu Zixuan. Wasting my precious youth. For a pure-hearted, studious kid like himself, skipping class was something that truly pained him. He couldn't go to school in the afternoon either. Because of last night's highway racing incident, he still had to take Mu Zixuan to the Public Security Bureau. Ugh, what a hassle. As Chuan mulled it over, irritation began to bubble up. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he flopped back down, letting himself plop back onto the soft mattress. I'm going to take a shower. Mu Zixuan gathered her slightly disheveled long hair and, with tremendous willpower, tore her eyes away from Chuan's abs. She slipped her feet into her slippers and got out of bed. She was wearing only a tank top and loose, casual shorts. Chuan admired the view while asking curiously, "You brought pajamas? Humph, looks like you planned this. Too bad this gentleman is a model of male virtue, no chance for you." Mu Zixuan puffed out her cheeks and glared at him weakly. If this had been before, she would have shot back at Chuan without hesitation, berating him for his shamelessness. But now, after realizing her true feelings last night and the awkwardness of having drooled all over Chuan, his words made her feel inexplicably guilty. Deciding to ignore him, Mu Zixuan wiggled her hips and slipped into the bathroom. "What's up with you today? Changed your tune? Didn't even snap back at me?" Chuan scratched his head, watching her retreating figure, sensing something was off. Growing bored waiting, Chuan pulled out his phone to scroll through short videos. Seeing footage of his high-speed chase catching criminals yesterday had already shot to the top of the trending charts. He felt both embarrassed and strangely exhilarated reading the comments filled with netizens' utter shock. "Holy, crazy young master is seriously badass. I know these two fugitives, they committed crimes over 20 years ago, with 5 murders on their hands. If it were me, I'd have pissed myself. Crazy young master really pulled through. Let's be honest, street racing is wrong, but chasing fugitives is a whole different story. Still, hope crazy kid stays safe. Do good deeds, but protect yourself too. Quan Xiao's driving skills just made me wet myself. So badass, I bet even pro racers and competitions couldn't match that. Here's a wild guess, did Quan Xiao learn to drive from his dad in Hawaii when he was a kid? Dog head emoji, ha ha ha. Am I the only one noticing the girl beside crazy kid? Damn, she's gorgeous, but isn't she different from the one at the school gate and bar before? Crazy kid, my idol. Bro, you've got sharp eyes. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed Mad Boy's girl changed again. Wait, why did I say again? No. Let me set the record straight for crazy kid, this is his first time switching girls, while who knows what happens later. This time is definitely his first. Goofy face. Chuan stared at the comments, momentarily stunned. Oh no, he hadn't thought this far ahead when he left Su Curson at the hotel. His double-dealing ways were about to be exposed to Miss Su. Chuan was speechless. Knowing Su Curson's temperament, he could already picture the look she'd give him. The relationship that had finally started to warm up would probably turn cold again, and he'd have to start nurturing this fish all over again. Mu Zixuan had finished showering and now stood before Chuan, drying her dripping wet hair. As she dried her hair, she glanced at Chuan's gloomy expression and couldn't help asking, "Chuan, what's wrong?" Chuan replied quietly, "The fish in the pond might just bite someone." Mu Zixuan froze, staring at him with utter contempt. "You dog of a man. I'm standing right here in front of you, and you dare mention another woman. I didn't even bring it up, and you have the nerve to say that?" Chuan glanced at her sideways and said, "Mu Zixuan, it seems you've completely forgotten who made the first move to seduce this married man." Chapter 65, Chuan's Punishment. Mu Zixuan froze, her face visibly flushing crimson, her delicate hands clenched into fists, trembling beside her thighs, overwhelmed by shame and fury. She stammered, Chuan's words were infuriating. What did he mean by hit on me? What did he mean by married woman? He made it sound so vile, as if she were some loose, shameless woman who couldn't keep her legs together, and Mu Zixuan couldn't even think of a good way to refute him. It was true that she had initially approached him to add him on WeChat, and yesterday she had also taken the initiative to message him, inviting him out for dinner, and she knew full well Chuan had a girlfriend. Just open any short video platform, swipe down a couple times, and you'd see Chuan arguing with that pretty girl outside the school gates. You'd see him getting into fights in bars over her, even leading to the creation of a new bar blacklist rule. Mu Zixuan desperately wanted to claim she hadn't known Chuan already had a girlfriend, but even she couldn't believe her own words. So when Chuan accused her of actively pursuing a married man, logically speaking, he wasn't entirely wrong. It just sounded incredibly nasty. Mu Zixuan stammered for a long while, unable to find any grounds to refute him, her beautiful brows furrowed, and her lovely eyes filled with hurt. Seeing her like this, Chuan instantly realized he'd gone too far. He hurriedly moved closer and pulled her into his arms. "Let go," Mu Zixuan protested, her words betraying her true feelings. Chuan whispered softly into her ear. Sorry. That joke went a bit too far. Ahem. Mu Zixuan. It wasn't you who came on to me. It was me. Shamelessly rubbing up against you all the time. Put. Calling yourself shameless is pretty shameless indeed. Mu Zixuan chuckled at his brazenness. In the dim room where the curtains remained drawn, a bubble formed in her nostril, rapidly expanding at a visible pace before finally popping with a crisp pop. As it popped, Mu Zixuan felt her cheeks suddenly grow damp and sticky. No. Sorry, I wasn't. I wasn't laughing. I was just. Ha ha ha. Mu Zixuan, how can you be so hilarious? Ha 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 ha. Chuan tentatively tried to hold back, striving to maintain basic decorum. After a few brief attempts, he realized he simply couldn't contain himself. The silly little girl Mu Zixuan was just too damn funny. When you can't hold it in anymore, there's no need to hold it in. Following the wisdom passed down by his ancestors, Chuan burst out laughing. Mu Zixuan fidgeted awkwardly with her toes, flushed with embarrassment and frustration, her cheeks even redder than before. Amidst her shame and fury, she herself couldn't stop the urge to laugh. But seeing Chuan laugh so unrestrainedly, so joyfully, filled her with intense displeasure. In a panic, without a second thought, she wiped the snot from her own face and smacked it hard onto Chuan's mouth. Chuan's laughter instantly froze. Before Mu Zixuan could even feel a moment of satisfaction, regret washed over her. Oh my god, Mu Zixuan, have you completely lost your mind? That was your snot. How disgusting. Even if you and Chuan are close, you can't just smear it on him. Oh no. Mu Zixuan, you're such a big dummy. Could you please think before you act? When are you ever going to rein in this scatterbrained personality of yours? Now look what you've done. Joking around got way out of hand, didn't it? Ugh, so dirty, so disgusting. Chuan must be furious now. Quick, think of an explanation. Mu Zixuan's heart raced with anxiety, filled with regret over her impulsive actions. This wasn't the first time she'd felt this way. Since meeting Chuan last night, her impulsiveness had led her to make one foolish mistake after another. She had repeatedly reminded herself to think before acting, to avoid being careless and impulsive, to not let her head get carried away and do foolish things, but she just couldn't learn her lesson. Her personality and temperament had been shaped over so many years. Although Mu Zixuan could now completely suppress this instinct in front of normal guests and friends, she always felt relaxed around Chuan. She always had this feeling of being tolerated and indulged. This led her to frequently reveal her true self, doing things that were utterly ridiculous and hard to accept. Chuan, Mu Zixuan scrambled up from his embrace, her hands reaching to wipe the snot from his face. After a few swipes, she suddenly realized her own hands were covered in snot bubbles and that she had just smeared it all over Chuan's face with her fingers. Oh no! The more she wiped, the messier it got. Mu Zixuan slumped down, her eyes vacant as she stared blankly at the floor, feeling like a clumsy fool. Not only did she take her jokes too far, but her attempts to fix things were just as stupid. Chuan, who was always so cheerful and playful with her, had gone completely silent. This time, he must be genuinely upset. As Mu Zixuan sat there in a daze, she watched Chuan silently reach out and gently pull her back into his embrace once more. With an exasperated expression, Chuan murmured, "My dear Miss Mu, stuffing my mouth with your snot wasn't enough to vent your anger? You had to spread your essence all over my face too?" Mu Zixuan flushed, lowering her head to explain and apologize. But Chuan continued, "You really crossed the line today. You know, even a gentle guy like me has to give you some punishment. Miss Mu Zixuan, are you willing to accept my punishment?" Mu Zixuan froze, instinctively wanting to retort, but seeing Chuan's comically sticky face, she felt both amused and guilty. After hesitating for a few seconds, she reluctantly nodded. Chuan's punishment, could it be terrifying? After all, this guy had practically nothing in his head except dirty thoughts. Mu Zixuan felt uneasy as she waited for Chuan to explain the punishment. Instead, Chuan sat up straight. His handsome face wore an expression that was both gentle and serious. Even smeared with snot bubbles, he remained breathtakingly handsome. Mu Zixuan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily as Chuan spoke softly. "Close your eyes. Close my eyes? What are you going to do to me? Mu Zixuan thought warily, yet her eyes obediently closed. Her lips instinctively pouted. Then she felt Chi Chuan's face gently brushing against hers. Chapter 66, Chi Chuan, I can't bring myself to tell the truth. Ha? Making me close my eyes, doesn't this mean he wants to kiss me? But what is he doing? Why is he rubbing his face against mine? Mu Zixuan sensed Chi Chuan's odd behavior and instinctively opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with confusion. Her heart was racing. Her lips and tongue primed for Chi Chuan, yet he hadn't followed through? What's going on? Is rubbing a girl's face some new form of flirting? Though Chi Chuan's face was soft and felt nice to rub against, this behavior still felt off. Oh, not just soft, it was smooth too. Rubbing against it felt. Ha? Smooth? Chi Chuan, you big idiot. Mu Zixuan drifted into a daze, savoring Chi Chuan's docile rubbing, her thoughts spiraling out of control. A full 30 seconds later, it suddenly hit her, the crux of the matter. She had just smeared her snot all over Chi Chuan's face and applied it nice and evenly at that. And now, this jerk was rubbing his face against hers. Didn't that mean she just smeared snot all over her own face too? Mu Zixuan instantly went berserk, grabbing Chi Chuan by the neck and shaking him violently while screaming hysterically. Chi Chuan, you big idiot. I'm going to kill you. I just finished showering and washing my face. I just finished applying my light makeup, ready to go with you to the Public Security Bureau. How dare you ruin my look? If I don't strangle you to death today, I'll never forgive myself. Chi Chuan, you bastard. Wah, how petty can you be? Do you have any idea how exhausting makeup is? It took me 20 minutes just to barely get it right, and you ruined it all. Mu Zixuan was both crying and laughing. The tears were real. She had just finished getting herself all dolled up, and she was genuinely going to an official interview with the Public Security Bureau. She'd put her heart and soul into creating a beautiful look. Actually, the 20 minutes was a lie she told Chi Chuan. She didn't want him to think she was too fussy or slow. She'd actually spent 50 minutes in the bathroom, maybe 6 or 7 minutes showering, but the rest was all spent on makeup. Now, thanks to Chi Chuan's little nudge, all her hard work was undone. Her laughter stemmed from Chi Chuan being utterly shameless. Mu Zixuan couldn't wrap her head around how Chi Chuan came up with such outrageous ideas. Using his face to rub against hers? You bloody well are a little genius. And this guy was clearly out to get her on purpose. Mu Zixuan had finally seen through him. Chi Chuan was a petty man who never let a grudge go unavenged, and he had to settle it right then and there. He wouldn't be satisfied today unless he smeared snot all over her face. Mu Zixuan thought angrily, shoving Chi Chuan aside. Chi Chuan grinned at her. Hey, Mu, feeling better now? Why the long face? You seemed to be enjoying it when I rubbed against you just now, didn't you? Go to hell. I don't want to talk to you right now. Mu Zixuan gritted her teeth, leaping off the bed and stomping back into the bathroom in her slippers, her footsteps echoing loudly. Immediately after, the bathroom door clicked shut as she locked it from the inside. Chi Chuan sat on the bed, completely frozen, sensing something was terribly off. Moments later, it hit him like a bolt of lightning. He leaped off the bed, sprinted to the bathroom door, and began pounding on it while yelling at Mu Zixuan inside. Damn it! Let me wash my face first. Ha 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 ha. Amidst his wails, Mu Zixuan's hearty laughter echoed through the bathroom. Hello, boss? Got it. We'll be right there. Right. There's a bit of traffic on the way. Sorry about that, boss. Chi Chuan gripped the steering wheel with one hand, navigating the car through the congested streets, while holding the phone with the other, his face beaming with a smile. Mu Zixuan sat in the passenger seat, though she couldn't hear the specifics of the Public Security Bureau chief's conversation. She could guess with her but that he was grilling Chi Chuan about why he hadn't shown up at the agreed time. Even through the phone, she could feel the awkwardness radiating. Chi Chuan finally hung up, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Mu Zixuan relaxed along with him, her tense body loosening as she slumped back against the seat. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Moments later, they both burst into uncontrollable laughter. Their reason for being late was just too embarrassing to explain. Who would have thought a snot bubble could set off such a chain reaction? Chi Chuan and Mu Zixuan couldn't stop laughing. While the incident had been genuinely awkward at the time, now that the embarrassment had faded, it just got funnier and funnier the more they thought about it. It was just too ridiculous. Driving through the congested streets, they moved slowly, stopping and starting, their laughter filling the car. Finally, just past 3 o'clock, they arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Chi Chuan parked the car and immediately led Mu Zixuan inside. He'd been here just 2 days prior regarding the barbecue restaurant incident, so he knew his way around. The chief's expression darkened when he saw them arrive. You're awfully late. The press conference is over, and all the reporters have left, he said, clearly displeased. Although Chi Chuan and Mu Zixuan were heroes, He represented the authorities after all. The authorities invited you to attend the press conference, and you dare show up late? That's downright disrespectful. However, remembering their significant contributions, especially Chuan's recent exposure of the barbecue restaurant's shady dealings, the director didn't hold a grudge. He merely gave them a stern reminder. To his surprise, Chuan immediately broke into a delighted smile and asked earnestly, "Chief, is that true? That's fantastic." The chief froze, 3 black lines appearing on his face. After cracking that joke, Chuan quickly composed himself. His face filled with apology as he explained, "Sorry, Chief, we really did arrive late today. We were just so exhausted yesterday. We set our alarms, but somehow we overslept anyway. Director, please forgive us. We're truly sorry about today." Chuan had no intention of telling the truth, nor could he. How could he possibly explain that Mu Zixuan and I got into a fight over a giant snot bubble, and the fight dragged on until now? That was the only explanation he could offer. Hearing this, the chief's expression softened. After all, high-speed chases were exhausting, especially when chasing down ruthless fugitives. The pressure must have been immense. Oversleeping was understandable. I hadn't considered that. A hint of regret welled up in the chief's heart. Chuan, meanwhile, shook his head from side to side and asked, "Will there be a medal this time?" Chapter 67, just one certificate for the two of us? The last time he came to the Public Security Bureau to receive an award, Chuan was thoroughly dissatisfied. He had exposed the shady practices of a wildly popular barbecue restaurant, saving countless students from stomach troubles. For such a major contribution, the Public Security Bureau had stingily rewarded him with a cheap little plaque that could be custom-made at a print shop for 15 yuan. Chuan felt utterly unfairly treated. What made him even more upset was that the medal didn't even have his name on it. How could that be acceptable? Without his name, how could Chuan show it off to brag? Was he supposed to explain to others that this plaque was specially issued to him by the Public Security Bureau? That would totally suck the fun out of showing off. He hoped this time there would be a real reward, something that would let him show off properly. After a night of mental preparation, he no longer felt the slightest bit embarrassed about the situation. Instead, he began eagerly anticipating his little medal. The chief froze, clearly not expecting Chuan to be so pragmatic the moment he opened his mouth. He shook his head helplessly. Chuan instantly scowled. What was the point of summoning him here if there wasn't even a reward? Mu Zixuan, however, nestled cautiously beside Chuan, glancing left and right. This was her first visit to the Public Security Bureau. To her, it was a sacred place, a destination reserved for either exceptionally good news or exceptionally bad news. This time, accompanying Chuan, clearly fell into the former category. Though she felt the official reward was somewhat undeserved, she couldn't hide her excitement. Chuan glanced at Mu Zixuan, who was hiding behind him, cautious yet wide-eyed with excitement. He couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking that perhaps he'd unlock yet another facet of her personality soon. From the innocent little rabbit at first, to the wild girl later, and then last night's mischievous little diva. Chuan had only seen her a handful of times, yet he'd already unlocked 3 distinct personalities. Could today unlock a mischievous kitten persona? Chuan pondered with anticipation, his resentment toward the Public Security Bureau for not preparing a reward fading unconsciously. Of course, the resentment was still there. Chuan had already made up his mind, if anything like this happened again, he'd make sure to ask for details beforehand. If they left him empty-handed like this time, he wouldn't bother coming back. Well, Director, if there's nothing else, we'll be heading back. Chuan had already been to the Public Security Bureau once and knew his way around. He felt little interest in this sacred place. Mu Zixuan, on the other hand, seemed reluctant to leave. With her wild and free-spirited nature, she was naturally fascinated by this novel environment. If possible, she'd love to tour the entire Public Security Bureau. But since Chuan had spoken, as his cute yet useless little accessory, Mu Zixuan felt a twinge of regret but said nothing more. The chief paused, turning to Chuan. "Leaving? We haven't finished business yet. Where do you think you're going?" Chuan froze too, turning back to ask, "Isn't the interview over? There's no little medal. So what business do we have here?" The chief was so amused by his bluntness he chuckled. "You keep calling it a little medal, are you that obsessed with it?" Chuan straightened his face and declared solemnly, "Director, what kind of talk is that? Do I look like someone who craves empty honors? What matters to me is the Public Security Bureau's recognition of my work. As a top-tier young talent of our generation, don't you realize how immensely encouraging official recognition is to me? It's not the medal itself I care about, it's the affirmation and honor it represents." He paused, then added earnestly, "I absolutely did not do this to show off in front of my classmates." "Put!" Mu Zixuan burst out laughing at Chuan's antics. then flushed crimson as she struggled to stifle her giggles in such a solemn setting. Her entire body seemed to spasm with the effort. Chuan glanced at Mu Zixuan, her body trembling uncontrollably. He found her incredibly sexy and alluring, musing that once he got his way, he'd make her spasm for him every single day. The bureau chief couldn't help but chuckle either. He raised his fist and playfully punched Chuan's shoulder, scolding him with a hint of exasperation. "You're always so carefree and irresponsible. You're no good." As he spoke, he turned and walked inside, gesturing with his hands behind his back toward Chuan and Mu Zixuan. "Come on in and sit down. No medals this time, but we've got certificates." Chuan froze, his eyes suddenly lighting up. The certificate would definitely have his name on it, right? Mu Zixuan also froze, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed, yet also incredibly proud. Even though it was all an accident and coincidence, even though she hadn't done anything, even though she'd merely tagged along with Chuan to share in this honor, she couldn't deny that the moment she heard the director say there's a certificate, she felt incredibly excited and proud. How did that saying go? Share the glory. She was in the car too. What's wrong with counting her in for the credit? Chuan and Mu Zixuan instantly shook off their earlier dejection, standing tall and striding confidently behind the chief into the building. The other security officers witnessed this scene and couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle softly. Just seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman standing together lifted everyone's spirits, and Chuan and Mu Zixuan's adorable, lively, and playful demeanor instantly struck a chord with these middle-aged men and women. Meanwhile, Chuan and Mu Zixuan followed the chief all the way to his office. Mu Zixuan's big eyes darted around excitedly the entire way, her heart bursting with joy. So this was what the Public Security Bureau looked like inside. While there wasn't anything particularly special about the decor, it still gave off an air of solemnity and high-end sophistication. Upon entering the chief's office, Chuan pulled Mu Zixuan to a halt just inside the doorway. The chief walked straight to the back of his desk, opened a drawer, and carefully lifted out a certificate? A large, glass-encased certificate representing official recognition. The certificate briefly outlined the entire incident and the contributions Chuan and Mu Zixuan had made during the event. At the bottom were the names of the recipients: Mr. Chuan and Ms. Mu Zixuan. Mr. Chuan, Ms. Mu Zixuan. Chuan's eyes froze on those words, the smile on his face slowly stiffening. What does this mean? The two of us. One certificate? Chapter 68, Family Portrait. Chuan's smile gradually turned blank. He never imagined they'd only give one certificate for two people. What kind of public security bureau is this? Their work is just too careless. What exactly is my relationship with Mu Zixuan? We only have one certificate. How are we supposed to split it? Even if we could barely be considered boyfriend and girlfriend. What if we break up? Even if we don't break up? What if we end up getting divorced? Even if we don't get divorced? What if? Oh, I guess there's no what if after all. No, that's not the point. The point is this thing has tied me and Mu Zixuan together without us even realizing it. It's just like those disgusting scenes in TV dramas and novels where elders force a marriage contract on their juniors. Okay? The Public Security Bureau is taking this way too far. As a free-spirited, unrestrained young rebel, Chuan immediately sensed the trouble lurking in that award certificate. He instantly dismissed the Public Security Bureau's actions as utter bull *********. Wasn't this just pure, deliberate provocation? He seethed inwardly, wanting to storm over and tear the damn certificate to shreds right then and there. Now, he felt having such a tangible reward was worse than having nothing at all. Mu Zixuan's reaction, however, was the complete opposite. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the certificate, which represented such high honor. Suddenly, she felt an invisible thread binding her and Chuan together even more firmly. Unconsciously, she grasped Chuan's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mu Zixuan gazed at the certificate, watching as the director personally handed it to her and Chuan. With slightly trembling hands, she reached out and carefully, steadily cradled it in her palms. In that moment, an unexpected image flashed through her mind. She, Mu Zixuan, lay on the white hospital sheets, watching as the doctor cradled a tiny, precious life and gently placed it into her hands. She had cradled him or her with the utmost care, holding the baby close to her chest, unable to let go. Chuan stood beside her, his face filled with adoration as he watched her and their baby. Ahem! Mu Zixuan's face flushed slightly as she cleared her throat, then quickly shook her head to force her thoughts back to the present. Though it was an unwarranted association, the moment she received the award certificate, Mu Zixuan truly felt that way. This award certificate felt like her own child with Chuan. Her heart pounded wildly as her gaze locked onto the certificate. Unable to move an inch, Chuan watched her with a slightly twisted expression, though he had no idea what was swirling through her mind. Her expression clearly signaled nothing good. At least, for him personally, it couldn't be anything good, because, to Chuan, Mu Zixuan's current state resembled nothing less than a female cat in heat. This girl, she wasn't imagining this worthless award as a child she'd had with him, was she? Chuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He desperately wanted to flee this hellhole. The director glanced at Chuan's contorted face, then at Mu Zixuan's excited expression. He let out a disdainful humph before turning to Chuan. Chuan, look at how she treats her honors. She's so attentive, so respectful. Now look at you, you good-for-nothing brat, always grinning like an idiot. Is there anything you actually care about? Chuan grinned, draping an arm around Mu Zixuan's shoulder. Director, what do you think? The director froze, shaking his head and chuckling. Damn it, you brat. Mu Zixuan also froze, looking up at Chuan with a dazed expression. It took her a couple of seconds to process their exchange, and suddenly, her heart began racing faster. Chuan was also secretly observing Mu Zixuan's expression, noticing the change in her mood, his own feelings becoming rather complicated. This unexpected award had indeed brought him and Mu Zixuan closer together. It was both a blessing and a curse. The upside was that this invisible bond would draw Mu Zixuan closer to him, making it easier for her to genuinely fall for him. The downside was that this relationship was starting to feel somewhat uncontrollable for Chuan himself. Ultimately, Chuan wanted the women he cared for to love him, but he didn't want them to become fanatical or lose their rationality over their feelings. He lived by this principle himself. He valued relationships deeply, but never allowed them to become the sole focus of his life. Forget it. One step at a time. Damn Public Security Bureau. Chuan cursed silently to himself before turning to the chief. Chief, anything else? If not, then we. Yes, one more thing. The chief cut him off with a nod, looking puzzled at Chuan's face, which was starting to twitch slightly. He explained, I still need to take a photo of the two of you for tomorrow's newspaper. Chuan, you're never going to let up, are you? A photo? Mu Zixuan's eyes lit up again. She glanced at Chuan, then at the large award certificate she was holding, suddenly feeling like they were posing for a family portrait. Seeing her reaction, Chuan couldn't help but mentally rant. Damn it! Women's thought processes really are bizarre, especially those in love. He couldn't be bothered to say another word. He simply waved at the director and sighed silently. His somewhat gloomy expression seemed to say, fine, I give up. Do whatever you want. I don't want to struggle anymore. The chief shot him a disgusted glare, thinking, wasn't it you who kept clamoring for recognition? Wasn't it you who wanted to flaunt these honors everywhere? What's the matter? I've arranged everything for you now. I'm going to make sure the whole city knows about your contributions. And you're not happy about it? This youngster is such a pain in the ass. Impossible to please. The director strode out to summon the photographers, leaving Chuan and Mu Zixuan behind in the office. Little did he know, he was right about everything except for one crucial detail. As a man determined to become a master of the fish pond, Chuan didn't want to appear in public tied to another woman. Before long, the photographer arrived. The photo shoot was set up in the director's office, which had a large window providing perfect lighting. Come on. Look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. Say cheese. The photographer shouted in a high-pitched voice, clicking the shutter. In the photo, the bureau chief wore a warm smile. Mu Zixuan's eyes sparkled brightly, while Chuan looked utterly miserable. Mu Zixuan took the photo and examined it, asking with a hint of displeasure, Chuan, why aren't you smiling? Can't you take a photo properly? Chuan replied, I just didn't feel up to it. I didn't sleep well last night. Chapter 69, the final chapter. As soon as Chuan stepped outside, he saw Yun Xiuji leaning against the car door, waving at him. Startled, he strode over and gave Yun Xiuji a big hug. Sis, why are you back? I missed you, so I came to see you. Mu Zixuan also froze, first surprised by the close rapport between Chuan and the big star Yun Xiuji, then her expression darkened as she silently walked over. Chuan chuckled, grabbed Mu Zixuan's hand, and turned to Yun Xiuji. Sis, meet my new girl. What do you think? Pretty cute. Huh? Yun Xiuji covered her mouth and giggled. Yes, she's quite pretty. Mu Zixuan froze, glancing between Chuan and Yun Xiuji. For a moment, she felt confused, unsure of their relationship. Chuan offered no explanation, simply pulling her into Yun Xiuji's car. Where to? Yun Xiuji asked with a big sisterly smile from the driver's seat. No rush. First, we're going to school to pick someone up. Chuan instinctively took on the role of driver, smiling as he addressed the pair. Yun Xiuji gave a proud little snort and said, it's definitely another pretty girl, right? Chuan started the car while giving her a thumbs up. Sis, you're so sharp. Yun Xiuji giggled, but Mu Zixuan in the backseat felt restless. She had fallen for Chuan. Whether Chuan liked her or not, she wanted a clear answer. Not like this, the three of them together, appearing harmonious on the surface, but in reality, it only left her flustered and at a loss. Her voice tinged with accusation and hurt as she demanded of Chuan. Chuan, what the hell is going on? What exactly do you mean? Chuan turned his head, his expression gentle as he looked at her. Mu Zixuan met his gaze, feeling her heart melt away with that soft smile. Mu Zixuan, do you like me? He asked softly. Mu Zixuan froze, momentarily unsure of what Chuan was up to. Yun Xiaoji was still present. Was it really appropriate for him to ask so directly? And Yun Xiaoji was the hottest superstar in the entire Dragon Nation. Mu Zixuan thought with a pang of disappointment, but she still nodded firmly. Chuan smiled and asked again. Then come with me. Don't overthink it, okay? Mu Zixuan froze again, unable to recover for a long moment. Yun Xiaoji, however, playfully punched Chuan and teased. You little rascal, how dare you talk to a girl like that? After that, she turned to Mu Zixuan with a gentle look and whispered softly. Don't take offense, little sister. He's actually a very thoughtful man. Just a bit. Before she could finish, Mu Zixuan suddenly snapped back to life, her eyes regaining their sparkle. She nodded firmly once more and said to Chuan, all right, this time. Yun Xiaoji was the one taken aback. After a moment of stunned silence, she laughed. Sis, you're so decisive? Mu Zixuan gave a slightly proud little hum and said, you bet. Sis, no need for more talk. I'll just ask you one question. Do you think that guy Chuan will keep being this good to you, me, and us forever? She understood everything, yet somehow found the courage to agree to his outrageous proposal right in front of Chuan's other woman. But she could sense that Yun Xiaoji was extending goodwill toward her. That gentle, nurturing feeling, as if she were genuinely welcoming her to join this family. Mu Zixuan had grown quite fond of Chuan, and she didn't resent this feeling at all. It felt like being cherished by a mother. She stared intently at Yun Xiaoji, fixated on her beautiful, lively eyes. Yun Xiaoji curved her lips, her eyes crinkling in a delighted smile. She nodded earnestly at Mu Zixuan and said, I will. Trust me, sister. Chuan watched the scene unfold, his smile stretching almost to his ears. Mu Zixuan caught sight of his smug grin and instantly flared with irritation. Without hesitation, she reached out and twisted his waist hard. Ouch! Chuan winced, sucking in a sharp breath. Mu Zixuan's cold voice cut through the air. You jerk. Chuan, think you've won? Ha! Chuan chuckled. The emperor's throne rotates, and this year it's my family's turn. Mu Zixuan kicked him again, snapping irritably. You lousy driver. Get moving. Aye. Chuan started the car and drove toward Magic City University. Yun Xiaoji couldn't help but smile at this playful bickering. She never harbored any desire to monopolize Chuan anyway. After all, the age gap was a reality that couldn't be bridged. Mu Zixuan was such a cute little sister. Yun Xiaoji suddenly felt that this arrangement was just fine. On the way, Chuan called Su Lisan. When they arrived at the school gate, Su Lisan was indeed waiting by the roadside. Chuan, I'm in class. Is it urgent? Li Kursan asked with a slight frown. Then she spotted Yun Xiaoji and Mu Zixuan getting out of the car alongside him. She paused, realizing the purpose of Chuan's visit today. She puffed out her cheeks slightly and said, Chuan, you couldn't wait? Chuan gave her a hug and said, I can't wait. Teacher Su, want to hop in? Su Kursan paused for a moment before asking, is this bus only running one trip today? Chuan burst into laughter. Yep, just one. I am indeed fickle. But I'm not the type who can't control myself. This bus only runs once. Otherwise, how could they or you feel at ease following me afterward? Su Kursan smiled at his words and teased. So does that mean we can feel at ease now? Mu Zixuan eyed Su Kursan a few times before chiming in. Chuan, swear it. Yun Xiaoji looked at the two beautiful girls before her, hesitating before asking. Little rascal, how many more people are getting on? Chuan swept all three of them into his arms, grinning as he declared. No one else. The car is full. Humph. *3. Simultaneously pinched on his waist, back, and stomach. Chuan yelped in pain, jumping up on the spot, grimacing. Yun Xiaoji and the others burst into laughter at his comical expression. After the laughter subsided, the three exchanged a knowing glance and climbed into the car. Before Chuan could react, they floored the accelerator and sped off. Chuan was left dumbstruck, chasing after the departing vehicle while shouting, Hey, I'm not in the car yet. I'm not in the car yet. The window rolled down, and the women's silver bell laughter rang out from inside. End.